I'm not the one. Look, I'll do it again. It wasn't me. It looks like it was me. It wasn't me. Fuck! Today was a little bit off script, but it is what it is. Same with like the marketing, which wound up being a very, very important insight, let's say. But anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! And Husai is very much like, oh, he's scientific in thought, but in action, he's very, he's just worried about he's always worried about taking the wrong action, so he always overthinks stuff. But when it really comes down to it, he has like he acts spontaneously without thinking sometimes. Especially like if he's like physically fighting in combat, he almost goes like berserker mode. Fun fact, multiple accounts of the same event describing things the same way can be a very good indicator they've agreed on a lie. Oh, that's an interesting subtext there, Levi. I like that. Obviously it's not true because everyone's saying the same thing happened. And no one ever says the same thing happened. Unless, like, in both cases, like, you're tracing or copying or using, like, inspiration for, like, you know, imitation. Yes, one is more technical and one is more abstract. Yeah, exactly. That's tuxedo, not black. Look at this, like, paws? Paws are white? It's a black fucking cat. It's got a tiny bit of white on it. A cat can do whatever it wants, that's why they're obsessed with you. Because you don't care about them. Yeah, cats are arrogant fucks. Do you know they don't actually have the real Mona Lisa at Louvre?
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze.
I have no idea. Fuck! It's just a painting of her, apparently. Yeah, okay. I thought something was going on there, Beezus. He's like, did you know they don't have the real Mona Lisa? Just a painting of her. And I was like, oh, come on, man. Seriously? I don't know if they shouldn't have, like, no memories, but they're just, like, they're so, like, broken and reconstructed now that they're like, you know, it was all a dream. They're so convinced that this whole thing is a dream. I don't know if this is going to be one scene or two scenes, but it's technically two scenes. Because we're using this structure for dual scenes. But this POV in and of itself. So, it could either be scene 6 or scene 7. But either way. But yeah, thanks guys for hanging out and having some fun. We did a little bit of the story prep and not much else, you know. Again, just sometimes we just fuck around. It is what it is, you know. But anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Where's Zoinko and his 50 accounts when you need him? But Byron, you scared him away and now you want him back? Yeah, I know, true, right? My phone will do it later. Sure, Smokey, yeah, sure, I believe you, bro. I don't know why that doesn't work, Ad. Well, I know just what to do with those. Gamble all. Ooh, Sean! Big win! Okay, there we go. Anyone else need some fucking points? Except for Smokey? Like, if you're here, you are privileged enough to be among, like, the 20 people that know the insides and outs of my book and my story. The good and the bad of mine is all of my stories are also YouTube videos. But you know what that means, guys? So you know what I was thinking about doing? Seeing if I can get my books on Audible. The type of thematic titles I was going for were one word that describes the main event that happens in the chapter. Fireblade! Yo, bro! How's it going? Been a while, good sir. Welcome back. He left at the best time after doing one last concert. Yep, he was like, I want to be seen as the legend I am, not as what I know I have become. It starts off with the main character believing that it is a virus or some sort of disease that rewrites your DNA into left-handed chirals. Causes one of the people who's working on solving the problem with the disease to also be a clone. And that's what gives the main character the ability to fully study. The controls for this, as awkward as you make them look, probably not, Levi. Cordy, no Forge. How's it going, bro? Fuck. What the fuck was that? That was a fucking cannon. I'm so confused. Did he get me? That's bullshit. I totally dodged that. But yeah, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. We had fun today. Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. We did it! We are live on fucking Twitter. Traded us in for Twitter subs. So sad. Have you seen my followers on Twitter, guys? It's just a bunch of fucking bots. So one of the mods in the Twitch and Kick streamers pinned my message to the top of the community. Is that fucking awesome? Like, what the fuck? I'm trying to make new faces, okay, guys? Trying to make new faces. I'm like, every time my mouth is open, I'm like, that's gotta be the meme, because you gotta Photoshop a dick in my mouth. It's like the orphan, no. Yo, 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 what's up? How's it going, everyone? We back at her again. How's it going? Oh, we got plans for today. More plans. Bring on the plans. Something right up our alley. Short stories. Ooh, short stories. We got a lot of stuff. But first, as always, get the tokes out. The tokes through and done and over. And yonder. Yeah, even trying to find, like, anything in short form for biotech is extremely hard. I mean, like an hour just going through it being like, yo, dude, when I say 500 to 4,000 words, Grok, I mean 500 to 4,000 words. I don't mean 9,000 words, bro. Go back and learn how to count, motherfucker. Don't know how to fucking count words. This one's 1,100 words. Don't worry about it. 9,000 words. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Fuck. Alright. 3, 2, 1, toe. Alright. We'll just start off nice and strong here. Alright. Leaking Out. What a title. It was abandoned. Clapboard peeling and splintering. Practically a mansion. And surely, thought Lars, warmer than the outside. No wind, at least. Front door was padlocked and the windows boarded. But it didn't take long to find the place where the boards only looked nailed down and shards of glass had been picked out of a window frame. Place where, with a minimum of effort, could wriggle his way through the inside. But of course, that place meant that someone had arrived before him and might still be inside. He didn't mind sharing. It's a big enough house that there's plenty of it to go around. But would they? Hello? He called softly into the darkened house. When there was no answer, pushed his duffel bag through the gap and wormed in after it. Waited for his eyes to adjust. Even after a few minutes had passed, all he saw were odd, thin gray stripes floating in the air around him. Eventually, he divined these to be the joins between the boards nailed over the windows, letting the slightest hint of light leak in. Felt around with one gloved hand. The floor seemed bare, no rubbish, no sign of habitation, which meant that whoever had been here hadn't stayed long, or perhaps, like him, had just arrived. Hello? He called again, louder this time, and listened. No answer. Just me, then, he told himself. Though he wasn't entirely sure it was just him. Groped for the top of his duffel bag and unzipped it. Oh, I knew I forgot to do something. I'm retarded. Hold on a sec. Always forgetting something. If I didn't have my head attached to my face, I'd probably lose both my head and my face. You know? Like, fuck, ain't going nowhere on this one, bro. I don't know about that so much. Not the way to go. Always a bad start, but hey, we can get there, right? Just keep building up, keep building up, keep it going on, keep doing what you need to do, keep pressing in, closing up, freaking out, right? Just me then, he told himself, though he wasn't entirely sure it was just him. Excuse me. He groped for the top of his duffel bag and unzipped it, then worked his glove off with his teeth so he could root around by touch inside. Lumps of cloth were wadded, dirty clothing, squat cylinders of batteries, the thin length of a knife, a dented tin plate, can of food, another. There it was. Deep in the bag, a hard, long cylinder with a pebbled grip. Took it out. Fiddled with it until he found the switch. Flashlight beam came on. Glow low. Battery nearly dead. Contacts corded. He shook the flashlight a little and its beam brightened enough to cut through the dark. Shined in about him. Walking around. Ordinary room, it seemed. The only odd thing was how clean it was. No debris, no dust. Pine floors shone as if they had been waxed. Immaculate. Had he been wrong in thinking the house was deserted? But no, it had appeared ruined from the outside, and the windows were boarded. Strange, he thought. And then the flashlight flickered and went out. He shook it, slapped it with the heel of his hand, when it come on again. Cursed himself for having left his duffel bag near the window. He retreated slowly backward in what he hoped was the direction he had come from. Darkness was making the space change, become uncertain, vast. He kept backing up anyway. The back stay of his shoes struck something. Feeling behind him, he found a wall. Where was the window he had entered through? He couldn't find it. It was just solid wall. It's only a house, he told himself. No need to worry. Only a house. But he'd never been able to bear the dark. He hadn't liked it when he was a boy, and he didn't like it now. Felt long the hole again. Still no window. He was hyperventilating, he realized. Take a breath, he told himself. Calm down. He passed out. When he woke up, he was calm somehow, as if he were another person. He had none of the disorientation that comes from waking in a strange place. It was almost as if the place wasn't strange after all. As if he'd been there a very long time. Perhaps forever. Stripes, he thought. And immediately he began to see them. The lines of gray that marked the windows. There were none near him. The wall he had been touching must have been an interior wall. Must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. How had he gotten so turned around? He stood and made his way to them. Halfway there, he stumbled over something and went down in a heap. His duffel bag, he thought at first. But when he groped around on the floor for it, he found nothing at all. What had he tripped on? He climbed to his feet. Again, he touched the wall with the window on it. He swept his foot over the floor looking for his duffel bag, but still didn't find it. He tugged on the slats of wood over the window. None were loose. Wrong window, he thought. Wrong wall. He did his best not to panic. Turning away, he peered into the darkness. He could barely make out what seemed a great distance. Another set of lines defining another set of windows. He made his way towards it. The duffel bag was there this time. He stumbled on it, and when he bent down and felt around for it, had the decency not to vanish. Felt slightly wrong beneath his fingers. No doubt that had come about when he had forced it through the gap in the boards and let it drop. Shouldn't worry. It's his duffel bag. What else could it possibly be? Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he searched through it for spare batteries in a moment he had them. He unscrewed the cap at the end of the flashlight, shaking out the old batteries, dropped them onto the floor with a thunk, and then pushed the new ones in, screwing the cap back into place. Carefully, he pressed the switch, and this time the beam came on bright and strong. The room became a room again, boundaries clear and distinct, nothing to be afraid of, just an ordinary room, empty except for him and his duffel bag. He slung the bag over his shoulder and started toward the door that led deeper into the house. Halfway there, he stopped and, turning, swept light across the floor behind him. The dead batteries, he wondered. Where can they possibly have gone?
700 septillion!
Thank you for following Stone_Drow. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
How's it going? Welcome, Star Drow. Thank you for the follow. How are you? What are you up to today? Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of words? Are you an enjoyer of ideas? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Showing love from TLC? Hell yeah, sounds good, bro. Here we do a little bit of beta reading. A little bit of tips and tricks to improve your writing, a little bit of art, a little bit of writing, and a little bit of whatever the fuck we want to do, whatever we want to do it. So welcome, I'm Intoxication. And yeah, if you write and you want me to read anything that you have, feel free to hop into the Discord and drop it in the stream beta reading, and I'll have a look at it if you want. Right now we are just doing a short story research on minimalism, and we are studying Brian Evenson. Currently I'm working on a horror series, a biotech horror series called Lisa Lives Forever, where basically people are being infected by nanobots and being consumed and brought into a hive network, and just follows a bunch of random characters going through the universe as an extended universe, and it has like 6 main stories following a generation from 1950 until 2030, all involved in evolving the network. And now in the extended universe, we're getting to the point where we're fleshing out like the rebellion that's fighting against the network. And we're about 4 or 5 stories away from like the major climax of the entire story, of the showdown between the rebellion and the network for the fate of humanity. Yeah, what kind of genres do you write? I mainly do fantasy and sci-fi, but as of recently we have been delving into horror just to expand my reach and get into a different basically extend outside of my comfort zone and get into other areas, as well as doing like specifically niche stuff that I couldn't find. So with horror and stuff, there's way too much like paranormal and like SCP stuff. I'm like, I want to do something that's like combination between like the Matrix and Terminator, something like that, in like a massive extended universe. And the main thing we're playing off of is Morgellons disease. Sci-fi, horror, thriller, action, historical, smut, dabbling only recently, but has a good has to have a good storyline. Alright, along the similar lines too. Nice, hell yeah. Yeah, I write smut as well. I don't do story. I just write pure fucking smut. But I mean, I guess it does kind of technically like have a storyline. Like my last one was called Underwear, and it's inspired by Choke by Chuck Palahniuk, who wrote Fight Club. And in Choke, there's a guy who basically goes around to different restaurants and like chokes on food to purposefully like get attention and get like, you know, like money and like stuff like that. And he's like, it's like super psychologically fucked, right? Like he's a drug addict, sex addict, and he's like only cares about himself kind of thing. And in this story, basically this nymphomaniac chick is obsessed with breaking other couples up. So she goes to bars with like vibrating panties and bra, and with like a stranger basically like, you know, vibrating her, and she'll go around and pick fights with chicks and like try to get with the dudes and like break up you know, the relationship. And she's basically been banned from every single bar, but she'll like get the guy into a taxi, and then instead of her getting in the taxi, she'll just send the taxi off and then like walk to another bar just to fuck with people. Sometimes she'll just like start masturbating in the bar and shit like that. She'll just get thrown out of the bar or spend the night in jail or something like that. Yeah, absolutely devious. And it's like she knows that there's no real consequences to what she's doing, so she just goes fucking all out. But I love that kind of stuff. I usually take like an extreme, and then I try to press that extreme to like even more extremes, and see how far we can push that boundary. But I mainly do short stories and stuff like that, and each short story usually has some kind of main point that I'm trying to develop as a writer as to the reason why I'm writing it, right? So right now, we're writing a story about a guy who is super obese, and he's addicted to bacon because his mom made this like super amazing bacon his entire life, and he can never find that same taste, and his mom died like a month ago. And the story starts off with him in the hospital after he has a heart attack, and he's like, fuck, well, it ain't gonna stop me. And, you know, he's like trying everything he can to try and get this bacon to taste the way that he can. And doctor's like, dude, you need to start exercising and shit. So he basically starts out with like rolling around on the ground kind of thing. It's like because he can't really do anything. He loses like 10 pounds, and then eventually gets to the point where he can do a jumping jack. So he's frying bacon in deep fryer while he's trying to do jumping jacks, and he accidentally hits the deep fryer and covers himself in bacon grease and basically burns off all of his fucking skin. And then he's in the hospital again, and it's like, oh shit. They're like, hey, you know, this experimental program just came across my desk. If you want to get your skin back, sign here. And then he gets this experimental skin graft. But he finds out that somehow the skin is controlling him. And it's making him do things. Small things at first, like preparing for something. Like preparing a meal. But he's like, why do I need, like, butchering tools and shit? Like, are we going hunting or something? I don't fucking know what's going on here. And he goes out and kills someone and then butchers them and turns them into bacon. And he starts preparing it. And he notices a couple of small things during this thing that don't quite add up. Which are flashbacks of his mom. And certain things about her, like a mole on her skin. Or a scar here, an embellishment there. And he's looking at his arms, and he's very confused because it looks exactly the same. And it turns out that the skin graft that he got was actually from his mom. And he's basically possessed by her. And the reason why the bacon tasted so, like, weird was because she killed people and made bacon out of people. And then fed it to him. So the end of the story is him finally tasting that final piece of bacon and being, like, totally fucking, like, ecstatic about it. Being like, I don't even care that I'm killing people. I found the fucking taste I've been looking for. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, everyone's like, man, you have really cool ideas. I know, I have really great ideas. I'm just a shitty writer. I'm like, fuck, I just need to get better. But yeah, I love, like, tying things in like that, like complete circles of the story where the end ties to, like you could literally have the first paragraph be the end of the story and then start the first story as the second paragraph. Like, that's like how I design the story when I'm writing it. I'm like, how can I fit this little piece of information? And I basically study Quentin Tarantino in order to do that. Be like, what is the one scene in this story you can remove that will make someone question the entire story? And then when you put that scene in, they'll be like, oh, how did I not see it? And I love feeling that feeling in a story. So I want to, like, my goal as a writer is to evoke that feeling in other people, because that's the feeling I like to get when I'm reading. So hopefully if I'm doing my job right, I can get that feeling to go out to people. Hey dude, I'm new to TLC. I did the same thing with my books. Hell yeah. True writers unite, Stardwell. Hey dude, I'm new to TLC. I hope you have a great stream. Got a window up for you. Trying to grow myself. Pro gamer since I was 10. Top 10 in games forever. Random stuff. Some more famous ones too. Have a good stream. Followed you. Hell yeah, Neonic. Sounds good, brother. I'll have to check out your channel. Let's do a shout out for you. I don't do too much gaming. I do a little bit of gaming. A little bit of gaming here and there, you know. But, mainly do writing. Reading and reacts and stuff like that. We do some interesting things here, that's for sure. At least we try to, right? But yeah, I'm also writing a Final Fantasy inspired main novel. But I wrote chapter 1 and I was like, because I've basically had the idea in my head since I was like 15, so like 20 fucking years. But it's been evolving so much over time, and every time its potential increases to the point where I'm like, well, I'm not good enough to, you know, live up to the expectation of this idea. So every time I write a chapter, I'm like, okay, I know what I need to improve to get across what I need to get across. And just steadily improving as an author until I get to the point where I've hit like a plateau where I know the beginning of the book and the end of the book isn't gonna be like the first page is a 3 and the last page is an 8, right? I'd want like the first page to be a 6 and the last page to be a 9. That would be the goal. So that you can see progress during the writing of the book, but it's not like this is clearly the first thing I've ever written. And I've written like probably more than 100 short stories, ranging from like 500 words to 10,000 words. But the biggest problem with that is non-episodic continuity, because all of them are in their own universes with their own ideas, their own characters and everything. So like fleshing out characters, I have 7 books written. Damn! Hell yeah. I got a couple of my other viewers' books right back here and stuff like that. Always enjoy buying viewers' books and reading them. Supporting people and stuff like that. Always a worthy investment. 2, 1, 2. A 17-year-old also writes books too. Hell yeah, authors in the family. That's what it's all about. Yeah, my aunt's an author, a teacher. She owns a publishing company. Like, tons of creative, you know, film. My other aunt does. She makes costumes for Broadway. And she's been doing that for like 25 years. So it's like pretty much everyone on my... Yeah, that's badass, yeah. Like pretty much everyone on my mom's side of the family is like a creative, and then everyone on my dad's side of the family is like a business person, basically. So, naturally, I got all the creativity and none of the business aspect. Yeah, I've rewritten my books. I'm struggling because of my ADHD. But I'll get through it, yeah. People tell me I have ADHD. I think I'm just... Hi. But we're gonna have an ad in a sec here. So, be prepared. Be prepared, everyone. We're going into ad mode. No! Immediately into ad mode. Fuck! Got a square. My 3-year-old son banging on the bathroom door. No problem. Ads! Run away from the ads! Run away while you can! Oh God! Oh God! The ads! Don't let the ads consume you. The ads will if you let them. I know, because it happened to me. 3 times in a row I let those ads get at me, and now I don't have a bank account. Why did I buy those things that those ads told me to buy? I don't know, but all I know is I bought them and I support those ads. So when you get more ads, remember to yourself, the day will come when those ads will be on your side. You'll be on the side of those ads. And if you can never pull back from them ads, you be beating yourself up with knowing that you ain't got nothing better to do than go buy what that ad showed you. Go support your local ads. We allow all ads in here. I don't know how they got in because I was locked the fucking door, but somehow someone let them in. I don't know why, but it's not my fault. I didn't let him in. If it was me, I'd take my shotgun and my bow and I'd fire 3 bullets. I'd fire 3 bullets up my bow and I'd fire 2 arrows out my shotgun right into them ads. Take them right out the back door and I'll sue them for breaking my window even though I'm the one who shot them through it. No ads in here. Nah. So if I ever find out who keeps letting them in, oh boy howdy, I tell you right now, there ain't gonna be nothing left of them. Oof. Anyways, the adjoining door offered a stairway, and then narrowed into a passageway that led to the remainder of the ground floor. Here too, everything appeared immaculate. Floor and stairs dustless, as if they had been cleaned. Shined the light up the stairway, but didn't climb it. Instead, following the passage back, after openings leading to a dining room, a kitchen, and a storeroom, passage terminated in a series of 3 doors. One directly before him, and one to either side. Tried the door to his right and found it locked. One to the left was locked as well, but the door in front of him opened smoothly. He went through. The fireplace dominated the room. A large, ornate affair faced in porcelain tile. The grate and firebox were as clean as the rest of the house, spotless, as if a fire had never been made. There was a perfectly symmetrical stack of wood to one side, box of kindling in front of it. On the other side was a poker in its stand, also seemingly unused. Porcelain of the tiles had been painted with what first struck him as birds, but which, as he drew closer, he realized were not birds at all, but a series of gesticulating, disembodied hands. And there on the wall, above the mantel, what he took at first for a curious work of art, something seemingly scribbled directly on the plaster. Upon closer inspection, proved to be a stain, the only blemish he had seen in the whole house. And then he came closer, and closer still, and recoiled. It's not just any stain, he realized. It was the remnants of a great cloud of blood. There were 2 armchairs here and a bearskin on the floor. He could light a fire and get warm. Did he dare start one? What if someone saw smoke coming up from the chimney? Would they cause trouble for him? But his batteries wouldn't last forever, and the last thing he wanted was to be left in the dark again. No, he needed a fire. If he was caught, so what? It would mean a night in jail, and then they'd let him go. And the jail would be warm. Balanced the flashlight on its end so that the light fountained up toward the ceiling. Then rummaged through his bag until he found his book of matches. It was bent and crumpled, striking pad worn along the middle of the strip, through to the paper backing. Most of the matches were torn out and gone. Carefully, he arranged the split logs in a cross-hatched stack, and then, on top of this, built a little mound of tinder. The mound looked, he realized, like a star. And once he noticed this, he found his fingers working to make it even more of one. First match struck, fizzled out. Second did a little better. The tinder didn't catch. With the third, once the match was alight, he ignited the matchbook as well, pushing both into the tinder. It blew on the flame until the tinder caught, watching it blacken and curl, charring its mark into the pale wood below. And then that caught too. He stared into the flames. Soon he felt the warmth radiating from the fire. Soon after that, it was too hot to stay near. He made his way back to one of the armchairs. Before he could sit in it, he realized there was something already there. A rubberized blanket, perhaps. Strangely shaped and nearly see-through. An odd color, a dirty pink. Pigskin, maybe. Stretched thin or perhaps cured in a way that gave it translucency. It was soft to the touch and warm, no doubt from the fire. He grasped it in both hands and lifted it. Found it to be more a sheath than a blanket, something he could crawl into. As large as a man, roughly the shape of a man as well. He dropped it as if stung. Took a few steps away from the chair. His first impulse was to flee, but with each step away from the sheath he felt safer, more secure. Somebody's idea of a joke, he told himself, an odd costume. Nothing to worry about. Settled into the other chair, still shaken. He would rest for a few minutes, warm up, and then leave. A moment later, he was sound asleep. He dreamed that he was in an operating theater, much like the one his father had performed surgery in when he was still alive. There was a chair on the upper tier reserved solely for him, his name on a brass plate set in the back of the chair. When he entered the theater, everyone turned and faced him and stared. It was crowded, every chair taken but his own. And to reach his spot, he had to force his way down the aisle into the center of the row, stepping with apologies over the legs of the others. Down below, the surgeon stood with his gloved hands held motionless and awkwardly raised, his face mostly hidden by his surgical mask. He seemed to be waiting for Lars to take his seat. Lars sat, and then, when the surgeon still continued to stare at him, motioned for him to proceed. The surgeon nodded sharply and turned toward the other man. On the theater floor, a tall, elderly gentleman, stripped nude and standing just beside the operating table. The surgeon ran his hand across the tray of instruments and took up a scalpel, made a continuous incision along the man's clavicle, from one shoulder to the other. Elderly man didn't seem to mind or even to feel it. Remained standing, smiling absently. Surgeon set the bloody scalpel down on the edge of the operating table. Carefully, he worked his gloved fingers into the incision he had created, and then, once he had a firm grasp on the skin, began very slowly to pull it down, gradually stripping the man's flesh off his chest in a single slick sheet. From time to time, looking back at Lars as if for approval. Lars awoke, gasping, unsure of where he was. He was sweating, the room warmer than when he'd fallen asleep. Fire glowing a deep red, the heat making the air in front of the fireplace shimmer. "Bad dream?" asked a voice. He turned, startled. There, in the other armchair, was a man. Something was wrong with his skin. It hung strangely on him, too loose in the fingers and elbows, too tight in other places. There was something wrong, too, with his face, so the skin didn't quite align with the bones beneath. One eye was oddly stretched so that it was open too wide, the other bunched and all but shut. "A bad dream?" asked the malformed man again. "Yes, it is," said Lars. "Was you mean?" said the malformed man. But Lars had not meant was, but is. "I'm dreaming," thought Lars. Okay, that really confused me, but now I understand. Okay, so he said it is, and then the guy says was, and he was like, wait, what do you mean was? I didn't mean to say was. Wait, I'm still dreaming. Fuck! When you wake up and you think that you woke up, then you wake up again, and then you're like, fuck, I'm finally awake, and then you wake up again, and you're like, god damn it, and then you get ready for work, and then you wake up again, and you're like, thank God it's my day off. And then you wake up and you're late for work. And then you're sitting there waiting to like wake up again. And then you realize that nope. This was the time that I actually woke up. Fuck! Lars had not meant was, but is. I'm dreaming, thought Lars. Still asleep and dreaming. What are you staring at? Asked the man. Is it me? He reached up and touched his face, and then began to tug on it, sliding the skin slightly over with a wet sucking sound. The eye that had been bloated began to shrink back, the other eye opening up. Lars, sickened, had to look away. There we are, said the man. You see, nothing to be concerned over. And Lars still stared into the fire. He added, look at me. Reluctantly, Lars did. He saw just a normal man now, no malformation at all. What was wrong with you? He couldn't stop himself from asking. Wrong? Asked the man, smoothed back his hair. Nothing. Why would you think anything is wrong? Lars opened his mouth and closed it again. In the other chair, the man watched him. He hadn't realized someone else was here, Lars finally managed. I didn't mean to intrude. I'll go. Nonsense, said the man. It's a big house. A mansion of sorts. I don't mind sharing. It's only... Don't worry, said the man. I've already eaten. What the hell? Wondered Lars. Had the man thought he wasn't going to stay because he had no food to offer? Is that a custom around these parts? Confused, he started to rise from the chair. The other man was already up, patting the air in front of him with his hands. Sit, sit, he was saying. To get past him, Lars would have to touch him. That was something he felt he did not want to do. He let himself fall back into the chair. Impossibly, the man was already back at his own chair as well, sitting down. The skin on one side of his face seemed to be growing loose again. Or maybe that was no more than the flickering of the firelight. I didn't mean to wake you, said the man, though perhaps it wasn't I who woke you. I don't know, said Lars. The man uncrossed his legs and then crossed them in the other direction. Will you tell it to me? He asked. Tell you what? Your dream! Will you share it with me? I don't think that's a good idea. The man smiled and gave a little laugh. No! Then the least I could do is try to help you fall back asleep. There was once a man who was not a man. The man began. He was frowning. Or perhaps it was that his face was slipping. He acted like a man. And yet, he was not in fact a man, after all. Then why? You might wonder, did he live with men or among them? Why indeed? But this is not that kind of story. Kind meant to explain things. Simply tells things as they are, and as you know, there is no explanation for how things are. At least none that would make any difference and allow them to be something else. He acted like a man, and in many respects he was a man, and yet he was not a man as well. And sometimes he would forget this and allow himself to relax a little and leak out. "What?" said Lars, his voice rising. "Leak out," said the man. He had pulled his chair a little closer, or at least it seemed that way to Lars. "But what?" said Lars. "How?" "Leak out," said the man with finality. "I already told you this is not that kind of story. The kind that explains itself. Be quiet and listen." "Queen, welcome, welcome. How's it going?" "True, true. How's your day going today, Queen?" He would relax a little and leak out, and sometimes it was hard for him to make his way back in again. "True, Queen. Sometimes people would come along while he was this way. Humans, and he'd have to decide what to do with them. Or perhaps to them. Sometimes, if he couldn't get back into where he had been, could at least get into one of them." The man reached out abruptly and touched his cheek. "I got a calm warning on rivals for talking shit over voice." Welcome to the club, Queen. True fucking too true. 35? Welcome, welcome, Hake, how's it going? How are you? 35 what? How old I am? How many dicks I've sucked? I mean, what? It's more than 37. Way more than 37, trust me. But how are you as well, Hake? Doing well today? We have some, new stories. Well, I shared my 35-day watch streak. Oh, I didn't see that in the chat. 35 days. You know what sucks is Sean lost his, like, God, he had to have been on, like, a 190 or 200 day streak when he lost his streak. Fucking insane. Is what it is. Wait, it just started? It hasn't been a thing? I thought it was always a thing. See, this is how you know I don't use Twitch. Oh, like literally the only person I watch is Asma. Well, I watch Quinn and I watch Artosis, but like mainly. Not that I'm aware. Oh, okay. Well, whether the streak exists or not, Sean would have had like a 200-day streak. I don't like the idea of streaks. I think it's fucking FOMO, retarded, stupid. You shouldn't gamify systems that are entertainment based, because you're just gonna get a bunch of bot watchers. Yeah, well, I have a 5-day streak. Why did that not show up in chat? 5 is larger than 35. No. I think it is. It has less numbers, right? Which means it's bigger. Because if it has less numbers, that means each number is bigger. So like each individual number is more potent. That's why you can have 2 plus 2 equals 5. Because if you have a small 2 and a large 2, which is actually a 3, it's 2 plus 3, which is 5. So that's how you get 2 plus 2 equals 5. What is this? Welcome, welcome, fish. We are saying that 5 is a higher number than 35. So if you have a 5 streak, that's higher than 35. And we're doing the math statistically in order to prove it. Yo, beef and broccoli! What's up, fish? True. Welcome, welcome. Always good to see you, brother. Shut your bitch ass up! What's on the agenda for tonight? Tonight is just a lot of story reading. Who the fuck you? Hace is our newest, well, not newest actually, because we had Stardwell today. But he is like our second newest, I don't know, regular now, hopefully. Hey! Excusey. Welcome, welcome, Callie. Always good to see you, good sir. Callie, are you streaming today? If not, you need to stream today, bro. And do you have, did you release another video today, Callie? Yes, you made another video? Hell yeah. Okay, well, we're just about to hit chapter 2 in this story, so I am down to watch the video, Callie. If you want to post it, which I'm guessing you've probably already posted it in the Discord. This guy punches metal lockers for fun. He's the kind of guy who comes into work and says, yeah, I can't do my job. And the guy says, why? And he says, because I punched a hole in my wall. And he says, well, that was dumb. And he said, no, what was dumb was hitting the stud. I can always punch you instead. Better not mess with him. Oh, that was tough as hell. Yeah, Fish is definitely the badass one, right? Say that again. Oh shit. Beef! 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 Not as tough as the feeling of my penis inside of your mom's womb. Dumb fuck. Damn! He got descriptive up in there, bro. Damn! Lars felt warmth spreading through his face. Maybe it was cold, but so cold it felt warm. Found he could not move. Sometimes, said the man, once he got into one of them, he would stay for a while. But other times, he would simply swallow them up and be done with them. I wish I was as cool and popular as this guy, stupid ass N. Pull this guy up like Asmon. Fish, you're getting pulled up. Absolutely fucking based. Tox is a jerk face. Callie, I thought you were supposed to be slandering me. You're getting pulled up. Okay, you're getting pulled up. All right. Let's see. Is this guy a spammer? Huh? Oh, look at that. So, what did I say that was wrong? Tell me what I said that was wrong. Yeah, see guys? He's just insulting me because he knows that I'm right. I just creamed my pants. Alright, we're banning this guy. Get rid of him. Get out of here. You're banned. Fucking freak. Go to Intoxication stream where all the freaks are. You'll fit in super well over there with his 5 viewers. Watch the video, jerkface. You're moving to insults now. You're getting banned. You're getting banned. And see? This is the problem. People aren't fighting against what I say. They just fight against who I am. Assholes. And yes, I'm an asshole. But am I wrong? This guy has to be a body, ends every sentence with a period. It's because every response comes from ChatGPT. If people like Hassan on Twitch, you get this kind of environment. Do I think he should be banned? Yes. Well, he broke the terms of service. Twitch specifically has like an anti-propaganda, anti-terrorism clause. So yes, Hassan should be banned because Hassan broke the fucking rules. Only thing I can't do is the Asmongold eyebrow thing where it's like the... See, this friggin' period thing. You should seppuku now. Alright guys, this is Callie's new thing. Falling asleep as an incubus sings you a lullaby. Commit Sudoku! Oh, Japanese. Wait, another thing in Japanese. Guys, like, what is this? Like, I can't believe this. Like, I don't get as much, like, I don't get nearly as much pushback or flack when I go to Japan. But no, when I go to China, all of a sudden it's like white monkey this, white monkey that. Like, fuck. Guy can't just go to another country and enjoy their culture? What's the world coming to? Japan is so based, mostly. If I don't get to experience the culture before it dies, I will crash out. The biggest problem with Japan... is that unless... Y'all better keep it Japanese before I pull up on you. Yeah. The problem with Japan is segregation. Japan, within the next 100 years, needs to leave Japan. Because in 1,000 years from now, the island of Japan will not exist. No, this is a fact. And this is actually something that's pushed by the Japanese government. They have, like, an initiative plan for this. That by scientific estimations, within 500 to 600 years, about 80% of Japan will be underwater. And if you know anything about the underwater areas around Japan, are all you can see the levels of civilization leading up to the point when Japan wasn't an island. Japan was a mountain. It was a coastal mountain, and eventually the sea rose and the island sank because it's not on it's not on solid sediment. So the actual island is sinking. It's not just the water level rising, the actual island is sinking. So eventually it will be underwater. So Japan, at some point in time, has to have a mandate to leave the island because they need to be able to preserve their culture and their existence, because Japan is one of the most unique and amazing cultures on the planet because of its size and its like near isolation. That's the problem, Fish. That's why I think it needs to be a world thing where it's like areas of the world that are being consumed and lost. I think there should be refugee places in the world that literally give sections of their landmass to those countries in equivalent sizes of population density. To be like, we are literally giving you like this section of land that is now, this is Japanese territory. It's not sovereign under like whatever nation you're in. And we're just going to facilitate this not as a refugee camp, but as we are giving you this land. This is now the new, like, I imagine it is like, I don't think we have enough open land. Fish, we do. We absolutely do. The problem is underdeveloped infrastructure. But if Japan itself was investing in this, and building up this to the point where the Japanese were the ones that were paying for it. Okay, you do know, based upon population centers, Fish, like, somewhere close to 70% of the U.S. is uninhabited. Somewhere to 80% of Canada is uninhabited. Like, there are places where you can go for hours between towns in Alberta. You just have to find those places that are, like, the middle of a butt-fuck goddamn nowhere. The Canadian Interior is basically an Arctic pole. That much I know. That is true, Fish. It's like 1.5 feet of snow outside. It's like minus 25. And I'm on, like, the southern end of Alberta. But yeah. I changed the title. Okay, Callie. Sounds good. But we should probably get into this because Callie's waiting for this. So this is Callie's thing. It's snowing right now. No, it's too dark to tell if it's snowing right now. But, like, I could go snowbong if I wanted to. That's what I did the other day. Good old snowbong.
Hey, baby. Want me to sing that lullaby so you fall asleep faster this time? Yes.
Yeah, it's been snowing for like a month and a half.
Favorite dream.
Ah, fuck. That's what I was doing. Right, I was waiting for ads. I was like, there was a reason! Callie, there was a reason I wasn't playing the video. It was ads. I'm not retarded, I'm actually smart. I'm actually smart. Who knew? Who knew I was SMRT, the best 5-letter word in the world? SMRT. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5-letter word. Winter is based, but I can't go for winter over coastal for living area. Cold temperatures is sick because it slows your immune system. Also ads. True. Ads are true. Ruby ads. Be true. True at that. Be true ads. Be true. Yes. I guess ads have finished for now. I don't know. It still says I got 15 seconds left on ads. I was about to say 15 minutes, but you know, I could continuously press that button. Guys, we need to make more than a fucking $1 a day, okay? So, I need y'all to, like, when an ad is playing, double the ad time. So if, like, you have a 1.5 minute ad, watch 3 minutes of ads. It would help the channel so much, guys. I would really appreciate it. 3. Dude, that would be a fucked up feature. Okay, guys, could you imagine? A feature that allows the viewer to run an ad for themselves. Beat me in StarCraft 1 and 2. First to 3 and I'll consider it. Okay, Fish, after this, load up StarCraft. I'll play a game against you. We're doing it today, Fish. We're playing that game today. So, you better get your BattleNet open. What? It's not signed to me in? Fuck. No, my new GPU isn't here yet. It's in the post. Wait, you need a new GPU for fucking StarCraft? The fuck do you mean? Well, if I can't log into my BattleNet account, I'm fucked either way. 3, 2, 1, go! He's so hard, ladies and gentlemen, he smokes a plant. Drew, I saw this thing. It's like, how many plants did humans smoke before they found weed? And my answer was every single one. And I was like, the other answer is, what makes you think they stopped trying to figure things out after smoking weed? As soon like you just keep smoking plants and you find weed, and you're like, this is the best thing ever. No, you go, whoa, this works, which means you just keep smoking every single plant, because the chances of that plant being the best one are pretty low considering the amount of plants out there. Anyways, Callie, I was saving it for ads. The reason I didn't want to play it was because of ads. So here we go.
Hey,
Ad free.
baby.
It's high school, man. Sheet, I'm always real in, bro. They call me Tommy Two Takes, bro. Oh my god, bro. I got too much herb, bro. Want to fight, bro.
Yes.
Suburban white kids, yo, swear they're tough. True.
Hush-a-bye, don't you cry.
Damn,
Go
Callie.
to
Holy
sleep,
shit.
my little baby.
Oh my god.
When you
Sing me to
wake,
sleep,
you
please.
shall have all the pretty little horses.
Dreamy Bloody, yo, what's up?
And beige,
Callie's got a voice, guys.
dapples grays, all the pretty little horses.
Callie has a voice.
Yes, I know how it feels. I'm an incubus after all. I know the fears you're facing are overwhelming
Can't
you.
on Callie too much. He's at
Sometimes
least
you
got
don't think it's worth
balls
it
to
even
create
try
stuff.
to
It's
sleep.
better than people who claim they're creators and don't create anything more than grooves and the
Even if
oil-stained
you
couch
give
they
up
sleep on.
taking care of yourself,
Who is Callie?
I won't give up on you.
Callie is amazing.
You
That's who
deserve
Callie
a
is.
full night's rest. This night will be easy. Close your eyes.
Callie is
Snuggle
the
up
Hindu
close to me,
goddess of
and let this
destruction.
next
Oh, I did not know that,
pass
Fish.
by faster than the blink of an eye.
The viewer of this channel and content creator and also author? Indeed, he is.
Oh, I know
That's
you're
his
scared,
book.
sweetie.
Right there.
I may
Butterflies
be a
with Vertigo.
soul-sucking incubus, but I need you to do this for yourself. You need to know that when you take care of yourself, you position yourself to treat the rest of the world with kindness as well. You wake up feeling energetic and happy, and that makes me happy. It's not because I feed on your joy, no. It's because
Time to
that's
talk
what
less
you're
shit about
most
Callie then.
beautiful.
He's actually got books and videos out. That's
You
more
have a
90%
glow
of
to
people
you
in the
that's
space.
simply
Yep.
breathtaking.
I don't have, I mean, my books are
The nightmare takes that away from
just
you.
short story compilations. I don't have a real book like Callie.
And me.
This will be Callie's third
That's
book.
why
He
I
has
get
2
so
books. That's his
angry
second
when
book.
that nightmare takes
It's not even his
hold of
first
me.
book.
He takes away your beauty and leaves behind a mess I have to take care of. I'm almost appreciative, though. You're a mess I will happily clean for the rest of my life. And he's grown quite attached to you, my darling. Just as I have. I want to see you glow again. Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleep, my little baby. Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleep, my little baby. Oh,
Callie, I'm
seems like
gonna
I'm
fall
carried
asleep.
away.
You're gonna have to eat my
I only
dreams.
wanted a taste. But I can see why the nightmare is so addicted to that particular flavor. If there's a god, he really outdid himself when he made you. Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleep, my little baby. Shh. Shh. I won't let you get stressed out. Listen. I want you to know that no matter what you feel, I'm here to take the brunt of it. Especially anything that nightmare does to you. Is it okay if I rub your hair?
Yes.
Touch is the best way for me to
Please.
use my powers. and your nightmares take refuge in that beautiful mind of yours. So it'd be much easier for me if I could. Thank you.
Was that like you rearranging,
Darling.
like shuffling her around?
Do you know why I came looking for you?
Repositioning?
No.
Wink, wink,
it's
nudge,
not
nudge.
just because of your beautiful soul. Every night,
Easier
all the
access.
incubi in hell fought this pain
For your
in their
dreams.
chest.
Your dreams.
And it took years for me to realize that it came from a particular human. She became the center of all of hell for more than 2 decades.
You aren't slick,
until
Scotty.
was chosen
I was never trying to
find
be
the
slick.
source of that pain.
Callie's the slick one.
We found out it was a human. A woman enslaved by the nightmare god.
Hey man, I didn't say it. Callie did.
One who wanted to take all the incubi's powers.
I mean, I said it, but Callie did it, right?
I rose up from hell and took this form to find you. I wanted to destroy you. But we bonded over your dreams and I realized just how precious you are. So I took it upon myself to fight.
Don't
this
have Callie
nightmare.
fight your battles for you.
However, your observational
Yes,
skills
learn
are
fish. Have other people fight your battles for you, then
unnatural.
you don't have to fight.
Just as your
Smart.
nightmares
That's
are.
high IQ.
You found me in one of your dreams. I was
I'm not a
very
foot
weak
soldier,
in
I'm a
that
commander.
man's Fight, and I had taken a particularly nasty
I only fight other
fall,
commanders.
But
But Callie's an exalt, so you never want to touch that.
Every night after that,
Like, that's like fighting
you
a
had
god.
That same nightmare.
Shut your fake-ass
fought
tactician from
back.
Fire Emblem up.
You took me in.
Hey
took care
man,
of me
if my
again
character dies, they're
and
dead
again.
forever. I never let a
And
character
I fell
die.
in love with
And I
you.
never save scum. If they die, they fucking
Your
die.
Nightmares became the only place I feel safe.
By the end of the game, I only have like 3
I'm
characters
dedicated
left.
to making sure you feel safe every night. But there's one more thing you must do to empower me even more. If you subscribe to this channel, I can visit you more often.
You suck at tactics, Sun Tzu. Now shut up.
Now, let me finish singing.
No, I play on the
that
hardest
song.
difficulty of the game.
Way down yonder.
And
in
mistakes
the
happen.
meadow
Over the course of the game, you lose people.
lies a poor
But it makes it so, like, emotionally impactful for playing the game. I had so much fun doing that shit. Because it actually felt, like, impactful.
His eyes, poor little thing, a crying lamb. Blacks and bays.
Explain how the
black
Green
moons and
Scorpion played through
grays,
Blazing Blade with no losses.
all the pretty little horses.
Was it his first ever playthrough?
I'm sorry, do you hear that baby cry?
Because I've only ever, like, really played through each
No.
game once. I've only played 3, I
Can't
think,
be.
maybe 4 Fire Emblem games.
The song.
Yeah, so if it's your
It's
first
giving
run
me to a
through,
nightmare.
if you know what you're
Look.
doing, but if you're totally new to the... Plus,
have
I
to
was,
tell
like,
you what the nightmare is so we know what
17.
we're up against.
I was, like, 17 to, like,
A
21.
long time ago, in the American South, there lived a young black woman who was enslaved. She was kind, patient, and full of love, especially for her own baby. Her child was the one bright thing in a life that left her very
Her
little for herself.
child? Don't you mean her child? That was some
But the
fucked
people
up.
who owned the land and the house forced her to take care for their baby instead. So each morning, she would be taken away from her child and brought into the big house, where she had to rock another baby to sleep. She did it because she had no choice, but her heart always ached. She wondered if her own child was crying somewhere, wondering where their mother had gone. She hoped someone, anyone, was holding her baby the way she was holding this one. She sang to keep her sadness from spilling over. She made up a beautiful lullaby, soft, slow, full of dreams. She sang about pretty little horses, imagining a world where children could be free, safe, and loved. A world where she could give her child beautiful things and watch them grow up happily. The song became her way of whispering hope into a world that didn't give her much of it. It's a mother's love living inside a dream she couldn't have, but still offered softly. Because love finds its way even when
The story is
cruel.
amazing, Callie.
Are you the woman in the nightmare? Or are you becoming her in real life? No matter. Look, you're here, in this moment, not that nightmare. Instead, let's have that dream together. But instead of you taking care of me, I'll take care of you, alright? Let's call it Incubus X Listener Part 2.
Hell yeah. I love how you integrated that in there, dude. That was so well done. The subscribe thing in the middle was fucking peak, and then at the end there, it's like, yep, let's get into number 2 here. We got this, boys. That is so clever. Alright, well, it doesn't appear that anyone has anything they want me to read, so we'll just go back again to part 2 of this story. Who the hell is Seth? Seth is a channeled entity who was channeled through Jane Roberts in the 1960s to the 1980s. He is a essentially energy being, personality being. He's interdimensional and non-physical. He is a consciousness entity that teaches people about existence. The most profound written, yes. The concept of Seth is supernatural in a way, but the teachings themselves, like for instance here, this is always a good one. So what I love to do is if you can just go like this. Yeah, Seth speaks. I think it's this one.
I'm quite independent of a physical image, and so are you. Consciousness creates form. It is not the other way around. All personalities are...
And isn't that fucked? That, like, I pick a random one, I fucking click on it, and it's like... Yeah, okay, instantly. Yep, okay, consciousness is fundamental to existence.
not
Yep.
physical. It is only because you are so busily concerned with daily matters that you do not realize that there is a portion of you who knows that its own powers are far superior to those shown by the ordinary self. You have each lived other existences, and that knowledge is within you, though you are not consciously aware of it. I hope that this book will serve to release the deeply intuitive self within each of my readers, and to bring to them the foreground of consciousness whatever particular insights will serve you most. As I begin this book, it is late January, in your time, 1970.
I'm an atheist, but I wonder if there is other stuff that isn't physical.
Dark-haired, quick woman now,
Yep.
who sits in a rocker and speaks these words for me.
I don't mean God, religion, I mean anything that isn't physically here. Yeah. Well, my thing is that the digital world can exist, the conscious world can exist, and if those two things can exist independently of other things, such as if you turned off all computers and you unplugged absolutely everything, would the data disappear? And the answer is no, it wouldn't. So, Isn't that a proof case of consciousness? Because in my opinion, it is. Virtual world has a creator, though. I don't think that's true, Fish. I don't think we created the digital world. I think we tapped into it. And I think the digital world is a expansion of consciousness. And the only reason that the digital world can exist is simply because of consciousness. So it's kind of a fundamentality of where you stand on what you believe define digital world. Anything non-physical. A way to interact with reality that is not physical. That, to me, is digital. So the fact that I can communicate with you despite not being physically within distance for you to hear my voice, that is digital. Right? The fact that I can't physically reach into the computer and pull out the parts of it. Like, I can't reach into my mind and pull out my thoughts. Shadow Realm! Shadow Realm! Away with you! Tanner, what's this? What's this? But you can reach into a computer and pull out its parts. You can do the same thing with your brain, Fish. You can pull your brain out and you can pull the parts of your brain apart. Just like you can with a computer. But you can't find the information inside of it. So, I'm confused. What is this? Learn Fish right now. Oh, it's the image. The meme. Oh, I see. He's like, Mwah! It's a portrait of his mother. Oh, that's good. That's good. I love it. But yeah, so I don't think that without the idea of consciousness, the physical, digital world couldn't exist. So I think it's not so much we created the digital world as we tapped into the ability to use it. Just like we tap into the ability of our mind for imagination. Because I think brains are computers, just biological computers. They work under the same functionality as a computer. That is my opinion. How was there a digital world before computer science? That's why consciousness is fundamental to existence. Consciousness came before the physical world. The physical world only exists because consciousness was there to mold it and create it. And as simple as that is this. That is this. That is this. The ability through consciousness to manipulate and create the world. Only there is an underlying fundamental that is even higher than simply particle physics, right? And that is the wave function duality and the wave function collapse, which causes probability to become reality. And this is all provable through quantum mechanics, scientifically. Through our current understanding of what quantum mechanics is. So essentially, human brains are biological quantum computers. Fascinating concepts. When he woke up, it was late in the day. Enough sunlight. Computers. Yes? Quantum? I don't think so. Potential. We don't use, most people don't use that part of your brain, but dreaming is tapping in to the quantum processing part of your brain. Same with myth. We all use all parts of our brain, but not to their full functionality. We use to the point where you could, let's say, like overclocking your brain, looking at someone like Einstein, someone like Stephen Hawking, someone like Carl Sagan, someone like, you know, someone with that level of, like Brian Cox, like that level of intelligence, right? Their brains just fundamentally work on a completely different level because of the amount of connections inside of their brain. So the more connections you create, the faster you can create connections, which means you can create connections faster. So the more connections you create, the more intelligent you essentially become within a baseline of your brain's capability and your cognitive function. So all brains are technically the same, but the functionality of it is increased across the spectrum. So the reason that people are dumb is because their brains don't operate at that efficiency level. Then it stands to ask, how does one create connections, and why aren't we all doing it as a global human cultural thing? We are fish, and we actually have like statistical evidence across species that we do it, and I can't remember what it's called. I know there's a specific word for it. So let's just go to Grok. What is the phenomenon called where species studied across the world that have no interaction with each other seem to gain similar traits? Convergent evolution. Is that what it is? Unrelated or distant related species that live in different parts of the world and have no direct contact with each other independently evolve similar traits or adaptations because they face similar environmental challenges or ecological niches. And this is like the idea of like dormancy inside of the cells taking on a place, right? But it's a very fascinating idea, and humans do this with intelligence, right? Where the most intelligent of the species literally raises the bottom of the species across like a non-physical existence, essentially, using like the power of an average across consciousness to increase the overall consciousness of humans across a species. And that's the power, I think, of the quantum component to our brains. But again, that's just what I think. And there is research that could support it. It's not proof, but there is evidence to support it. But again, it could all be under cognitive biases, so there's a lot of other things that go along with that. When he woke up, it was late in the day, enough sunlight leaking through the gaps between boards to fill the house with a pale light. He was lying on the floor, on the bare skin, and had slept in such a way that he was stiff all along one side, his shoulder tingling, his jaw tight. The other man was nowhere to be seen. Had anything really happened? Perhaps he had dreamed it all. Ashes in the grate were still warm. The room, which had seemed to him so immaculate in his flashlight beam of the night before, clearly wasn't. The floor was dusty, there was litter and garbage as well, and a faint, sour smell. Bearskin he had slept on was moth-eaten and tattered, as were the 2 chairs. The only place that was immaculate was the wall above the fireplace. There wasn't a stain there after all. Quickly packed his duffel bag and made for the door. He wouldn't come back, he told himself. He was, after all, just passing through. He'd never stay in the same place more than a day or two. Not since his father's death. Searched the house, found nothing of value. Dead batteries still weren't anywhere. It's late afternoon by the time he walked the half-mile into town. Town was smaller than he'd hoped. The business district little more than one main street, with a diner, a general store with a lunch counter in back, a drugstore, a feed and grain supply, a hardware store. He spent some time in the hardware store. Unfortunately, there weren't enough customers, and the clerk was paying too much attention for him to lift anything. So he left and walked down to the general store, moved down the aisles, considering. One clerk here, too, seemingly the identical twin of the fellow in the hardware store, albeit less attentive. In the candy aisle, he slipped a pair of energy bars into his coat pocket as he bent down to pretend to examine something on the bottom shelf. Batteries were on an end cap, and a little trickier to pocket unobserved. Took him some time to position his body between the display and the clerk in such a way that to allow him to superfluously slip a set down his pants. Ads getting in the way of Irritan. I try to keep the ads away, boys. We try to fight the ads, but we can't fight them. I think there's a traitor among us. We found a way to let the ads in without being discovered. So you know what we're gonna do? The next time we're gonna lay a trap. And when he comes through, we gonna grab him and we gonna tie him to those ads. And oh boy, he gonna have a bad time of it like we've been having a bad time of it. And he gonna learn. He gonna learn what it like to truly have ads. And I tell you now, it ain't fun. It ain't fun. It ain't good. It's just got what it does, and I don't know about you, but I feel sometimes that get guzzin' goes gattin'. I just get her guns, and it's a getter goo. It's not what I'm gonna do now, it's what I wanna do later that matters, right? We can build it all up in the end, but you never know what's coming at the beginning. That's the scariest part, the setup. He wondered a little more to throw off the scent. By the time he was turning away toward the front of the store, preparing to leave without buying anything, it was beginning to grow dark outside. Snow just started to fall. The clerk seemed to have doubled, having been joined by his brother or cousin or whatever the fuck he was from the hardware store next door. Unless there was a third one floating around. They were whispering back and forth, watching him. Briefly considered putting everything back, but he needed the food. Been well over a day since he had anything to eat. He needed the batteries too, particularly if he was going to spend another night outdoors. Needed to be certain his flashlight wouldn't go out. Matches too, he thought, otherwise no fire. Found a box of them, slipped them into his duffel bag. The clerk from the hardware store was heading towards him, his lips a tight line. The other clerk, the one who actually worked there, moved to block the front door. Lars headed quickly up the aisle toward the back of the store. Behind him, the man closest to him gave a shout. Lars burst into a run, darting through the door marked employees only, swerved around boxes and metal shelves until he reached the back wall, chose a direction and ran along it until he hit the door. Metal bar slung about waist level, pushed on the bar and the door opened to a blast of cold and an alarm went off. And then he was out in the alley, the light fading, snow drifting slowly down. He ran, his feet slipping on the ice, hearing the sounds of the two clerks in pursuit. Ran until he no longer heard them, no longer felt them behind him, and he stopped, listening. It was all but dark now. Walked for a while, catching his breath. Where was he? Wasn't sure exactly. On one of the roads leading out of town. Fields on all sides. And then he heard something. Cry from behind him. Began to run again. And then the darkness, he heard voices even closer. As if he had not run away from the two men, but toward them. Cut quickly off the road and into the field beside it. And it wasn't a field, but a house and its grounds. Almost a mansion from what he could see of it. And then he realized exactly what house it was. But he hadn't been anywhere near it. How could that house be here? Voices drew closer. Could they see him if he stood motionless in the house's yard? It was already dark. But was it dark enough? His face shined like a buoy in the darkness. It's only a house, he tried to tell himself. Only an ordinary house. Nothing to worry about. Before the voices came any closer, he forced himself to walk towards it. Find the loose boards covering the window and squirm in. Later, he wondered if he had heard voices after all. Or rather, wondered if the voices he had heard had been connected to the two clerks. They were still chasing him. That was, he told himself, as he waited in the house, the heart of the matter. Either the voices were the clerks, or they weren't. But if they weren't, whose were they? I'll just wait a little, he told himself once inside. Just until I'm sure they're gone. But each time, thought he was safe, made for the window. He heard them again. Or heard something like them, anyway. How much time passed, he wasn't sure. Had he slept? He didn't think so. Although it was much darker in the house now. So dark he couldn't see at all, save for the pale lines marking the joints between the window boards. He got out his flashlight. It wasn't wise. Not if the two men were still outside looking for him. But he couldn't help himself. Couldn't stand the dark. Not in here. He turned it on, pointed it at the ground. The room, he saw, looked exactly as it had the night before. Clean, immaculately so. Floor freshly polished. As if it were not a deserted house after all. Having the flashlight on made him feel better. But seeing the impossibly polished floor made him feel worse. He listened. Voices came and went for a while, and then dissolved into wind. A lonely sound with nothing human to it at all. Pulled on the boards to look out and see if they were still there. I tried to. The boards wouldn't give. As if they had been nailed back in place since he had entered. Pulled at them. Hammered on them with his flashlight. Disoriented, he looked around. Tried the boards on the other window. They were all tightly nailed in place. He went to the front door, unlocked it, rattled the handle. Felt almost like something held the door shut from the other side. He hit it with his shoulder, hard, and then stopped. It had been padlocked, he remembered. Of course it wouldn't open. All he needed was something to pry the boards away from the window. Didn't matter how they got stuck. It's not worth thinking about. All that mattered was to get them off and get out. But there was nothing in the room. The room was empty. He knew that already. He hit one of the boards with the butt of his flashlight. Stopped when its beam began to flicker. Couldn't bear to be without a light, not here. He needed to find something he could pry with. Would have to find something else. Traveled back and forth between the entrance hall and the hallway, always stopping shy of the door at the end of the hallway. Searched the kitchen, found nothing but empty cabinets. The dining room was empty too. He tried the doors to either side at the end of the passage, found them both still locked. Kept searching the same empty rooms and finding nothing. I won't go, he was telling himself. Not in there. But in the end, he did go in. In his mind, he could see the poker, leaning in its stand right beside the fireplace. He could pry the boards off with it. He would rush in, take the poker, and leave. He would look at nothing. No one. He would think about nothing. No one. He would simply come and go. He wouldn't stay. But when he finally opened the door, he found a fire already lit, roaring in the fireplace. He couldn't help but see that. And he couldn't help but see that spray of blood there again on the wall above the mantel, looking even larger than before. Just as he couldn't help but see the creature in the chair, struggling into or perhaps out of its skin. Skin was on the bottom half of its body, but not the top half, looked at him and perhaps smiled, moved its face anyhow in a way that frightened him. "Back for more," it said. "I was just leaving," said Lars. The creature ignored him. "You wanted another story," it said. "Is that what you came for?" And it reached out towards his face. It didn't touch him, but his face still felt warm. He could not. He suddenly found move. He reached down and wormed further into the sheath. What had not been a hand became a hand. It flexed the fingers experimentally, settling the skin deeper around them. "No story," it said. "I haven't eaten." Lars felt the flashlight slip from his fingers. It struck the floor with a thunk and began to roll away until the sound was abruptly cut off, as if suddenly the flashlight was no longer there. "Well," it said, "what am I to do with you?" The fire roared, and then without warning fell silent. The rest of the room, too, fell silent. In the silence, the creature came closer. First, it touched Lars with its hand, then with a thing that was not a hand, and finally, it wrapped what remained of the loose, empty skin around him and drew him in. Definitely heavy body horror, 100%. Throwing that shit up like nothing else. Literally skinwalker shit. Oh, love it. So, no one's got any stories for us? No one got no stories for us today, boys? I'm back again to being fucking cold, because for some reason the temperature in here just loves to fluctuate. Either that or it's just Callie's getting me hot and bothered sometimes. So I blame Callie for that. So we got another couple of stories that we had set up. So, mainly the question is figuring out, because for the next 3-step story structure that we're doing for the next release, we have 5 creepypastas ready that we're gonna do, and then we have 5 biotech short stories that we're gonna do, and then we'll also have, I'm not sure if we're gonna do the bacon story or we're gonna do the Faraday box. But either way, we need a tote. So we'll kind of just go through the stories and pick them out as we go. Which ones, I don't know, I feel, because I haven't read them yet. I just picked them out, and I was like, okay, well, we'll fucking read them on stream, guys. It'll be a fucking good time. I mean, I liked this one. So, I mean, there's a consideration of putting this one in. But then there's the, do we do 5 stories? Do we do 3 stories? Right? But I'm like, we've done couples of sets of 3s. So let's do, like, a longer one, right? Let's do... Because there is something for me, I will say this. Like, when I'm looking for something, for instance, to, like, pass out to, I don't pick anything that's under an hour. So, if we have something that's like an hour and a half, I think that'll be like a new benchmark that we can set, essentially. So that's the goal. So the length of the stories, as long as they're under like 4,000 words, right? Like, this is almost 5,000 words, but it's technically 2 parts. 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay, so these are the creepypastas. Hellish! Fuck! God! It talks! Callie, what are you doing? What are you doing, Callie? Can I trust you? Okay, so this one... Talks, I know why I can barely hear my own videos. Yeah, maybe little bit higher volume, Callie. Maybe just a little wee bit. My headphones suck. So do mine, Callie. These things literally came with my phone in like 2014. Like, it's literally not even white anymore. Like, look at this shit. Oh, I can't even get it close enough to show you, but yeah. Those buds are over 12 years old. Yup. Yep, they are. 'Cause I don't do anything with them, so they just kind of chill. I don't... Like, I'm a preserver, right? Like, that wall scroll? Do you know how old that is? I got that in 2006. It's 19 years old. It's still in mint perfect fucking condition. Don't fucking touch it, it just sits there. And like this chair. This chair, well, why? If it's not broke, why fix it? This chair I got in 2018, 2017, I think. So this chair's like 8 years old. Oh, it's 9 years old? Yep. But yeah, welcome, Book. How's it going today? How are you, Book? So, Book, have you been writing anything? And I don't spend money unless I have to. I fucking do not spend money. I do not. Fuck that. I hate spending money. I'm planning a shit ton. Writing. True. We've been more reading than writing lately, though. But we do have to write the Fairy Day Cage story of the two brothers. Two brothers. They were brothers. They were two brothers. They are two brothers. Doing brother things with brothers. Because they are two brothers. The two brothers went to brother, and one brother was lost, so the other brother came to find him. And then again, they became two brothers. And now, for the third time ever, they're not just two brothers, they have another brother. So it's two brothers with another brother. Alright, so this is From Within. This is just a random sci-fi biotech horror story that Grok picked out for me. It is in fact not Brian Evanson, but it is what it is. Alright, here we go. First time they come to measure my son. He's only 11 years old. Two men knock on the door of our humble home that squats on the outskirts of Shell County. My boy and I eating macaroni and cheese, our eyes turned mid-spoon to the interruption. Outside, the darkness is as black as pitch, matching their uniforms, their helmets slick, each of them with a measuring tape in their hands, dust devils spinning across the land, dirt and garbage lifting high up into the night. They simply walk inside and lift the boy from his seat, one of them holding him as the other measures his height, then width, then depth. They never speak, only nod at each other, and then retreat into the night. The door left open, silt slipping inside and across the floor in the heels of the soft breeze. I blink. The boy shrugs, and we go back to our meal. These things happen when your overlords float above the cities. Some as small as cows. Queen bees as large as blimps. Smaller ones are gray, like elephants. Largest translucent, colored organs in red and purple, pumping from within. They are beautiful and horrific, having ruined all we know. I work in one of the mines, as most of us do, out in the desert. Certain ore that we previously thought was as common as essential to alien life and continued development. Much like the stormtroopers, I dress in a jumpsuit, but mine is orange. My son's closer to peach. We do not reside in the Gothic mansions that line the pit. No, we are just workers. So little to live, but for each other. And most days, that is enough. Workers' shotgun shacks ring out around the pillared homes. Porches wrapping around the dirty Gothic structures. Foremen carry heavy shotguns. Their women wear tattered dresses. The boy works in a sorting facility, an expansive metal garage on the way to the Shell County mines. At night, we reunite on the dirt path outside his building, holding up our hands to reveal the day's labor. Lavender and blue from the kyanite, as if dusted by fairies. Mine rusty and muted from carts of mica. Splinters of the fine ore leaving nicks upon my flesh. If it weren't for the boy, one arm around him as we lumber home, exhausted, certainly would have ended it by now. But down my arms are thin lines of mottled flesh, spiderwebs of dark promises I can't keep, unable to leave, unable to surrender. He finds a way to chirp and laugh, something they discovered inside a mineral today, some sort of ancient bug, these buried worms and larvae trapped inside the rock, the highlight of his day. He holds his hand out to show me the wriggling creatures, and my stomach turns. They look prehistoric. Their pincers and feathered legs. Don't know if it's a beautiful thing. It's discovery and excitement, or just another sad story in a long line of sad stories. Second time they came to measure my son. I'm not nearly as receptive as the first. I ask them what they want. Why they are here. They push me aside and descend upon him. He is still so innocent in this world. He doesn't know the things I struggle to forget. Free will, television, beer, football, movies, music, books, fine dining, travel. List spirals out into the ether. He knows none of those pleasures, and never will. Stands up, his arms spread wide as they measure and measure and measure. I scream at them to get out, apologetic with rage. Apoplectic. With rage, my face flushing red. But they ignore me and nod their heads. Height and width and depth. Okay, my prediction. At first, I was like, okay, well, why are they measuring him? What are the reasons they could be measuring him for? And I'm like, okay, military duty, like, maybe just statistics. No, I think they're gonna eat him. I think they're measuring him like they would a fucking cow. Like, you know, like, oh, is this one ready for slaughter? Okay. Nope, not quite yet. Okay. When I lay a hand on one of them, he turns on me with an unforeseen speed, a baton extending out of his hand, pulled from a pocket or his belt. His gloved hand is lined with metal spikes, the rapid-fire beating faster than I can witness, a blur of metal and blood splatter my eyes, my nose, my teeth, my vision lost in a mist of red as I fall to the ground, my hands never even raised. When they are gone, I regain consciousness. The boy is dabbing at my face with a bloody washcloth, cold water calming my hot flesh, his eyes full of tears, his lips bitten and puckered in resolve, not saying a word. He understands his place, and his eyes implore me to remember mine. Do not miss work. This is not allowed. So beaten and bruised, I make my way to the mines. The boy splits off at his juncture in the path, releasing my hand with reluctance. We have learned not to ask when somebody disappears, no longer standing next to us as we shovel, pick, and dig. We've learned to ignore the loss of fingers, the cuts and markings, changing in and out of our uniforms, backs covered in streaked lashings, weeping flesh, the whippings carried out in private to keep us in constant fear. The setting sun has no time of descent, no marked hour, no minute or path. Then how can we anticipate the darkness? Third time they come is not to measure my boy, but to take him. There are 4 guards this time, first entering our filthy home with an electric cattle prod in front of him, pushing it into my raised hands. My strained chest, shock ripping over my flesh as I collapse to the floor. Twitching while urine trickles down my shaking leg. The boy never says a word as they extend their measuring tapes, height and width and depth. They nod to each other, jotting down a few notes, walking him out of the house as he tells me he loves me, tells me to be strong, to wait for him. They take him, leaving behind a small envelope with a few sentences about his new assignment. Do not know if he will return. Fits the mold for some strange new job, something about the health of the great ones, a bitter pill that the beasts must swallow. The medicine, somehow, my only child. I know that I've taught him well, my son, even if I don't take my own advice. He has heard repeatedly that resistance is futile, my words slipping over the drooping eyes as he lies in bed and drifting off to sleep. I don't give him hope when I tuck him in at night, because I can't give him something I don't have. There are 3 great beasts that hover over our mine, their veiny skin transparent. I see them every day when I walk to work, and I hate their bluish tint, their waving tentacles, with all of my trembling heart. It's not like people haven't tried to rebel, to rise up. I've seen men rush out of the pits with rifles, blood on their hands, firing at the smaller gray ones, and great clear beasts rippling with puncture wounds. They pass right through them, holes made, certainly, but little changing. And as the smaller gray ones swarm closer, appendages dangling, the men's screams are lost in the thick alien hides, ripping limb from limb as shots ring out. 1 or 2 of the elephantine creatures falling to the earth, the hovering motherships unharmed. It's all I can think about in the weeks to come. My boy and his new job. There are no women down here in the mines. Their work elsewhere in the pleasure districts of Moose Jaw. My wife was dead of cancer long before any of this horror fell upon us, and I thank whatever gods are left that she never had to witness this decay. The boy has her quiet optimism, so I trudge back and forth to the mines, lost in the dust and noise, waiting to hear something, anything at all. Quiet conversations are slipped between the spark of the pickaxe, the rattling thunder of jackhammers, sledges, and shovels down here close to the veins of ore. I sidle up to the two men who are bagging up Mika. As overhead and in the distance, great excavators rumble past, bulldozers and graders spanning out across the dirt. They speak of their boys, measured and taken. I ask what they know. They shake their heads and scatter like cockroaches. But before they separate, I hear a few things. They are sick, the big ones, shedding scales of flesh that fall from the sky like graying snowflakes. I think of the slows of flesh that have turned up over the past few weeks. Massive sheets of dry skin drifting about the dead land like tumbleweeds, spinning in the wind. They hang lower in the sky. The men mumble. And as I walk home from work, I scan the sky for confirmation. There are only two of them visible today. One vibrant as glowing as ever. The second, slightly lower, dull and hardly moving. Third, falling into a distant mountain range, its sickly pallor like a dirty blanket draped over pristine snow. We made it. Just in fucking time, we made it. That's so crazy that we made it in time, guys. Woo! We were close, right? We almost didn't make it, but we did, and that's all that matters. We made it. We made it to He said do what? What do hey ads do what? Ads? Yo, ads! What's up, ads? How you doing, ads? We got the ads. Let's go. I believe in ads. I believe in ads. Ads are real. Ads are real. I can't tell you, but I know the ads are real. I can't do without no ads. Ads be real, be here, be new. Ads go, ads come. I know all the ads will be dumb. Fuck ads. Final knock at my door is nothing I expect. The boy standing there, skinny and sick, his eyes shrunken, his face swallow, falls into my outstretched arms. Says it up close, they are magnificent creatures, so very large, quiet inside the floating bodies like nothing he's ever experienced. Take him to his bed, set him down gently, fetching him a glass of water. Fuck, is my nose so freaking out again? Eyes are electric with stories. Wants to tell me everything, so I sit on his bed and listen. Talks of the other boys, how they were to be fed to the beasts. I told you! Wrapped in protective coatings, slick jumpsuits made of glossy materials, doused with certain chemicals to aid in the beast's healing treatment. The boy laughs, coughing up phlegm and blood, his eyes glazing over as he tries to finish his tale. Holding his bony right hand, I listen as he smiles the crimson smile. A relatively easy job, he says, swimming their way to the center of the monsters against the vibrating cilia. It wasn't just about the medicine, which the creatures couldn't swallow. Skin too thin to inject, too tough for any spray. But specific instructions about hearts and valves, chambers and ventricles, how to remove any blockages, plaque, or disease. But they had another plan, he says, grinning, holding out his left fist. When he spread his fingers wide, it was the worm again, now grown 10 times its previous size, pincers snapping, creature as big as a mouse, eyes blood red, feathered legs twitching, wings now on its back, thin membranes lined with intricate patterns. Oh, they're using them as hosts! Oh, so they incubate inside of them, okay. So maybe some of them they eat and then some of them they don't. The boy is asleep now, his pulse slow but steady. I take the worm, the caterpillar, whatever it is now, whatever it might become next, moth or snake or lizard, to the kitchen in search of a proper receptacle. Find a mason jar and drop it inside, iridescent rippling over its surface. Feelers probing the air, poke a few holes in the lid with a rusty screwdriver, my stomach rippling with hope. Swing open the front door, the horizon filled with orange light as the sun sets in the distance. They are gone. The sky is empty now. Nothing hovering. A stream of men from the pits. Gray-skinned husks lying scattered over the earth. The worms devouring from within. The sickness is spread. The network of creatures like one long line of electrostatic shock, stilling their waving arms as they wither and die across the silent, barren plains. Our new home. Yep, okay, that's an ending. I'll give it that. So the whole time I'm thinking, how can I kind of like make this feel like it's part of the network? And then the last thing it says is the network. And I'm like, okay, well, yeah. Yep. This is definitely something we can work in here. Alright. Here's another one. Last Flight of Dr. Ain. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. By James Tiptree Jr. Oh. Dr. Ain was recognized on the Omaha-Chicago flight. A biologist colleague from Pasadena came out of the toilet and saw Ain in an aisle seat. 5 years before, this man had been jealous of Ain's huge grants. Now he nodded coldly and was surprised at the intensity of Ain's response. He almost turned back to speak, but he felt too tired. Like nearly everyone, he was fighting the flu. Stewardess, handing out coats after they landed, remembered Ain. 2. A tall, thin, nondescript man with rusty hair. He held up the lines, staring at her. Since he already had his raincoat with him, she decided it was some kooky kind of pass and waved him on. She saw Ain shamble off into the airport smog, apparently alone. Despite the big civil defense signs, O'Hare was late getting underground. No one noticed the woman. The wounded, dying woman. Ain was not identified en route to New York, but a 240 jet carried 8 AMAs on the checklist, which was thought to be a misspelling of Ain. It was. Plane had circled for an hour while Ain watched the smoky seaboard monstrosity straighten and tilt again. The woman was weaker now. She coughed, picking weakly at the scabs on her face, half hidden behind her long hair. Her hair, Ain saw, that great mane which had been so splendid, was drabbed and thinning now. Looked to seaward. willing himself to think of cold, clean breakers. On the horizon, he saw a vast black rug. Somewhere, a tanker had opened its vents. The woman coughed again. Ain closed his eyes, smog shrouding the plane. He was picked up next, while checking for the BOAC flight to Glasgow. Kennedy Underground was a boiling stew of people, the air system unequal to the hot summer afternoon. The check-in line swayed and sweated, staring dully at the newscast, save the last green mansions. Conservative group was protesting the defoliation and drainage of the Amazon basin. Several people recalled the beauty-colored shots of the new clean bomb. The lines squeezed together to let a band of uniformed men go by. They were wearing buttons inscribed, "Who's afraid?" That was when a woman noticed Ain. He was holding a news sheet, and she hadn't heard it rattling in his hand. Her family hadn't caught the flu, so she looked at him sharply. Sure enough, his head was sweaty. She herded her kids to the side, away from Ain. She was using Instac throat spray, she remembered. She didn't think much of Instac. Her family used Clear. When she was looking at him, Ain suddenly turned his head and stared at her into her face, into the spray still floating down. Such inconsiderateness. She turned her back. She didn't recall his talking to any woman, but she perked up her ears when the clerk read off Ain's destination, Moscow. Clerk recalled that too with disapproval. Ain checked in alone. He reported, no woman had been ticked for Moscow, but it would have been easy enough to split up her tickets by the time they were sure she was with him. Ain's flight went to Iceland with an hour's delay at Keflavik. Ain walked over to the airport park, gratefully breathing the sea-filled air. Every few breaths he shuddered. Under the whine of bulldozers, the sea could be heard running its huge paws up and down the keyboard of the land. The little park in the grove of yellowed birches and a flock of what ears forged by the path. Next month they would be in North Africa. Ain thought, 2,000 miles of tiny winged beasts. He threw them some crumbs from a packet in his pocket. The woman seemed stronger here. She was painting in the sea wind, her large eyes fixed on Ain. Above her, the birches were as gold as those whose he had first seen her the first day his life began, squatting under a stump to watch a shrew mouse he had been. When he caught a falling ripple of green and recognized the shocking girl flesh, creamy pink-tipped, coming toward him among the golden bracken, young Ain held his breath, his nose in the sweet moss as his heart going crash, crash. And then he was staring at the outrageous fall of that hair down her narrow back, watching it dance around her heart-shaped buttocks, while the shrew mouse ran over his paralyzed hand. The lake was utterly still, dusty silver under the misty sky, and she made no more than a muskrat's ripple to rock the floating gold leaves. Silence closed back, the trees burning like torches where the naked girl had walked the wild wood, reflected in Ain's shining eyes. For a time he believed he had seen an Orid. Ain was last on board for the Glasgow leg. The stewardess recalled dimly that he seemed restless. She could not identify the woman. There were a lot of women on board, and babies. Her passenger list had several errors. Glasgow Airport. A waiter remembered that a man like Ain had called for Scottish oatmeal and eaten 2 bowls. although of course it wasn't really oatmeal. A young mother with a pram saw him tossing crumbs to the birds. When he checked in at the BOAC desk, he was hailed by a Glasgow professor who was going to the same conference in Moscow. This man had been one of Aine's teachers. It was now known that Aine had done his postgraduate work in Europe. They chatted all the way across the North Sea. I wondered about that, the professor said later. Why have you come around again? I asked him. Told me the direct flights were booked up. This was found to be untrue. Aine had apparently avoided the Moscow jet to escape attention. Professor spoke with relish of Aine's work. Brilliant! Oh, aye, and stubborn, too. Very, very stubborn. He was a thought of concept. Even the simplest relation, mind you, would stop him in his tracks and fascinate him. He would hunt all around it instead of going on to the next thing as a more docile mind would. Truthfully, I wondered at first if he could be just a little bit thick. But you recall who it was said that the capacity for wonder at matters of common acceptance occurs in the superior mind. And of course, so it proved when he shook us all up over that enzyme conversion business. A pity your government took him away from his line. No, he said, nothing of this. I say it to you, young man. We spoke, in fact, largely of my work. I was surprised to find he'd kept up. He asked me what my sentiments about it were, which surprised me again. Now, understand, I'd not seen the man for 5 years, but he seemed, well, perhaps just tired, or as who is not. I'm sure he was just glad to have a change. He jumped out for the leg stretch wherever we came down. At Oslo, even Bonn. Oh yes, he did feed the birds, but that was nothing new for Aine. Social life when I knew him, radical causes, young man. I've said what I've said because of who it was that introduced you, but I'll have you know it is an impertinence in you to think ill of Charles Aine, or that he could do a harmful deed. Good evening. Bro, it's dry as fuck. Professor said nothing of the woman in Aine's life, nor could he have. Although Aine had been intimately with her in the university time, he had let no one see how he was obsessed with her. The miracle, the wealth of her body, her inexhaustibility. They met at his every spare moment, sometimes in public, pretending to be casual strangers under his friends' noses, pointing out a pleasing view to each other with grave formality. And later, in their privacies, what doubled intensity of love he revealed in her, possessed her, allowed her no secrets. His dreams were of her sweet springs and shadowed places in her under her white rounded glory in the moonlight, finding always more, always new dimensions of his joy. The danger of her fragility was far off then, in the rush of birdsong and the springing leverets of the meadow. On dark days, she might cough a bit, but so did he. In those years, he had no thought to the urgent study of disease. The Moscow conference, nearly everyone noticed Aine at some point or another, which was to be expected in view of his professional stature. It was a small, high-caliber meeting. Ain was laid in. A day's reports were over. And his was to be on the third and last. Many people spoke with Ain, and several sat with him at meals. No one was surprised that he spoke little. He was a retired man, except on a few memorable occasions of argument. He did strike some of his friends as a bit tired and jerky. An Indian molecular engineer who saw him with the throat spray kidded him about bringing over Asian flu. Swedish colleague recalled that Ain had been called away to the transatlantic phone at lunch, and when he returned, Ain volunteered the information that something had turned up missing in his home lab. It was another joke, and Ain said cheerfully, "Oh yes, quite active." At that point, one of the Cheekham biologists swung into his daily propaganda chores about bacteriological warfare and accused Ain of manufacturing biotic weapons. Ain took the wind out of his sails by saying, "You're perfectly right." By consent, there was very little talk about military applications, industrial dusting, or subjects of that matter. And nobody recalled seeing Ain with any woman other than old Madame Vielanche, who could scarcely have subverted anyone from her wheelchair. Ain's one speech was bad. Even for him. He always had a poor public voice, but his ideas were usually expressed with the lucidity so typical of the first-rate mind. This time he seemed muddled, with little new to say. His audience excused this as the muffling effects of security. Ain then got into a tangled point about the course of evolution, in which he seemed to be trying to show that something was very wrong indeed, when he wound up with a reference to Hudson's bellbird singing for a later race. Several listeners wondered if he could be drunk. The big security break came right at the end, when he suddenly began to describe the methods he had used to mutate and redesign the leukemia virus. He explained the procedure with admirable clarity in 4 sentences and paused, then gave a terse description of the effects of the mutated strain, which were maximal only in the higher primates. Recovery rate among the lower mammals and something other was close to 90%. As to vectors, he went on, any warm-blooded animal served. In addition, the virus retained its viability to most environmental media and performed well when very well airborne. Contagion rate was extremely high, almost offhand. Ain added that no test primate or accidentally exposed human had survived beyond its 20-day second. These words fell into a silence broken only by the running feet of the Egyptian delegate making for the door. Then, a gilt chair went over as an American bolted after him. Ain seemed unaware that his audience was in a state of unbelieving paralysis. It had all come so fast. A man who had been blowing his nose was staring pop-eyed around his handkerchief. Another who had been lighting a pipe grunted as his fingers singed. 2 men clattered by the door, missing his words entirely. And your laughter? And their laughter chimed into a dead silence in which echoed Ain's words. Really no point in attempting. Later, they found he had been explaining that the virus utilized the body's own immunomechanisms. Ryan looked around vaguely for questions and then started down the aisle. By the time he got to the door, people were swarming after him. He wheeled about and said rather crossly, "Yes, of course it is very wrong. I told you that. We are all wrong. Now it's over." An hour later, we found he had gone, having apparently reserved a Sanair flight to Karachi. Security men caught up with him at Hong Kong. By then, he seemed really very ill and went with them peacefully. We started back to the States via Hawaii. His captors were civilized types. They saw he was gentle and treated him accordingly. He had no weapons or drugs on him. They took him out handcuffed for a stroll at Osaka, let him feed his crumbs to the birds, and they listened with interest to his account of migration routes of the common brown sandpiper. He was very hoarse at that point. He was wanted only for the security thing. There was no question of a woman at all. He dozed most of the way to the islands, but when they came in sight, he pressed to the window and began to mutter. The security man got the most inkling that there was a woman in it, and he turned to his recorder. "Blue, blue, and green until you see the wounds. Oh, my girl. Oh, beautiful. You won't die. I won't let you die. I tell you, girl, it's over. Lustrous eyes, look at me. Let me see you now. Alive, great queen. My sweet body, my girl. Have I saved you? Oh, terrible to know. A noble chaos child, green-robed in blue and gold light. The throne and spinning ball of life alone in space. Have I saved you?" On the last leg, he was obviously feverish. "She may have tricked me, you know." "Hey, country girl, how's it going? Welcome, welcome," said confidently to the government man. Confidentially to the government man. "You'd be prepared for that, of course. I know her." He chuckled confidently. "She's no small thing, but you're writing hard out. But ring your heart out." Coming over San Francisco, he was merry. "Don't you know the others will go back in there? I'm certain of it. That Phil won't last. There'll be a bay there again. How are you today, country girl? Do you have another chapter for us? Are we ready? Don't want to go to work in the morning tomorrow." Ooh, yeah, I feel that. Ooh. Fuck work. Busiest week of the year. Oh, Black Friday week? We got him on a stretcher at Hamilton Air Base and he went unconscious shortly after takeoff. Before he collapsed, he insisted on throwing the last of his bird feed in the field. Turkey Day brunch is on Saturday. Alright, you guys do Turkey Day here. We already had our Turkey Day. Canadians are, weird. We have our Turkey Day on the actual day of the, thing. Birds are, warm-blooded. He confided to the agent who was handcuffing him to the stretcher. Then Aiden smiled gently and lapsed into inertness. He stayed that way almost all the remaining 10 days of his life. By then, of course, no one really cared. Both the government men had died quite early, after they finished analyzing the bird seed and throat spray. The woman, Kennedy, had just started feeling sick. Yes, fake Thanksgiving, I know. Tape recorder they put by his bed functioned right on through, but if anybody had been around to replay it, they would have found little but babbling. "Gaia Gloxian tricks," he crooned. "Gaia girl, queen." At times, he was grandiose and tormented. "Our life, your death," he yelled. "Our death would have been your death, too. No need for that. No need." Shadow Realm! Motherfucker. He demanded, no need. At other times, he was accusing. "What did you do about the dinosaurs?" he demanded. "Did they annoy you? How did you fix them?" Cold. "Queen, you're too cold." He came close to it this time, my girl. He raved, and then he wept and caressed the bedcloths and was maudlin. Only at the end, lying in his filth and thirst, still chained where they had forgotten him, he was suddenly coherent. In the light, clear voice of a lover planning a summer picnic, he asked the recorder happily, "Have you ever thought about bears? They have so much funny they never came along further. By any chance, were you saving them, girl?" And he chuckled in his ruined throat, and later died. Damn, this guy just fucked over the world, man. This could be the origin story of COVID fucking 19, boys. Damn. I'm thinking total 12 monkeys here, though. Especially with the idea of, like, the genetic engineering and stuff like that. Oh, but I am starving. I need to grab something to eat. So, we're gonna watch a Mr. Ballin video while I grab some food. And, then we'll read your story, country girl. How's that sound? Because, like, I'm probably not gonna get through your story if I don't go grab food. Alright, ads.
Today, I'm going to tell you.
Sounds good. We got ads right now. I'll be right back. Okay, toke time. Make sure tokes are ready. Here we go.
Tell you 3
King
stories,
himself.
places you can't go, and people
Yes,
who went
places
there
you can't
anyways.
go and people who went there anyways. I love
Stories.
these fucking
If you're a
stories.
fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and replace the stuffing in their pillow with cement. Also, please subscribe to our
Nice.
channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
Three, two, one, toke!
Around 4:45 p.m. on February 11th, 1995, a 50-year-old man named Eric Tollett sat in his office in the furniture factory that he owned in Northumberland, which is a pretty rural country in northern England. From inside his office, all Eric could hear outside was the thumping of the rain on the roof. There was this low-pressure system in the area which was causing a really intense thunderstorm. In fact, the storm was so bad that Eric had actually decided to close the factory for the day so all his employees could stay home during the storm. And Eric was glad that he could actually afford to give his employees a day off like this, because it had not always been that way. He had bought
Just
this
an
factory
FYI, I've been
16
lurking
years
for
earlier,
hours.
and had
Didn't
taken
want you
all of
thinking
his
I
savings,
skipped.
scrapping together all of his money to actually make the investment, and then
That's
after
all
he
good,
purchased the
Sean. No
factory,
worries,
it
man.
required a huge
Good to
renovation
see you
to
in
make it
here,
ready
brother.
to be a furniture factory. that he
Lurk
could
is
actually sell
always
product
appreciated.
in. But now, after 16 years of hard work, his business was quite successful. And so a day like today was no big deal. He wasn't all that concerned about the lost profits that day.
So you've been
Instead,
doing good
just
today,
using the
Sean?
time
Is
to
Affy
catch up
feeling
on some
better
admin
or
work,
worse?
and
Or
also spend some time
any
with
of the
his
other
Eric's
cats
girlfriend,
have
whose
any
name was
issues?
Leslie, was at the factory
Because the last thing you
hanging out in
need
the
is
office
something
as
that's
well.
like spreading
And also
between
Eric's
them,
brother,
right?
whose name was Donald, had taken Leslie's 8-year-old son over to the factory's attached garage to go play. But as Eric, shuffled through his paperwork and did a few things, and Leslie was over at the window looking outside, suddenly the door to his office swung open. And it was Leslie's 8-year-old son who came barging in. There's no Donald, so Eric's brother's not with him. And the son, he just looked totally panicked. And he immediately said, before, Eric or Leslie could ask any questions, that Donald had collapsed over in the attached garage. Now, initially, Eric didn't really know what to make of this, but his first thought was, his brother Donald was 60, and he did have some health issues, and just hearing this kid say that Donald had collapsed, it signaled to Eric, like, oh my goodness, did Donald have a heart attack? Or he was also thinking, this kid's only 8 years old, is he overreacting, is there actually
About the
something
same for
totally fine
Affy.
happening?
Houdini
Whatever it
isn't
was,
liking the
Eric
shots
knew
he got the other day
immediately it
of
was time to
rabies
drop
and
everything, run over
distemper.
there and check
Should
on
recover
Donald.
quickly, though.
And so
Nice.
that's what he did. He
Hell
and
yeah.
Leslie put their stuff down. They ran with the 8-year-old, through all the way to this attached garage, which, in virtue of it being attached, they never actually went outside into the storm. They just ran straight to this garage. And sure enough, when they got there was Donald laying on the ground. And so before Eric ran over to his brother to assess him, to see what was going on, he just stopped right in the doorway and turned to Leslie and her son, and he told them, go back to my office and call 911. I'll be in there as soon as I can. And so they turned, they left, and then Eric, he turned back around, rushed into the garage, and knelt down next to Donald. And right away, he could tell that his brother was not breathing, and as he's sort of feeling around for some sign of life, suddenly Eric began to feel this incredible tightness in his chest. And then before he knew it, he had blacked out and collapsed right next to his brother. So before Eric purchased this factory 16 years earlier, it had been a factory, but it was not a furniture factory. It was a coal factory. And in virtue of that, there was a coal mine that literally was attached
Fumes.
to the structure. Basically, the coal would come up out of the mine and be processed inside of this, big warehouse. Now, when Eric bought it, he knew that there was this coal mine and there was this entrance to the coal mine connected to the structure. But the coal mine was not in use. The entrance to the coal mine had been completely boarded up, and it really played no role whatsoever. However, over the decade and a half that he owned this property and didn't think at all about that coal mine, well, over that time, this poisonous gas called choke damp began to develop inside the mine. And then on the day that, Eric and Donald collapsed inside the garage, well, it was because the low pressure storm outside caused those poisonous gases to rise up and seep out of the boarded up entrance. And those poisonous choke damp gases built up inside of that attached garage, basically making that entire room lethal to anybody inside of there. And so unfortunately, Donald would die from poisoning. Eric, when he passed out, he nearly died, but he was pulled out in time and ultimately woke up in the hospital, and he would survive.
The knocking. Ooh. Yeah, that sucks. Fucking
At 10 a.m.,
invisible gases
September
are the
10th,
worst.
2022, a 68-year-old woman named Diana Stewart stood on the deck of a small boat in the Pacific Ocean, less than a mile off the eastern coast of New Zealand. She looked out at the perfectly calm, light blue water, and she saw this albatross bird flying across the sky, so she lifted up her camera and took a picture. Diana was a wildlife photographer, and she was also a member of the Nature Photography Society of New Zealand. And she, along with 9 other members of this society, had chartered this boat for a special birdwatching and photography trip. And so far, the trip had lived up to the hype. They'd spent 2 hours sailing around the water, photographing all these beautiful and rare birds and other wildlife, and they'd even been lucky enough to see a couple of whales. And so this had been really a fantastic trip. Now, at this point, the group had basically finished up their trip, and they were making their way back towards shore. And so as they were going, Diana was keeping her eye out for any last-minute picture opportunities. As she was looking around, looking for birds, she noticed something in the water. There was something huge moving sort of near the boat. It actually looked like it was moving towards the boat, sort of at an angle. And at first, she couldn't really tell what it was, but then suddenly it came into focus that it was an enormous whale. This huge whale is going to swim basically right under the boat. And so Diana, she pulled out her camera to take a photo, but then the worst thing possible happened. This whale, sure enough, came towards the boat, but it didn't go under the boat. It rammed the side of the boat. And before Diana could do anything, suddenly the boat was lurching onto its side, and she and the rest of the crew were thrown off the boat into the frigid water. And the second she hit the freezing cold water, her life jacket, which she was wearing, it automatically inflated. It was one of those auto-inflate life jackets. It inflates, and she's sort of disoriented. The water was so shockingly cold. I mean, this is a completely unbelievable situation to find yourself in. But, as she surfaced and she tried to get her bearings, she realized it was pitch black everywhere she looked, and it was so loud. She could barely hear anything but the sound of the engine of the boat. And that's when she realized, as she's putting her hands up, that the boat must have capsized and landed on top of her, but there's this little bit of air. She's basically in an air pocket, but she can't hear anything. She just hears the sound of this engine, and it's deafening. And so she began calling out for help, and she tried to kind of maneuver out from underneath, this curved underside of the boat that created this pocket, but she couldn't find her way out. And this life jacket she had on was fully inflated. She couldn't, deflate it. And because of her buoyancy, she couldn't swim down below and get out from under this boat. And so she's sort of trapped underneath this boat. It's freezing cold. The water could easily give you hypothermia in less than 30 minutes. It's total chaos. It's loud because of the engine. And so Diana's trying not to panic. And as she's sort of looking around, fumbling in the dark, gasping for air, she realized there were other people also trapped underneath. And so she's grabbing at them and trying to talk to them, and they're all panicked. She has no idea, what their state is. Are they hurt? She doesn't know. And so basically her only option at this point was just to bang on the underside of this boat, just trying to get anybody's attention outside, out from underneath where they were, to know that they were trapped under here. They needed help. And in fact, when she began knocking, there were people outside the boat, basically, who had been thrown off the boat. Everybody had been thrown off the boat. There was 11 people. 6 people were not trapped under the boat. 5, including Diana, were trapped underneath. And so as Diana is pounding the underside of the boat, the skipper of the boat, a guy named Mark, he was one of the 6 who were outside, and he clearly heard the knocking sound. And so he's obviously in a bad situation too, same as everybody else in the water. But he was in a markedly better situation because he's not trapped under this boat. And so he quickly understood that, okay, he needs to gather the 6 people he's with, kind of make sure they're okay, and then figure out how they're going to get these people trapped under the boat out. And so his first instinct was just to bang back on the side of the boat, to let them know, hey, we hear you. But again, you got to picture the scene. They are suddenly in the water because a whale flipped their boat. They have no idea if this boat's going to sink any second here. The engine is currently running, so it's super loud. The water is freezing cold. They're out in the middle of the ocean. Like, this is a true life or death situation here. But Mark, he does his best to stay calm. He's hitting the boat back to let the folks know down underneath the boat that they're okay. We'll get you out of there. But underneath, Diana and the others, they're starting to panic. It's hard to breathe down there. I mean, there's really not much air. The water's choppy because they're moving around. And so they're gulping down water as they're doing their best to survive down there. But they just keep hitting the boat back, saying, come on, you got to get us out of here. But periodically, they'd still try to force themselves out from underneath. But again, their life jacket just made it impossible. Like, they didn't have a way out unless they ditched their life jacket. But then that's another problem. Are you really prepared to ditch your life jacket? You don't know if there's obstacles when you swim out from under. You don't know if you're even strong enough to make the swim. What happens if you get stuck down below? Like, there's all these factors that sort of forced the group under the boat to do nothing and wait and just bang the underside of the boat. And so Mark, out on the outside with his group of 6 people, including himself, they actually climbed on top of the flipped upside down boat. The boat was big enough that he knew their extra weight would not cause it to sink any further or create a worse problem for those under the water. He just knew he had to get those people out of the water to avoid hypothermia. And then once they were all up there, Mark found one of the people he was with, their cell phone, despite being submerged, was still working. And so Mark took the phone, he called authorities and said, you got to send somebody out here right now. We have people trapped in the water. We need your help. Authorities said they would be out there as soon as possible. And sure enough, authorities were able to get out to the boat fairly quickly. And they were able to get Mark and the 5 others that were trapped on top of the capsized vessel to safety. And then divers were sent into the water and they went underneath the boat. And sure enough, the 5 others, Diana included, they were all still there. But unfortunately, all 5 were deceased. However, those 5 didn't die from hypothermia.
They
didn't die
suffocated.
from drowning. When the boat was actually hit by the whale and capsized, it caused some of the gasoline lines to rupture.
Oh,
so there was this leak in the gasoline lines. And when
gases.
The boat was upside down,
Dude, okay, I'm
leak was
here.
basically
Yo, what's
pouring
up, Dreamy
into
Bloody?
The air pocket. The dark, freezing
What you
cold,
doing, bro?
loud, awful air
How your
pocket
day going? You got more for me to
basically
read, bro?
filling
You got more
toxic
chapters?
Gasoline fumes. And ultimately, 17 minutes after capsizing,
Man, I
all
so
5
fucking
died
high.
from
I
gasoline
have a
poisoning.
fucking glass of wine on my table. Kind of feeling okay. Hell yeah.
On Sunday, November 6th, 2022, a 21-year-old man named Yevgeny Titov walked out of his home in a small city called Zhigulovsk, which is in western Russia.
Let's
Yevgeny
hang out,
got in his
boys.
car, and
Hell
he drove
yeah.
about an hour
I'm
and a half
making
north
food
to his
right now,
apartment
so I'm just waiting for my
he
food to be
worked, and then he
finished.
got out and walked a few blocks to a nearby
Then we'll
train
probably
station.
watch
He got
another
there,
Mr. Ballin
asked the
video.
person behind the counter when the next train was going to St. Petersburg. And they told him there was one leaving soon. He bought a ticket, and then Yevgeny sat and he waited.
Shell of
Eventually,
cancer,
his train
true.
rolled through, he
Uh,
climbed on board,
potato halves.
and
So
for the
they're like
next
potato halves,
33 hours,
like
because
twice
St.
baked
Petersburg was
potatoes,
1,000
basically.
miles away, Yevgeny just sat there, basically doing nothing for nearly 2 days. He didn't bring anything with him. He had his wallet.
Potatoes,
That's it. He
hairs.
just sat there,
Yup.
just waiting to get to St. Petersburg. When they got to St. Petersburg, late on the night of Tuesday, November 8th, Yevgeny, calm as could be, stood up, left the train, and then somehow, possibly by another train or by bus or on foot, or maybe somebody gave him a ride, we don't really know, but he traveled about 15 miles south of that train station to Pulkova Airport in St. Petersburg. But when he got to the airport, he didn't, board a plane like one would do at an airport. Instead, he found his way to this one very specific parking lot that was outside of the airport.
You seems like a
Several
child
hours
watching
later, early
Disney
morning
of
hours
1980s
Wednesday,
TV
November 9th,
shows. I
Van
know,
der
right?
Person was
I
on the way
love
to
this
that
shit.
same
I'm just
parking
like
lot
sitting here
on the way to
giddy,
the
like.
airport, and they started to hear something. It actually sounded like muffled screaming. And at first, they sort of chalked it up to, lots of people.
Hey, that's what Ballin does to me, man. I love Mr. Ballin. I want to be the Mr. Ballin of fiction, but I don't have a good enough camera, so I'm just doing faceless stuff. But maybe one day, guys, we'll switch over to just doing face stuff.
Was actually coming from inside of this hole in the ground. The screams were from Yevgeny, for reasons that we still do not fully understand. Yevgeny, after taking the manhole cover off, climbed down into this manhole, so he goes deep underground, and then when he reached the bottom of the manhole, which was, relatively wide all the way around, you could stand inside of it, there were these different offshoots of pipes that basically traveled underground. And Yevgeny got down and chose one of these pipes that was only a foot in diameter wide. It's like this pitch black, never-ending seeming tunnel. And head first, he began crawling in this tunnel. And he crawled nearly 40 feet before he finally just couldn't move any further. Keep in mind, every inch he was taking, he's basically wedging himself deeper and deeper into this pipe. It isn't like it was big and then got narrow. No, it's this narrow
Professor,
pipe
when are
he
women going to
forced
get
himself
naked?
through
Little boy in
until he
puberty
just
asked in the
could not
middle of
move
a
any further.
classroom,
And it was at that
which
point,
was dark
in the
due to
wee
the film
hours of
projections.
Wednesday, November
Wait,
9th,
what?
that Yevgeny began to scream. And that's when the person found him.
Lol.
And authorities would go down inside the manhole, and somehow or another, after many hours and all this specialized equipment, they actually would somewhat unbelievably pull Yevgeny out of the pipe.
Another joke.
And he would survive. Yevgeny would have to actually be hospitalized because he sustained very severe skin damage from basically thrusting himself deeper and deeper into this rusty, awful pipe. He also sustained gas poisoning and hypothermia, but again, he did live. Following this ordeal, authorities would launch an investigation into what exactly happened here, because there was no clear reason why Yevgeny would have traveled all this way to go into this pipe. But when they spoke to Yevgeny after he made his recovery, after he was back to normal, he would just say he has absolutely no memory of doing any of it.
That's fucked up. Someone tried to assassinate him.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode.
Either that or he's fucking lying. Guy is talking about gas nuclear problems. Do you like smoking that kind of spice? Not 100% sure on what you mean by that, Dreamy Bloody, but I gotta go grab my food, and I will be right back. watching next? Bizarre case of the Hammersmith ghost? Alright.
Hey guys, today we have a really special video for you. So if you haven't already heard, we just released our second graphic novel,
Hell yeah.
Where Nightmares Live, and it's available wherever books or audiobooks are sold. And what better way to get you guys a little sneak peek of this incredible piece of art than to tell you one of the new stories that is in this book. Again, our second graphic novel, Where Nightmares Live, is out right now wherever books are sold, so grab your copy today and follow along. And remember, your nightmares are waiting. Today's story is a good old-fashioned ghost story. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button has a big international flight planned, offer to buy them some snacks for the ride. But don't tell them your snacks are made entirely of Olestra, and they're laced with laxatives. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
The man, the myth, the legend.
On the night of January 3rd, 1804, a 22-year-old man named Thomas Millwood sat inside of a local pub in Hammersmith, England, feeling totally annoyed. Now, normally, Thomas was a very upbeat and social person. He worked as a bricklayer, and basically every day after work, he would meet up with his friends at his pub. They would have some drinks and share stories and laugh. It would be a great time. But tonight, it was like everything annoyed Thomas, especially his friends. And as his friends droned on and on about the current drama going on in their town, Thomas finally had just had enough, and before he could stop himself, he stood up and slammed his beer mug down on the table, and right away Thomas knew he had overdone it, because immediately the pub went deadly silent, his friends all stopped, everybody's looking over at Thomas, and Thomas kind of muttered an apology, and then quickly grabbed his coat, he stood up, and just began walking like he was going to leave the pub. And the pub, again, is totally silent as he's walking, and then right as he's about to go out the door, his friends broke the tense silence in the pub, and they called out to him and said, "Hey, be careful out there." And Thomas just looked at his friends and kind of rolled his eyes and said, "Yeah, okay," and then he went outside. Thomas decided he would walk to his parents' house, which was not far away, and he would just sit by the fire and warm up for a bit before he had to go back out later that night to meet up with his wife. His wife worked long hours, and she often worked late, and when she worked late, Thomas would meet her at work and escort her back home, and that's what he was doing tonight. And so Thomas began walking down Black Lion Lane, and per usual, Thomas was basically one of the only people outside. Hammersmith used to be this very friendly and bustling place. It was home to 45,000 people. It was located right on the outskirts of London, and lots of rich people like to go there to vacation. But recently, there had been a string of all these increasingly bizarre sightings, or attacks as people were calling them, in Hammersmith, and it had all the residents completely on edge to the point where people were not going outside. Now, Thomas thought it was totally ridiculous and thought people were completely overreacting, and so he had been doing his best to ignore the drama going on in town, but it was getting harder and harder to do that. As Thomas rounded a corner, he nearly walked into two men that were walking the other direction, and when Thomas looked up to say he was sorry, one of the men screamed, "Get back!" and he was holding a club in his hand, and the other guy had a pistol in his waist, and he had his hand on the pistol grip. Thomas instinctively threw his hands up to show he was not a threat, at which point the man lowered his club, and the other guy took his hand off his pistol, and one of them said,
In all
to
these
Thomas,
years of
"Hey,
being a
it's dangerous
pothead,
to be
I'd
out
never
here
smoked two
alone.
joints
You
in the
should
same
not be out
mouth.
here
I
by
mean,
yourself."
I've used
And then
hookah,
before
smoked
Thomas
weed,
could say
etc.
anything
Just
to
lit the
them,
thing
he
and
quickly walked
smoked. Now I
past
feel
him
like I'm that
and
book.
disappeared around the corner. By
Blood
now,
Meridian
Thomas was only
by
a
the
few
same
houses
author as
away
the
from his
movie.
parents' house, and
You mean, yeah. Fucking, even look at Mr. Baldwin's face. so disappointed. He's just like, oh. Again? Well, the problem is, Dreamy Bloody, I lock them out of the house. But then somehow they get in. They're like rats in fucking Asmon's house. Like they just appear out of fucking nowhere. It's like, what the fuck? How did you get in here? How did you get past the trap? And you see 3 rats stuck in the trap, and you're like, oh, that's why. Fuck. Asmon. Asmongold! The rats. Yes. The dead rats in Asmon's house. They are like the ads. No matter how many traps we put out to catch the ads, they keep coming, just like the rats. They just keep coming.
So he just kind of brushed off the incident and sped walked his way to his parents' house, kind of cursing the 2 men under his breath for their ridiculous warning about how dangerous it was out here. A minute later, Thomas arrived at his parents' house, and he walked up to the door, and normally his parents would keep the door unlocked. But when he tried it, it was locked, and then a second later, he heard his sister, Anne, inside the house coming to the door.
And that shit's still
and she
fucking
called out
boiling
through the door,
hot.
"Who's there?" And Thomas is like, "It's me, Anne." But apparently that was not enough, and Anne called through the door, "Well, I don't know if it's really you, so back up so I can see you through the peephole." Thomas rolled his eyes, but he did what his sister asked. He stepped back and allowed her to see his whole person through the peephole, at which point he heard Anne fumbling with the lock. The door was unlocked. She opened it up. Thomas stepped inside, and his sister immediately shut and locked the door behind him. And her first question to Thomas was, "Well, did you see it?" Thomas immediately wished he had not come to his parents' house to avoid talking about this stupid topic, but he realized that if he had gone back to his house, he likely would have gotten the same question from his mother-in-law, who lived with him and his wife. Because actually, it didn't really seem to matter where you went in Hammersmith or who you talked to, because the conversation was always going to be the same. It was going to be about these attacks. Because the people of Hammersmith were absolutely convinced these attacks were being committed by a ghost. It all started about 2 months earlier when somebody
ghost!
spotted this
No,
mysterious
not a
figure
ghost!
lurking in the
No!
cemetery. And Thomas thought, really, the hysteria should have stopped right then and there, because only a couple of days after the sighting, it was figured out that the figure was actually just the butcher's son. And he was just dressing up in women's clothes, walking around in the cemetery to scare his friends. It was a prank. That was it. But
Lol.
the hysteria in town
Based.
did not go away.
Based.
Because a week after this first weird sighting, there was another sighting in the cemetery. A local chimney sweep said he saw someone walking around in the cemetery who disappeared into the ground. Now, admittedly, a lot of people in Hammersmith, when they heard about this second
Lol.
sighting, they did kind of brush it off as just hysteria. But it was after this second sighting that the so-called attacks began in town. Late one night, a local resident was walking past the cemetery when something came up behind them and began choking them, and this resident was able to break free and run away to safety, but they turned and got a look at whatever was attacking them, and they described it as a phantom. Shortly after that, a local carriage driver was going past the cemetery when they got out for some reason, and then this creature with horns on its head came charging out and confronted the carriage driver, who apparently just turned and ran away, abandoning his 8 horses and 16 passengers. And so by late December, there had been so many more of these strange attacks and weird sightings in town that basically everybody in Hammersmith, save for basically Thomas, was totally gripped by fear. And as terror kind of spread across town, Thomas had attempted to convince his wife and mother-in-law and his family that there was just no way this was a real ghost. This is people's paranoia and their imaginations running wild. That's all this is.
Oh,
But
no.
Thomas's theory was really put into question when just a few days earlier, so a few days before he stormed out of the pub because he was so annoyed, somebody had died following one of these attacks. A pregnant woman had died. The woman had been walking alone near the church
Chat
cemetery
blocked me
at
before
about
I
10
said
p.m. at
she.
night when
Ma,
something in
lay.
the cemetery had
I trained for
risen
Ben
out of
Boy.
the ground, rushed over to her, and grabbed onto her, and she barely had time to kind of turn and look,
and she saw this kind of white flowing robe
Ow.
and a long pointed white hat.
Fuck.
And that was all she remembered, because then she passed out. Then she woke up again, and she was in someone's house, and her neighbors were all around her. They had found her passed out in the cemetery and carried her there. And so she comes to, and she's only able to choke out the story of what happened to her, the ghost attack, before she died. And so following this pregnant woman's death, the town of Hammersmith offered a reward for anybody who could capture or kill the ghost, which was now being dubbed the Hammersmith Ghost. The night watchmen began doing extra patrols. In fact, those two men that Thomas had turned the corner and bumped into, one guy had the club, the other guy had a gun, those guys were on their own patrol. And so the ghost and how to capture or kill it was basically the only thing people in Hammersmith wanted to talk about, and it totally annoyed Thomas. It was what was being talked about at the pub by his friends. When he got so mad, he slammed the cup down and left the pub. To Thomas, the idea of capturing or killing a ghost made no sense, because a ghost is not real. Now, by this point, the butcher's son had come out and said, look, I didn't do any of these other attacks. That's not me. I only did the first one. And he had an alibi to prove it. But to Thomas, this didn't rule out that the ghost was not a person. To Thomas, he just felt like, okay, then there's somebody else in town that's just copying the butcher's son's prank, except obviously they've taken the pranks too far because they've gotten someone killed. At about 10 p.m., Thomas was inside of his parents' house, sitting by the fire, just kind of beginning to doze off. And as he sat there, he thought to himself how little he wanted to go out into the freezing cold night to go walk with his wife all the way back home. He'd much rather just stay here and sleep for the night and let his wife walk home on her own. But when he floated this idea to his sister Anne, who was standing nearby, she exploded on him and was like, are you kidding me? You're gonna let your wife walk home alone in this environment? She's gonna be the next victim of the Hammersmith ghost. Get out there and protect your wife. Thomas was like, okay. And he got up, he grabbed his jacket, and he walked outside. As soon as Thomas was outside, he was feeling so annoyed at the current situation that he found himself thinking, you know what? If I run into that stupid Hammersmith ghost, the person disguised as a ghost, I'm gonna bum rush them and beat them up. And it will prove to the entire town that there was never any ghost. It was just a person the whole time. And so Thomas began walking quickly down the road.
That cheese is
turned on
fucking
Black Lion
hot.
Lane, and immediately he saw this big bush off to the side of the road on the sidewalk. And he could have sworn
ouchies.
behind this bush there was something or someone crouched down, like they were trying to hide. And so Thomas stopped and he squinted in the direction of this bush. And then at some point, he saw movement enough to confirm to him that that must be a person back there. And suddenly it clicked for Thomas. That must be the person pretending to be this ghost. That's the prankster slash murderer. There they are.
A great idea for watching this show on YouTube. I could tell the story of my book as if I were a fan doing a modern review summarizing the idea, but that would lose all my love for literature.
And Thomas's sister was still in their parents' house, and she was looking out the window, kind of roughly.
Cheese exploded all over me.
And she heard this loud scream that sounded like a man. Now, she couldn't see her brother, but she's thinking, you know, oh my god, it's coming roughly from the area where he went. What if he's getting attacked by the ghost? And so she bolted outside. Just a couple of minutes after that, a big posse of men came tumbling out of that pub where Thomas had been drinking earlier that night and got really mad and slammed his cup down. So they come stumbling out of the pub, and they were being led not by the night watchman, who was amongst the posse, but instead they were being led by the town's tax collector, a man named Francis Smith, who looked totally disheveled and out of breath and did not look like the type of guy who would be leading a big posse. But here we were. He was leading this posse, and he took them down the road, and they turned the corner onto Black Lion Lane, and as soon as they looked down that same road that Thomas had been on and then seen the person in the bush, the posse, they stopped because they saw a body in the middle of the road, and it didn't appear to be moving. And then crouched over the body was this dark figure that was kind of hunched over this body. And the figure turned and it looked at the posse and let out this unbelievable scream. And the posse just kind of backed up and didn't know what to do. But then the night watchman broke ranks and just began sprinting at the creature that was perched over the body. And the watchman tackled the creature onto the ground and kind of pinned it there. At the same time, the rest of the posse, seeing an opening, rushed over to the body in the road to see if maybe they were alive and if maybe they could help this person. But unfortunately, when they got to the body, they could tell this person was dead. The posse believed they had just discovered the latest victim of the Hammersmith ghost and the Hammersmith ghost themselves, the black creature that the watchmen tackled onto the ground. But they were wrong. When Thomas had rounded the corner onto Black Lion Lane and he looked into that bush and he saw that figure moving around, it really was a person. It was not a ghost, it was a human being. It was Francis Smith, the town's tax collector, and he was hiding behind the bush. However, Francis was not hiding behind the bush because he was pretending to be the Hammersmith ghost, like Thomas was assuming, which is why he ran after him. Instead, Francis was hiding behind that bush because he was basically laying in wait for the Hammersmith ghost. He was hoping the ghost would walk past him and he could run out and capture or kill this thing and get the reward. Basically, Francis was doing the same thing Thomas was doing. The only difference was Francis actually believed in the ghost and Thomas did not. And it was just Thomas's bad luck that that night he had chosen to wear his all-white work clothes, which to Francis, who's hiding in the bush, terrified and waiting for the ghost, he sees Thomas in these white clothes and he was absolutely convinced he was the Hammersmith ghost. And so when the two men spotted each other, they both attacked, except Francis had a rifle. And so when Thomas ran up to him to basically punch him in the face, Francis just raised his gun and fired. And the bullet hit Thomas directly in the face, which killed him instantly. But after shooting and killing Thomas, Francis had no idea that it was a real person. He was so jacked up on adrenaline that he did think he shot the ghost, but didn't know if the ghost was actually dead or not, and he didn't want to be alone when he checked, so he just turned and ran to the pub, gathered up the posse and said, "Hey, I got the ghost, come on." And they all ran back to Black Lion Lane, and when they got there, Thomas's sister, Anne, who heard that scream, she had made it to her brother's body, and she was the creature crouched over him, screaming out of grief. That's all she was doing. She had just found her dead brother and was reacting to it when the watchman tackled her to the ground. But luckily, the posse quickly realized this is not a ghost, this is Thomas and his sister, and so his sister was not harmed. And
Damn.
so, on January 11th, 1804, Francis Smith was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death. But 5 weeks later, the King of England would pardon Francis and shorten his sentence to just 1 year. The Hammersmith ghost incident was
Fair enough.
debated for more than 150 years, and ultimately it led to a modern-day ruling that says a person is allowed to use self-defense if they truly and reasonably believe they're in danger, even if they are wrong about the
Wait,
danger.
that's the
The
origin
true
story
identity
of
the
self-defense?
Hammersmith ghost, not the very first one, which we know was the butcher's son, but all of the other instances.
I don't know the background, the
all
voice
other
acting,
attacks,
or the actor.
Well, it would turn out it was the
Maybe better
shooting
equipment would help the
who
story.
confessed to his crime following Thomas's murder. He would tell people that the only reason he did it.
Are you talking
was
about
to get
Mr. Ballin,
revenge
or are you
on
talking about the
Jesus,
thing that you were
who
talking
had
about, the
really
one that you
badly scared
watched on
his
YouTube?
children by telling them ghost stories.
Or are you talking about me?
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember,
That's a great
we have
answer.
hundreds of videos for you to binge right now.
About that guy
If
of
you're looking for a
YouTube. The guy that you watched?
From me of that one video that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here. So give it a watch. All right, until next time, see ya.
Fuck, that was so good. Welcome back, Country Girl. Perfect timing. What's more, a Jiffy Pop? Air poppers are great. Supposed to add flavor evenly to the popcorn. Can I complain about the show? Haven't you ever seen people complain about what they consume? No, you can't complain. I just wanted to know what you were complaining about, Dreamy Buddy. Whether you're complaining about Mr. Ballin, whether you're complaining about me, or you're complaining about someone else. Because that's, you know, if you're talking about me, then that's something that I can improve on, right? So you're giving me feedback that I can improve on. But if you're not talking about me, then it's not a feedback issue. Mr. Ballin. See, that's what you said, but, because, like, what I was saying, Dreamy Bloody, is you said you watched this guy on YouTube, you didn't specify who it was, and then you said that. So I didn't know if you were talking about a third person, like the guy that you watched on YouTube that's not Mr. Ballin. But he literally just records it on his phone. It's what he's always done. Bloody gave me a memory upgrade. Mrs. Baldwin. Yep. Alright. It is time for Country Girl's story. Are you ready? And I'm free ballin'. $19. Target practice. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. That one. That one. That. No. Okay, here. I mean, what? If I could switch genders at will, I'd be female anytime I needed to think. This is something very sexual. Always be male while sleeping though, because my wife has such a hard time falling asleep. She can't stop thinking. Pretty much. 3, 2, 1, go! I'd turn into a woman to get free shit. Free pass on life anytime I want. I just turn into a woman. Boom. Instant free pass on life. And then when things get hard, I just turn back into a dude. And I'll be like, yeah, no, done with this. Okay, we're moving on now. Yeah, I don't understand that quite either, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, here we go. Country Girl, Chapter 19. Target practice. Let's do it. Cord and Ellie made their way quickly down the street. As it was turning out, her brother was even less drawn to the sights of the city than she was. It is what it is, agreed Dreamy Bloody. Ellie guided them to the trade district down by the docks. Cord complained about nearly everything. Of the complaints, how the increased scent of saltwater and aquatic life was going to make him sick, were the two that he focused on. Eventually, he moved on to wondering how even a city preacher could be so commonplace that he apparently had nothing better to do than sit in a pub all day in the middle of the week. I am a feminist male, at least when it comes to intelligence. In my opinion, women always win. Technically, statistically, biologically, women are more intelligent than men on average. Because women had to think more. Damn, you fucked up! Welcome, welcome, Connection Line. How's it going? You fucked up, Connection Line. Shit. Oh, hey. Before, yeah. Yeah. We talk until men just give in. It's like, have you seen that clip of the women who are like, yeah, there's a statistical study that says women talk 5 times more than men. And they spent like 5 minutes berating the guy because he was like... And they're like, well, aren't you going to say anything? And he's like... And then they berate for 10 minutes. He's like... totally proved the point. What's on the page today? What's on the page today is Country Girl's story. If you want to read more of your stuff, Connection Line. I don't think we have anything else lined up after Country Girl, unless Dreamy Bloody has something, but I don't think he does. Blame my dad for that. Dad, can I? Ask your mom. Literally every time I ask anything growing up. Agreed. Eventually, he moved on to wondering how even the city preacher could be so commonplace that he apparently had nothing better to do than sit in a pub all day in the middle of the week. Guys, I'm really considering using Read Me Now, but I want to save it for Infinite Dance, whatever that is, so I'll wait. And then we can all suffer from my old writing. True, Connection Line. You just be a dick and use Read Me Now while I'm reading someone else's work. That is probably the biggest dick move to do. It's like one thing if like I'm reading something random, but I'm like in the middle of reading someone's work and you're like, nope, bitch, I come first, motherfucker. So then I'm like, okay. But 2 factors, does Country Girl agree and are you willing to pay for it? I'm kind, guys. I'll wait. Hashtag Canada. True. When was the last time you even stepped into a chapel? Witches weren't known for heathen tendencies, but their attitude towards organized religion was, to say the least, lacking. Hardly puts you in a position to judge, I should think. As now that I understand it, he was a shift worker, so he never knew who was in trouble for what, so instead of checking in with Mom, he told us to ask Mom. Even if Mom said to ask Dad, so unfair. You know, Kay demands anyone who lives at Hollow Point attend at least once a year for Wait, it's pronounced God Nader? Was that how he was pronounced? God Nader? Services. Cord shot back defensively. Well, I'm no man of the cloth now, am I? The rules are different for them folk. Besides, the only person I swore my life to was you. Fair enough. Ellie shrugged. Oh, as a man, I'm allowed to be right once per day and twice on my birthday or Father's Day. Granted, I usually waste it by reminding my wife of this fact. Nadir. Right, God Nadir. The bold, blocked letter sign in the window read Boroman Guns, established 1810. Well, this is it. You want to wait out here? Might not be pretty when I tell him I have to quit. No way am I not seeing the work of a master up close. Cord took a decisive step up the front steps. And you know I didn't come all the way down here just for my health, Elv. I'm here for you. Alright then. Come on in. Voice rang out in response to the bell over the door ringing. Be with you in a second, folks. No rush, Barrowman, Ellie called to the back of the room shop. It's only me. Oh, Karis, I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever see you again. Colt appeared in the doorway, wiping his filth-ridden hands on the linen towel. Spoke to Mrs. Jennings a few weeks ago. She said she just got your same note. She said you up and left. No notice and before first light, too. It sounds you turned an outlaw. Nothing so traumatic or exciting, I'm afraid. Ellie turned to laugh it off. The thought had crossed her mind that a life of solitude and outside the law would be simpler than the destiny that had stalked its claim less than a month ago. Got a message about a family emergency and had to head home as fast as possible. I take it here's the messenger? Colt surveyed Cord with a trained gunman's eye. For a momentary hesitation, Cord took and shook the friendly hand Colt offered. Colt Barrowman. Good to know ya. Howdy, Cord did his best to swallow the stutter. Cordero Cortez. Likewise. Wait, this is the Cord? Colt looked surprised from Cord to Ellie. The one you said taught you everything you know about shooting. The one and only. Why, you little I'm gonna get you for that one. Cord scolded her, momentarily mortified. Ellie was surprised at his surprise. She wondered if he really thought she wouldn't brag about the one that had taught her, even to a person so well known in his line of work as Colt. What brings you this far south? There was a certain curiosity. Plainly, the older gunman saw that something before him wasn't adding up. Seems like a long way just to escort Miss Karras back here. Well, that's actually what I came to tell you, she wished. There were a less awkward way to say goodbye to friends. Fortunately, this isn't just a social call. What can I do for you, Miss Ellie? Well, I actually came to say I'm leaving, Barham. Ellie blurted out before she could busy herself with nervousness. I said in the note I had to go home because of a death in the family. It was my gran. Ah, I see. Which business then was it? Colt nodded. I think you mentioned more than once that she was an elder. Exactly. Ellie took the liberty of sitting down on a spare bench, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. She hoped to herself this would be the last time for a good long while that she had to recount and explain recent events. At her release ceremony, she named me as the next elder, which in turn pulls me back to Palem to take care of the coven in Hollow Point Ranch. You don't say! His look became contemplative. It was easy to forget that though he was a famous gunsmith and slinger, they shared a heritage. Before succumbing to wanderlust nearly 25 years prior, Colt Barrowman had been raised in the rules and traditions of his own local coven of witches in Lavinwith. I don't know if that's Lavinwith or Lavinwith. Well, my condolences and congratulations. Last time I was called home for a release ceremony, our coven was in quite the upheaval. How is yours holding together with it? About as well as you can be expected, she said dully, looking up at him. Cord positioned himself behind her, a gentle hand on her shoulder, as if worried she'd keel over without warning. Lavinweth. Okay. It'll be an uphill battle to establish myself, that's for sure. And you coming home after so long? Looked down at her consideringly. Suppose you're here to tell me you're quitting. Yeah, I'm sure that you'll find someone else to help you. She shifted uncomfortably. I also wanted to thank you. I was glad to have the opportunity to learn from you. I was glad to do it. You're a quick study, Miss Ellie. Gave you the tools to follow through with. And I can see you have a skilled teacher in your own home. Colt himself was eyeing Cord's gun belt. That happened to be one of mine. Hope she serves you well. Very. Cord took his revolver from the holster and handed it to the older gunslinger. She fires true and is a beauty of a design. Looks like you could take good care of her. Colt peered at it for a moment of intense inspection before handing it back. Have much occasion to use her. Here and there, Colt replied in a tone that was forced in casualty and calm. Wasn't his usual manner to be self-deprecating, but he was far too awed to speak with pride. I make sure to keep in practice for when it need to be. What do you say, a friendly wager? Colt looked him over, sizing him up as Ellie had seen him with customers before, weighing the shine and condition of the reholstered weapon and the bulk of his arm in comparison to how steady and accurate his marksmanship was likely to be. I got a decent range for myself just outside of town. Are you serious? Well, why not? His lip curled with a gleeful smile of a fisherman who knew he had just landed the largest catch of the season. Ellie, are you with us? Absolutely. Absolutely. The three made their way to Colt's personal range. Absolutely ads! Fucking goddamn fuck! How can I threat, guys? Okay, I'm gonna light the ads on fire. Okay, ads. If you don't stop coming in my house, I'm gonna light you on fire. Yeah? That's right, ads. You see this flame? Gonna be the last thing you see. Fucker. That's right. Get out of here! Fucking ads. Goddamn bastards. There's nothing we can do against them, guys. They're infiltrating from all sides. I don't know what to do no more. I ain't got no more of that dundism there goes for ads. If I was putting up down over, I'd tell you right at the start, we are not having any of it. You tell me what I know you thought. Oh, no, you didn't. I'll take 'em down like nothing before. You think that's strong and proud? Ha, you ain't seen nothing till I get my hands around the neck of an ad. Oh, the feeling of it in your gut when you're on top of 'em, ready to take 'em down. Just get the hell out. You know you won. And those ads got nothing. The fear in their eyes, looking up at you like, no, please. You're like, you did this to yourself. Three made their way to Colt's personal range. Cord gawking at the varied firing range that was Colt's pride and joy. He confided in Ellie once or twice in the last year that she'd been in his employ. He'd at times wondered how he'd failed in 2 marriages. Both wives had taken his children when they had left. He'd said he regretted it, but the great love of his life was the guns he designed and built with his magic in his own 2 hands. Kept the terms of the impromptu contest on a level playing field. Colt offered the unenchanted pistols. Craftsmanship was still Colt's. His pride in his own work would stand for no less. While Ellie was used to seeing them on a regular basis, Colt was blatantly taken in at the iron beauty before them. Mr. Cortez, care to go first? Gestured to the table of firearms. Yours for the picking. Right. Cord cleared his throat nervously, making his selection. No trouble at all. Being the first of the 3 to fire, set his sights on a figure hanging from the tree 50 yards away. Bet I can put this in and out through the heart. Fire away. Shot rang out, and as the branch shuddered, the figure began to swing. Cord's aim had been true, and his bullet went clean through and through. Yes! Nice one, brother! Ellie punched the air. So much for me, thinking you were getting soft. I'll say, Colt agreed. He pointed to a gate a ways to the left of the tree. Try all 3 of those tin cans. Too easy, Cord grinned again. He pulled the trigger once, twice, and 3 times in quick succession. First 2 shots hit true, as the cans quickly vanished from sight. On the third, his arm must have swung too far, that it hit the fence post instead. All in all, nothing to sneeze at, Mr. Cortez. Colt nodded approvingly. Miss Ellie? Good, how do I say this? Great way of establishing the norm. Right? Okay, the first shot's perfect. Okay, do a harder shot. Oh, he didn't do it. Because what's a contest if everyone is successful, right? What makes the Colt so good is, I'm guessing, he's not gonna miss. Whereas even somebody who's as good as Cord still could only make 2 out of 3 shots. I love that little detail there. That's super important. Because it, like I said, it sets the norm, right? So Ellie's probably going to do worse, and then Colt's going to do better. Dust and smoke settled. Colt muttered, short spell that raised new targets in the sight lines, and gestured out for Ellie to step up to the line. Drawing her own gun off of its holster. Moment of truth time, Elv. Let's see if you're as good as I think you are. Before she found her breathing rhythm. Raising her arm to time her shots. She directed a short but pointed glare at Cord. He knew full well what he was doing, trying to keep her off balance by occupying her mind. I did teach you everything you know. Don't worry about me, brother, she exhaled and closed her eyes briefly, her trigger finger ready to curl, visualizing where the bullet was to end up. Snapping them back open. A childhood of watching westerns with my dad, I know what goes into a shooting contest. Hell yeah. Snapping them back open, there was a chill in the breath that was instantaneous with the sound of a gunshot. A moment before, the dummy that stood 60 yards away had had a head. Didn't anymore. God damn! Cord threw back his head and roared, laughing. Even she herself was gratified by the performance in front of her two teachers. Well done, Miss Ellie. A little too hesitant on the follow-through, but there's no arguing with the results. Not bad at all, Colt agreed. But I'd like to see if you've been keeping up on control and accuracy. Try that one on the side. Hit it with the shoulder. Keep the damage contained. You can see where I got the petty annoyance from when it comes to taking up a challenge. Ellie addressed Colt while dramatically rolling her eyes in Cord's direction. She steadied herself again, feeling the vibration of her concentrated magic as the conductive energy of the metal positioned firmly in her hand as she shifted the target. Bang! She felt the bullet as it fired and again hitting the target. Her aim was true, but the connection broke on impact. Ellie knew she had mistimed her breath and heartbeat with the shot, and the shoulder of the dummy had erupted in a cloud of straw, dried grass, and fabric set ablaze. Very good, Colt smiled. Brought what remained of the dummy to the group for inspection, and to put out the small fire. You got more than a little work to do with your control, but very good. You obviously taught her well, Cortez. You should have seen her with her first lesson when she was 16. Cord chuckled. Could barely hit the broadside of a barn. I'm a quick study. When the rotation came to Colt, he stepped to the marking line only. While Cord and Ellie had taken their time in carefully choosing the targets and getting to choose, Colt was the member of their party who had built a reputation far and wide for both marksmanship and magic. While he took a deep breath in, exhaled, and closed his eyes before firing. The rapid-fire bang of the shots was more of a chain link than individual shots. Walking over and inspecting the dummies for accuracy, he saw that he hit every single one squarely in the heart, ripping them from their posts with the force of the impact. That is some bully shooting, Barrowman. Cord whistled, not even bothering to hide his satisfaction. Miss Ellie over here mentioned something about being able to channel and control the accuracy and damage done. You sold him short, Elf. Told you he was gonna teach me when I came back. Ellie couldn't help but feel relieved that not only were Cord and Colt getting to be fast friends, more than that, she was away from anyone's high expectations of scrutiny in her person or behavior. He then explained how to use magic and channel through the metal, wood, and stone of the pistol. They are good conduits for focusing power. Decision was unanimous. Colt won by a landslide. Ellie was the runner-up, and Cord came in a close third. Before you leave, Miss Karras, there's something I wanted you to have. He led them back to his forge. That's a surprising that Cord was in last. He fucked up. But I'm guessing that was left a little bit to arrogance and carelessness, and his nerves around Colt. So give him his own. He'd probably perform better if he wasn't under pressure like that. I'm guessing. Is that the idea? Before you leave, Miss Karras, there's something I want you have. He led them back to his forge. There was a half-built gun on the work table. Yes! With an empty setting for a stone in the butt. I was waiting to finish it until you came back. You favor a garnet, right? I do, but no buts, Missy. Also that Colt had been teaching her for almost 2 years. Oh, that's true, too. So she would learn from Colt, not just Cord, so she would have improved. Yup, true. Absolutely true. I do, but no buts, Missy, Colt said, holding up a hand to silence and further any further. I think that's supposed to be any, not and. To silence any further protest. He then revealed the fine polished stone. Now, come over here and concentrate on this while we finish putting this together. Following Colt's orders, she concentrated on the links that connected from her magic in every part of the pistol as he secured the garnet in its setting. She's a beauty and she's yours. Well, he was speechless. All this time, she had thought herself beyond luck for being privileged to work for Colt Burrowman. Now she was being gifted a one-of-a-kind revolver. No, Colt, it's too much. I really can't take this. Ellie looked down at the meticulously handcrafted pistol, resting in the box that bore the same dark red hue of cherry wood as the handle. Smooth lines of the garnet stone shone in the dim light of the fire. At least let me buy it. You will accept the damn gift. Will you accept the damn gift? Colt glowered at her, shared a look with Cord that asked a simple question. She always been like this? I designed and made that one with the intention of its being used. It's yours. I don't know what to say, Ellie muttered. Thank you isn't enough. No thanks needed, Miss Ellie. Colt closed the box and handed it to Cord, nodding his head to wish it to be packed with the other supplies for the return trip to Palem. You just make sure to keep her good and trained up. And when the time should come that you need it, use her well. Count on it. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Oh, we finally got a little bit of action, a little bit of taste of magic, so put some stuff up there. Signature weapon. Yep. Can't wait to see it in action. Because that means there's going to be more conflict. There's going to be more killing and more doing stuff. We're going to be out there. And the Chekhov's gun countdown begins. Yup. All in all, thoroughly enjoyed the chapter. A little bit getting to know everyone, you know, showing Ellie's skills, that she's like, you know, she may not have that much faith in herself, but, you know, her skills speak for themselves. Hey, there was something I was going to say about the beginning, but I can't remember. Oh, religion and the preachers and everything like that. Like the diversity of people in the world and like how witches are viewed and stuff like that. How covens are viewed. Little tiny piece of exposition there, which is really nice to fill in how the world feels about these kinds of things. Alright, well, shows what you can do under quality mentors. Yeah. When someone knows what they're doing, they can push you to, you know, further than you ever thought possible in your what you would consider your repertoire of something, right? Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Gracious Jesus. Burping derps. Alright. Connection line. You're up next. So I'm retarded. But don't worry about it. C2.8. Okay, yeah. There we go. I was like, wait, we're on 0.6 or 0.8? Sky Wattpad. Guys, I'm just that good, okay? I'm just that good. Gonna lurk for a bit, see how much I can get done before passing out tonight. Hell yeah, Connection Girl. Connection Girl, Jesus. Country Girl. Jesus. Hey, you know what they say? You do one successful thing, you fuck up 12 other things. Oh man, words are hard, guys, okay? Don't blame me. Words are fucking hard. Alright, connection line story. Chapter 2.8. Here we go. Getting on the train again, we sit down at one of those two-seater areas and talk about different things as the train leaves the station. Views of the planet-sized city leaving, being replaced with the white and blue look of the planet when viewed from above, from afar. See, I just make things up, guys. I'm not actually reading what's on the page. I'm just making things up and hoping it lines up with what's in front of me. And like 99.9999% of the time, I'm wrong. So, how are you liking the tour so far? Milo asks, half joking, half serious manner. I look back at him, space in the corner of my eye through the window. It's nice, I guess. Think back to Arya and the protest in TGC. But it could have been better, less death, you know? Milo nods, adjusting himself. In a place like this, death is inevitable. I understand your concern, though. I nod back, a slight frown on my face. Earth was like that at times, I reply. I wonder why, he smirks, looking at me. Takes me a few seconds to get it, but once I do, I look down for a sec before going back to looking out the window. Sorry, Milo apologizes. Was that not funny, he asks. No, it was, I reply, shaking my head and shrugging slightly. I don't know. Alright, well, I'll be quiet so you can focus on the stars, Milo half jokes, pulling out his phone. After maybe about half an hour, we make it to Utopia. The descent was cool, as always. It actually reminded me of Earth out of all things. The entire planet sort of looked like Earth. Actually, it had orange clouds from space, but on the surface, it also had those classic white clouds, too. Welcome to Utopia. Milo puts his hands out like a real estate agent showcasing a house. The Glass City's little sibling. I stay quiet as I look around, trying to get a feeling for things. The station was half underground, half grounded level, and we got off at the underground part. Oh yeah, it's hard to see much when there's walls all around you. Gives an awkward laugh. Come on, let's get out of the station. Oh, connection line, do you want to read? Just offering. Just in case, you never know, right? We walk outside. I'm met with a strangely familiar setting. Sunset sky and the palm trees. No, I'm tired, sorry. No worries. Don't feel sorry. I want to read. So, you're doing me a favor by not reading. I would feel lazy and a leech when you're reading. But if you want to read, I'm going to let you read. Sunset sky and the palm trees paired with the deep blue water turning into the light blue shoreline that splashes onto the beach. Roads filled with parked cars along the beachside, houses in the grassy backyards, even the streetlights giving the area a slight glow. It was like I was home, my old home. Eerie. Welcome to Utopia, Milo does the little greeting thing again. For real this time. I smile, looking around. Felt like I was back in Miami, but it also felt unfamiliar. And that made for a weird feeling. I guess I'd describe it as uncanny, really. This feels just like my home on Earth, I reply to Milo, glancing at him. Really? He looks at me. Well, what was it called? Miami. Miami, Florida, I reply, looking around still. It really did look like a slightly modified version. Milo nods. Well, this part of the planet is called Britannica. It's a city with a lot of downtime and some really nice beaches. As you can see, he gestured to the beach just across the street. Lord drop! There's a bigger downtown area we'll be heading to before it gets too dark. Finish taking in the views and look at Milo. We're doing anything before that? I ask. Milo shakes his head, gesturing around. We can do whatever to kill time. I don't gotta pick up until 50 minutes from now, he replies. Well, could we hit the beach? It's surprisingly hot out still, I ask. Milo looks at me. In these clothes? I didn't bring any swimwear. I know, but if I'm correct, I focus on my surroundings for a couple seconds before leaving it. Everything goes dark, pitch black, and silence. Oh, I know what's gonna happen. Oh, yeah, okay, I know exactly what's gonna happen. I know exactly what's coming up, connection line. Focus on my surroundings for a couple seconds before everything goes dark. Pitch black and silence surrounds me as I look around to see if Milo was brought with me, but he isn't anywhere to be seen. Milo probably was standing there, confused as to why I just disappeared out of nowhere. Think about what I want in the moment, and before I know it, 2 sets of beach-ready clothes are in my hands. Happy that I still have this ability. Power, whatever you want to call it. I nod to myself and return to the real world. Whoa! Milo exclaims as I pop back into reality with my swimming clothes. Where'd you go? He looks at me, a concerned and confused look on his face. The void, I guess. I shrug, tossing him his pair of clothes. There's changing rooms there. Milo. Damn it, connection line. I thought they were gonna go skinny dipping. Yeah, there is. He nods, looking at the clothes. Before looking back at me. You're cool, you know that? Am I? I am? I ask back. Generally taken aback, but not in a bad way. Yeah. You come in out of nowhere, chasing me down to return an expensive necklace I dropped. Agree to run again the next day when you're already hanging out with your sister. You actually catch me and become like the only person to ever sense me. Milo replies, You've basically my powers, but so much cooler. And now you just reappear with exactly what we need to go for a midday swim. Just because you want to. I'd say that's pretty cool, Milo explains. I take in his words as we walk towards the changing rooms. Thanks. After changing, we go swimming for a bit to cool off. The water was a nice mix between cold and clear, without it being too cold to cause any problems or discomfort. How do they keep the water so clean if it's a beach? I ask, while glancing down below the water. Milo gives a laugh. The flora and micro, whatever they're called, eat at most of the dirt and bacteria that gets in the water, among other things. He replies, There's also a strict ban on loitering. I think for a moment about how different the ecosystem must be between Earth and Utopia before replying back. Way different from how Earth works. Be lucky to find water like this on Earth. Playfully splashed Milo, looking at him. Everything seems so rare on Earth. But here, it's just another, I put my hands up as he splashed back. Smile on his face with a little laugh. Are water fights rare? He asked as he splashed again. No, I replied before splashing him back. We swim and water fight around. It was nice, though nice is an understatement. I know it's most likely strange when I say this, but up until now I really hadn't been able to do anything like this. So I really appreciated the time we spent, even if it did suck when I accidentally swallowed a bunch of ocean water. All good things must come to an end, however, and eventually it starts getting a little darker and colder out. Woo, it's cold out already? Milo shudders, glancing towards the sand on the beach. I start swimming to the shores as Milo follows behind. Soon we're both out of the water and shivering as we speed walk towards the changing rooms. It was so hot just like 40 minutes ago. Milo shakes his head before going into the boys' changing room. I just sigh at the cold in my brain being my brain before going into the girls' changing room, changing back into my dry clothes. We eventually make it to the downtown area, walking around as it gets darker and darker. The city part felt more like New York or Chicago, with big skyscrapers and compact alleys mixing with small restaurants and wide streets that were busy even at night. It was equally as quiet in some parts as it was loud in other parts. I'd go from silence accompanied by me and Milo's chatter and footsteps To cars speeding down the street and tons of people out and about walking and talking. The slightest neon glow of the city lighting up the street. I like this vibe, I breathe. Contempt sigh. Milo nods, looking at me. Guess you're getting used to it, huh? With all these night runs. Yes. I shrugged before thinking for a second and holding back. Nodding back. Actually, yeah, you're right. Less stocky, but still nostalgic in some weird way. Milo looks around, gesturing to walk into some dark alley. You sure? I didn't you say you were picking something up? I asked Milo. I asked Milo, putting his hand to my mouth to basically say, shut up. I nod and stay quiet, looking around for whatever it is he's looking for. Just up ahead, a group of what looks to be robbers or just criminals in general and pushing around a girl, probably around 15, 16 years old. One of them holds her arms back as the other puts tape over her face. Another guy goes to pick her up by her legs as she squirms around, obviously trying to yell out but unable to do due to the tape. Milo gets his own parasite out, whatever he wants to call it, and gestures with his head to move in. I nod, following as I lose focus for a second before going into hyperfocus. 2 parasites against some petty traffickers. Could you guess who won? Obviously, the 2 parasites. Clear out the area, making sure no one else was there to take the girl before taking the tape off of her and making sure she's okay. Milo pulls out a few band-aids to help with the bruises, and the girl thanks for actually showing up. And the girl thanks her for actually showing up. This is kind of odd, because it's like you're Milo is the subject, but you say her as in Callie? So I think that's actually supposed to say him. Just making sure that it wasn't like, you know, something like she turns to Callie and is like, yo. Apparently she was being trafficked and managed to tell Milo, to which Milo decided to stop it himself. How thoughtful. Really, I mean it. Wait. Apparently she was being trafficked and managed to tell Milo, to which Milo decided to stop it himself. Okay, so there's like something else going on in the background here. Because how did Milo know that she was there, right? So did she like reach out with her mind and like contact him? Have we seen that kind of ability to be able to happen before? I don't remember Connection Line. Because this is the first time something like this is happening. It seems very odd. But if I'm just retarded and you've already established this, then I'm going to shut the fuck up. Apparently she was being trafficked and managed to tell Milo, to which Milo decided to stop it himself. How thoughtful. Really, I mean it. After we return her to her home and make sure she's fully safe, we prepare to head back to the train station, the sky being pitch black by now. That was really nice of you, you know, I tell Milo. Basically, Milo decided instead of just helping her get away, Milo and the girl talked about where she'd be very likely to get targeted so he can kill the 2. Peace out. Alright, Hake, have a good one, good sir. Take care. Just, like, get rid of them in total. Okay, that's a little bit confusing about, like... So, they talk and she says, I'm being trafficked, and it says, by these people are here, let's go fuck them up. Because, like, I'm getting vibes like she telepathically connected, or he connected with her, and she was telling him, and then he was just like, yo, dude, we gotta go over here and do this. And fuck! Are we back? Basically, the girl was worried she'd be trafficked and reach out to people for help. Milo was nearby, and they talked, with Milo agreeing to jump the traffickers. Problem is that the whole story is taken from Callie's perspective, so I can't really show the full picture much. Yeah, you can't show inside of Milo's. Really wanted Sky to feel less like you're getting the whole story and only what Callie sees of things. Makes sense. Third person limited omniscience. So it being confusing is done on purpose, since it'll be how Callie sees everything. It's just an artistic interpretation of things, you know? Yep. Just remember that what makes style is consistency. As long as you consistently do it, then it tells the reader that's what the plan is, right? So you can do anything. Anything you want. Whether it works or not is a different story, but you can still do anything you want. That was really nice of you, you know, I tell Milo, smiling at him a little. I don't do it to be nice. I do it to stop corruption and to save a life. He ever so slightly laughs. You do it to be nice? He asked me. Looking over as we enter the train station. Shake my head, smiling even more. No, most of my skills were ones like that, corrupt bastards. You'd probably label them. I reply, honestly, kills. Honestly, I don't know why I felt so bad killing them. Because killing people is bad even if they're bad people, but sometimes you have to. Milo is already laughing at his own joke. You're just a kind soul, he jokes. I roll my eyes while smiling. Yeah, so kind. I think you can lay off the he jokes, he was half joking kind of stuff. Like, we're getting a feel for, like, that's kind of part of Milo's personality. So I feel like it's, like, being heavy-handed now. So it's like you could just have statements of him with a joke in the statement to get across that that's part of his personality, right? Two of us sit down and wait for the train, talking about different things. Something gonna be dark on Eden? I ask. Autopilot writing. Yup, that's what revision is for. Nah, lol. Did you just say lol? God damn it, connection line. Milo responds before giving a serious response. It'll still be bright on the side we're going to on the train. He said lol. Gets up as the announcer blares through the station. I follow, standing up and walking towards the boarding zone as the train zooms in the station. My greatest laughing impression. Rough Lamau copter lol. We get on and sit down in the two-seated area. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember much from this particular train ride because I fell asleep during it. What I do remember is that when I woke up, we were on Eden. Chapter 2.9! Eden. Eden. Planet I heard so much about from my pops. Planet I heard the most about. Lives up to its name. Lives up to the stories. Final stretch!
Lives up to my expectations. But this is still only chapter 2, right? Major lore drop here, by the way. Keep an eye out. Alright. This planet is beautiful. A garden world kept in track. Kept intact and away from the greedy curse of big cities and deforestation. Only human-made structures you'll see on Eden are the train systems that go around the planet. But even then, Eden is so big that you'll barely notice them 99% of the time. There are also auto-looks and little structures. Well, so chapter 2, yeah. Build to help traverse and view the planet. But they're all built with Eden in mind. Eden is a beautiful planet. Well, welcome to Eden. Milo puts his arms out again, gesturing to the visually infinite greenery around us. Whoa! I look around, taking in the views. It was like an infinite alley with bits of forest and sometimes even jungle. The station was perched up on a mountain, so you could see a lot. Interestingly, none of the mountains had snow on them and kept their vegetation and greenery all the way to the very top. Breathtaking, huh? Milo walks up behind me, looking around as usual as well. I nod before glancing at him. Where would you suggest going the most? He pauses for a minute before looking around. I guess Serenity? Glances at the connected train station with a big sign saying, South to Serenity. Silent line. Serenity? I too look at the station. It's this big space with nothing but salt flats for miles, he explains. There's this little cliff that nobody but our crew knows about, so naturally I'd like to show you. Salt flats? How's that possible on a planet like this? I ask as we start walking towards the station. I'm not good on geography, but Eden has a small desert, and most of it is just salt flats, Milo replies. It's because it used to be ocean, and now it's not ocean anymore. I nod, interested, as always. Eventually, we get to the train and head off to Serenity. The line name wasn't lying. It was very quiet. For real true. Me and Milo chat about different things. Milo asking what all I know about the new worlds based on my time here so far. I reply with stuff I've learned in school, pretending that I don't know more than I let on. Looking back, I probably should have just been honest about everything. But whatever. So Callie's fucking lying. Alright. Okay. Attention. We are now approaching the final destination. Please exit the train upon arrival. Slightly robotic female voice blared through the train. Kind of foreboding, no? I looked at Milo. The announcement? Yes? I don't think so. Why? Just kind of creepy. Final destination. Please exit the train upon arrival, you know? Stand up as the train comes to a stop. We walk out of the station as Milo replies. Maybe that's just a you thing. Perhaps, I nod. We walk out of the station. Endless white salt and rock greeting us. Looks so different from the rest of Eden. Glance around, taking in the view. The sun was just starting to set by now, with the sky being behind us being a different shade of blue than the one in front of us. It's beautiful, I sigh, contempt. Milo looks around as well before looking at me. Yeah, defo. This is like... She's not having a good time with it. Right? Like, what's the way to say this? Not skeptical. Fuck, there is a word. Milo looks around as well before looking back at me. Yeah, defo. I look at him, nodding towards the visually endless expanse. Want to show me that cliff? Yeah, huh? He's already walking off, so I follow him. While walking, there was a moment where where to the left of us you could see the end of the desert. Orange rock and white sand turning into green grass and purple flowers. Few vines and dense jungle trees lined the difference in terrain and biome, blocking most of the view further back. I almost tripped on a rock while looking at the jungle. After a little while, the ground beneath us becomes more rocky, with bumps and elevation differences every now and then. Big rock columns and formations make themselves at home with different birds sat on them, nestling properly. The fuck alternative universe did I just hop through? Short walk later, in the ground ahead of us, I remember contempt meaning, like, happy, contempt okay with things. So this is where I think you made a mistake here, connection line. I think the word you're looking for is content. Contempt is like spiting and spiting something. Like, this isn't the way it should be. So, I was wondering if you were using the wrong word or not. Understandable, though. Because if you're looking at the sky in contempt, it's like you're angry. If you're looking in content, then it's like you're just dealing with the situation, right? I know, I hate English. English is terrible. Terrible language. Worst fucking language. For a little while, the ground... I'm gonna learn Mandarin! Miho! Oh man. For a little while, the ground beneath us becomes more rocky and bumps. It's fucking hot in here. God damn it. Everyone's fucking stuck on this thing. Come on. Stop being a bitch. Do your fucking thing. Bumps and elevation differences every now and then. Big rock columns and formations make themselves at home. Different birds sat on them, resting probably. Short walk later, and the ground ahead of us suddenly stops, canyon greeting us instead. At this point, the sky had hues of orange, red, purple, and pink, with hints of blue and white from the back area and the few clouds that were out. Sunset lighting cast down gave everything a natural pop. It's like a movie scene, but honestly, most of the new world so far had been something out of a movie. Don't tell anybody about this spot, alright? Milo turns to me as we stop. I nod with a smile, looking around for a place to sit. You have a fear of heights? He asked. Shake my head. Not really, why? I reply, giving him a questioning look. Want to sit on the edge? It's the best spot for enjoying the view. Gestures at the edge of the cliff. Glance over the edge. No, not the intrusive thought! Fuck! Glance over the edge, intrigued. Yeah. We walk over, Milo being the first to sit down, his feet dangling over the edge, and the back of them hitting the rock cliff as I follow, carefully sitting down. View was nothing short of breathtaking, with the sunset sky raining down on the red, white, green, and purple alley below. Little spots of vegetation between rock and sand as different rock formations reached for the sky. On the horizon, you could see a slight glimpse of the jungle, dry as it was. Could barely make out the purple plants that were almost as big as the trees, and the vines that clouded most of the sight lines. It was true, this place was serene. Serenity was more than accurate in its name. Me and Milo barely talked while we sat there. Instead, we silently enjoyed the views for a good bit until it started getting dark again. Right before we leave, Milo turns to me and asks a question. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, you alright? Saw you smiling back on Utopia a bunch. Really? But not once did you laugh, he asked in a sort of worried tone. And there it is. My throat clenches up a bit, unable to answer initially. Oh, touchy subject? He asked, glancing away before looking back at me. I get out, eyes wide. Sorry, I won't prod at it. You can leave whenever you're ready, alright? Smiles a little before going back to looking out at the valley. Gathering myself, I breathe in an answer. I can't laugh, I reply, hating the words that came out of my mouth. I'm unable to. Keep my eyes peeling in the distance, hoping Milo takes the news better than most people. Surprisingly, at least to me, he does. He nods to himself. You know why? Trauma related? If it's, we don't have to talk about it, it's touchy, you know. Gives me an assuring look. Can't help but look at him, his eyes still wide, as I try not to look so surprised, squinting a little after. I don't know why. It's been that way since I was born. Call a lot of things before pausing on my final day on Earth. I had a laughing fit when I killed my school, though. I look away for a second before looking back at him. I couldn't stop. But now I just can't laugh at all again, unless I force it. Taking everything in, I assume, Milo nods slowly before patting me on the back. But more like rubbing my shoulders. Head pats! We all have things we're self-conscious about, Callie, he replies in a further calm tone. I'm not gonna judge you for not laughing, just wondering why, he smiles. Maybe that'll be my mission, huh? To try to make you laugh. I'm pretty good. Stands up with a laugh of his own as I smile following. Come on, let's get out of here. Head back home. Gestures back to where we came from. Nodding, I start walking back with Milo, talking about the day and all that. The sky was completely dark blue by now, with the horizon being full of stars due to no big levels of light pollution on Eden. I've said it once and I'll say it again. It was beautiful. Eden is a beautiful planet, I think to myself. Chapter epilogue. Should we read the epilogue too, Connection Line? Alright, let's do it. Epilogue. After arriving home, put my stuff away as Araya walks out of the living room, smiling at me with her hands on her hips. I'm assuming it went well? She asked. Very well, I nod, smiling back a little. Well, that's nice to hear, Araya nods. Moment of silence is gonna help soon. The moment of silence is gonna help soon, but after that, I'll be in my room if you want to talk about it. Happens soon. Jesus. Why can't I read, guys? Why the fuck can't I read? My eyes just don't work. Fuck. Yeah, I'd like that hug, Araya, but really, it was her hug that hugged me first, putting her arms out. Her that hugged me first, putting her arms out. Both do our own things for a bit before the moment of silence blares throughout the city, and, assumedly, throughout the new worlds. It is in these moments that we'd like you all to stand in a moment of silence for those who we have lost within the hours since this broadcast was last shown. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. In the silence, I think of the people that died today, last night, the people that will die tomorrow, and the people that have been dead for long now. I think about the enforcers I killed, and those traffickers. They obviously don't deserve moments of silence, but then I think of those protesters. I think of that girl and what would have happened if we weren't there to save her. Quietly sigh as I pay tribute to those who deserve it. And before long, the speaker blares the closing message. You may continue what you were doing for before the moment of silence. In memoriam. Thank you. Me and Araya chatted for a bit. Didn't tell her everything we did, obviously. But I told her that I caught Milo, and they invited me to their hangout spot, offering to give me a tour of the new worlds when I told them my situation. Ray listened intently, giving her own feedback and bouncing off of what I'd say with some words of her own. Eventually, we get all caught up, and I wish Rhea a good night, saying, I'll see her tomorrow, and all that. I head to my room, getting ready for a good night's sleep. After a little bit of scrolling on social media and posting what I can about my day, I turn my phone off and head to sleep, dozing off in different dreams, some good, some bad. That train keeps popping up. End of chapter 2. We made it this far. If you have, I'd like to say thank you. I mean, I probably spent the last year, maybe more, writing this. So I've been busy with school and overall life. The story is very important to me, and knowing that people read it and take time out of their day to learn Callie's story and all any others I write really makes all the time spent writing these worth it. It also makes my day. Sometimes it even makes my week. Hell yeah. If you read all of this, you're awesome. I mean it. Feel free to let me know if ever you find any spelling errors. Yeah, for sure. Perfect. And now we're on to chapter 3. Yay! Have you written? Wait, you've written chapter 3, right? Or is this the end? I love it when I ask 2 questions. I'm almost done chapter 5. Okay, so there's still chapter 3. Perfect. So you have 3 and 4. Okay, perfect. So we'll start chapter 3 tomorrow. How does that sound? I'm really considering calling it an early day today, because it's been a really long day today. But I'm like, I don't want to be a bitch, you know? I'm not a bitch. Suck it up, motherfucker. Keep going. Keep trekking. Keep going. You got this. But you know, sometimes it is nice to take a step back when we've been streaming for so long. So many hours. Should like flip a coin on it or something like that, right? Nah, I had school, so it'd be nice to chill before bed. Yeah. But, real quick. Yeah. Okay, so we have options, right? We have the creepypastas that we can read that we're going to be doing the stories for. And you feel Callie's little laughing problem. I actually like it. That's like a little neat kind of piece of information that we can work off of with the character. Surprisingly, I haven't seen like any other things like it. Yeah, like a trauma that prevents you from doing something like that. I absolutely love that kind of concept, right? So like I said, you've got a lot of unique things in your story that I think people just don't even consider to think about. Especially the, like, caring for the dead and stuff like that, right? Like, it brings a huge... like, oh my god, why does no one do that kind of idea, right? And it sells the world for the sympathy of the world, right? That everything's like this utopia where everything's grand, no one cares, but everyone knows that shit happens. So because shit happens, we do our thing, right? Making sure that everyone gets their fair share of it. Because we all know life's not fair, but we try our best with it. Oh. What we can do is thumbnails. So we made all of the thumbnails today for everything we were going to do. So the first one is the stories we read earlier. The 3 set stories. So these are 3 experiments that won. Sky is the future we were promised and never got. It's a distant utopia and an undeniable dystopia at the same time. If you know what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. And then this is for the Faraday cage story. Cool, thanks by the way. No worries. Always appreciate helping out other people. I do have to go though, I'm sorry. No worries, connection line. Absolutely understandable. Don't like I say, don't ever be obligated to stick around the stream. But you come first, not me. I'm just some random fucktard on the internet. I don't matter, right? But thanks for sharing and enjoy the rest of the day. I like the story images and stuff. Yeah. I was trying to do something different with the text here and like the whole status idea and the body horror manipulation and shit. We're all random fucktards, don't worry. Yep. It's a perfect way to look at it, right? Anyways, enjoy the rest of your night and take care, good sir. You're the only streamer that beta reads, so by that status, you're like Book Jesus. Well, I mean, there are other people that do it, right? I think I'm the one that advertises it the most. Like, the Terrible Novelist does beta reading reviews and submissions. Noreen does it. Think of any other names. Cypher used to. Levi used to. Hellish used to. There's a lot of people that have kind of moved on from writing. They don't do it as much anymore. You're just so consistent and fun with it. I try to be. It's my passion. It's my dream. So, you know, it kind of makes sense, right? That it would be something that I could bring entertainment out of and enlighten other people's lives with, right? At least that's the hope, the dream, right? So I think what we're going to do is we're going to read the Wheel of Time, and we're not going to be a bitch. Yeah, real quick before I go, what's up? Needs grinds more wads. Eyes needs grinds more wads. I'm gonna send a work in progress concept for a song. Could you give me a quick lookie and let me know what you think? Sure. Sure thing. Oh, fuck, this thing does not want to open. Yup, fucking ads, exactly, right? 2 minutes of ads. Yeesh. Yeesh. Okay, you back? We back? Yeah, I have to go real soon after this, though. Okay. It's not gonna sound as gooey and happy in the final product, by the way. This is just a proof of concept for the melodies and sounds. Yeah, it's definitely legit. I can definitely get behind it. It's got the smoothness to it, right? I'm no music person, but definitely did the job, right? And then I can just imagine it being like, you know, overlay creepy piano-y, right? Alright, nice talking later. Kiss y'all later, suckers. Alright, fuck you, connection line. Have a great night. Take care, man. Always a pleasure. This song's gonna be called Mental Drought. Hell yeah. Aculator, true. Three, two, one, talk. We are slowly but surely, so very much so, getting there. Chapter 41. Old Friends and New Threats. Alright, here we go. This is Eye of the World, Book 1 of The Wheel of Time. Chapter 41. Old Friends and New Threats. Back at the Queen's Blessing. Jesus. Yup. Back at the Queen's Blessing, Rand threw himself against the front door frame, panting. He'd run all the way, not caring if anyone saw that he wore the red, or even if they took his running as an excuse to chase him. He did not think even a fade could have caught him. Lam Gwyn was sitting on a bench by the door, a bridle cat in his arms. A brindle cat in his arms. When he came running up, the man stood to look for trouble the way Rand had come, still calming, scratching behind the cat's ears. Seeing nothing, he sat back down again, careful not to disturb the animal. Fools tried to steal some of the cats a while back, he said. He examined. Brindle is a pattern. Oh, okay. Man stood to look for trouble the way Rand had come, still calmly scratching behind the cat's ears. Seeing nothing, he sat back down again, careful not to disturb the animal. Fools tried to steal some of the cats a while back, he said. He examined his knuckles before going back to his scratching. Good money in cats these days. Yeah, because no one wants rats, because rats work for the dark one. So if we kill all the rats and the crows, we won't have to worry about the dark one having his eyes and spies on us. Two men showing the white were still across the way. Rand saw one with a black eye and a swollen jaw. That one wore a sour scowl and rubbed his sword hilt with a sullen eagerness as he watched the inn. "Where's Master Gil?" Rand asked. "Library," Lam Gwyn replied. The cat began purring and grinned. Nothing bothers a cat for long, and not even somebody trying to stick him in the sack. Rand hurried inside through the common room, now with its usual complement of men wearing the red and talking over their ale about the false dragon. A brindle cat is a colloquial term for cats with a mottled, streaked, or brindled coat pattern, often a mix of dark and lighter hairs, like black and red. So it's kind of a unique type of color. About the false dragon, and whether the White Cloaks would make trouble when he was taken north. No one cared what happened to Logain, but they all knew the daughter heir and Lord Gawain would be traveling in the party, and no man there would countenance any risk to them. Yup, all splotchy. Found Master Gil in the library playing stones with Loyal. Plump Tabby sat on the table, feet tucked under her, watching their hands move over the cross-hatched board. Yogier placed another stone with a touch oddly delicate for his thick fingers. Shaking his head, Master Gil took the excuse of Rand's appearance to turn from the table. Loyal almost always won at stones. "It's beginning to worry where you were, lad. Thought you might have had trouble with some of those white flashing traders, or run into that beggar or something." For a minute, Rand stood there with his mouth open. He'd forgotten all about that bundle of rags of a man. "I saw him," he said finally. "But that's nothing. I saw the Queen, too, and Elada. That's where the trouble is." Master Gil snorted a laugh. "The Queen, eh? You don't say. We had Gareth Bryn out in the common room an hour or so ago, arm wrestling the Lord Captain Commander of the Children. But the Queen, now that's something." "Blood and ashes," Rand growled. "Everybody thinks I'm lying today." Tossed his cloak across the back of a chair and threw himself into another.
He was so wound up to sit back, he perched on the front edge, mopping his face with a handkerchief. I saw the beggar, and he saw me, and I thought, that's not important. I climbed up on the walls around a garden where I could see the plaza in front of the palace, where they took Logain in, and I fell off on the inside. I almost believe you weren't making fun, the innkeeper said slowly. Tavern. Loyal murmured. Oh, it happened? Rand said, Light, help me. It did. Master Gale's skepticism melted slowly as he went on. Turning to quiet alarm, the innkeeper leaned more and more forward until he was perched on the edge of his chair, the same as Rand was. Loyal listened impassively, except that every so often he rubbed his broad nose and the tufts of his ears gave a little twitch. Tortoiseshell cats are an example of brindle cat. Calico, for some reason, doesn't count. Wow. Discrimination! Discrimination! Rand told everything that had happened, everything except what Aleda had whispered to him and what Gawain had said at the palace gate. One he did not want to think about, the other had nothing to do with anything. I'm Tam Althor's son. Even if I wasn't born in the Two Rivers, I am. I'm Two Rivers' blood, and Tam is my father. Abruptly he realized he had stopped talking, caught up in his thoughts, and they were looking at him. I do that too, and then I'll be like, oh shit, did I stop reading like 20 seconds ago? Fuck, I better start reading again. Ah shit, where was I? God damn it, why do I get distracted so easily? For one panicky moment, he wondered if he had said too much. Well, Master Gil said, there's no more waiting for your friends for you. You will have to leave the city and fast. 2 days at the most. Can you get Matt on his feet in that time, or should I send for Mother Grub? And gave him a perplexed 2 days. Aleda is Queen Morghase's advisor, right next to Captain General Gareth Bryn himself, maybe ahead of him. She sets the Queen's guards looking for you. Lord Gareth won't stop her unless she interferes with their other duties. Well, the guards can search every inn in Caelin in 2 days. And that's saying some ill chance doesn't bring them here the first day, or the first hour. Maybe there's a little time if they start over at the Crown and Lion, but none for dawdling. Rand nodded slowly. If I can't get Matt out of that bed, you send for Mother Grub. I have a little money left, maybe enough. I'll take care of Mother Grub, the innkeeper said gruffly. And I suppose I can lend you a couple of horses if you try walking to Tarvalon, and you'll wear through what's left of your boots halfway there. You're a good friend, Rand said. Seems like we've brought you nothing but trouble, but we're still willing to help. A good friend. Master Gil seemed embarrassed, shrugged his shoulders and cleared his throat and looked down. That brought his eyes to the stone's board, and he jerked them away again. Loyal was definitely winning. Aye. Well, Thom's always been a good friend to me. If he's willing to go out of his way for you, I can do a little bit too. Would like to go with you when you leave, Rand, Loyal said suddenly. I thought that was settled, Loyal. He hesitated. Master Gil still did not know the whole of the danger, then added, You know what waits for Matt and me. What's chasing us? Dark friends, the Ogier replied in a placid rumble. And Aes Sedai and the Light knows what else, or the Dark One. You are going to Tarvalon, and there is a very fine grove there, which I have heard the Aes Sedai tend well. In any case, there is more to see in the world than the groves. You truly are Tavern. Rand. Pattern weaves itself around you, and you stand in the heart of it. This man stands at the heart of it. Rand felt a chill. I don't stand at the heart of anything, he said harshly. Master Gil blinked, and even Loyal seemed taken aback with his anger. Innkeeper and the Ogier looked at each other, and then at the floor. Rand forced his expression smooth, drawing deep breaths. For a wonder, he found the void that had eluded him so often of late. In calmness, they did not deserve his anger. You can come, Loyal, he said. I don't know why you would want to, but I'd be grateful for the company. You know how Matt is. I know, Loyal said. Still can't go into the streets without raising a mob shouting, Trolloc! After me, but Matt at least only uses words. He has not tried to kill me. Of course not, Rand said. Not Matt. He wouldn't go that far. Not Matt. Tap came at the door, and one of the serving maids, Gilda, stuck her head into the room. Her mouth was tight, and eyes worried. Master Gil, come quickly, please. There's white cloaks in the common room. Master Gil leapt up with an oath, sending the cat jumping from the table to stalk off of the room, tail stiff and offended. I'll come. Run, tell them I'm coming. Then stay out of their way. You hear me, girl? Keep away from them. Gilda bobbed her head and vanished. You'd best stay here, he told Loyal. Ogier snorted, the sound like sheets ripping. Had no desire for more meetings with the children of the light. Master Gil's eye fell on the stone's board, and his mood seemed to lighten. Looks as if we'll have to start the game over later. No need for that. Loyal stretched an arm to the shelves and took down a book. His hands dwarfed the cloth-bound volume. We can take up from where the board lies. It is your turn. Master Gil grimaced. If it isn't one thing, it's another, he muttered as he hurried into the room. As he hurried from the room. Rand followed him, but slowly. He had no more desire than Loyal to become involved with the children. This man stands at the heart of it. He stopped at the door in the common room, where he could see what went on, but far enough back that he hoped he would not be noticed. Dead silence filled the room. 5 white cloaks stood in the middle of the floor, studiously being ignored by the folk at the tables. One of them had the silver lightning flash of an under-officer beneath the sunburst of his on his cloak. Lamgwin was lounging against the wall by the front door, intently cleaning his fingernails with a splinter. 4 more of the guards Master Gil had hired were spaced across the wall from him, all industriously paying no attention at all to the white cloaks. If the children of the light noticed anything, they gave no sign. Only the under-officer showed any emotion at all, impatiently tapping his steel-backed gauntlets against his palm as he waited for the innkeeper. Master Gil crossed the room to him quickly, a cautiously neutral look on his face. The light illumine you, he said, with a careful bow. Not too deep, but not slight enough to actually be insulting either. And our good Queen Morghese, how may I help? I've no time for your drivel, innkeeper, the under-officer snapped. I've been to 20 inns already today, each a worse pigsty than the last, and I'll see 20 more before the sun sets. Looking for dark friends, a boy from the 2 rivers. Master Gil's face grew darker with every word. He puffed up as if he would explode, and finally he did, cutting the white cloak off in turn. There are no dark friends in my establishment. Every man here is a good queensman. Yes, and we all know where Morghese stands. The under-officer twisted the queen's name into a sneer. And her Tarvalon witch, don't we? Scrape of chair legs was loud. Suddenly every man in the room was on his feet. They stood still as statues, but everyone staring grimly at the white cloaks. The under-officer did not appear to notice. The 4 behind them looked around uneasy. It will go easier with you, innkeeper, the under-officer said, if you cooperate. The temper of the times goes hard with those who shelter dark friends. I wouldn't think an inn with a dragon's fang on its door would get much custom. Might have trouble with fire, with that at your door. You get out of here now, Master Gilkid said quietly, or I'll send for the Queen's Guard to cart what's left of you to the middens. Lamgwin's sword rasped out of its sheath, and the coarse scrape of steel on leather was repeated throughout the room as swords and daggers filled hands. Serving maids scurried for the doors. The under-officer looked around in scornful disbelief. The dragon's fang won't help you 5. Master Gil finished for him. He held up a clenched fist and raised his forefinger. 1. You must be mad, innkeeper, threatening the children of the light. White cloaks hold no wit in Camelin. 2. Can you really believe this will end here? 3. We'll be back, the under-officer snapped, and then he was hastily turning his men around, trying to pretend he was leaving in good order and in his own time. He was hampered by the eagerness his men showed for the door, not running, but not making secret they wanted to be outside. Lamgwin stood across the door with his sword, only giving way in response to Master Gil's frantic waves. When the white cloaks were gone, the innkeeper dropped heavily onto a chair, rubbed a hand across his forehead, and stared at it as if surprised that it was not covered in sweat. All over the room, men seated themselves again, laughing over what they had done. Some went over to clap Master Gill on the shoulder. When he saw Rand, the innkeeper tottered off the chair and over to him. "Who would have thought I had it in me to be a hero?" he said wonderingly. "The light illumined me." Abruptly, he gave himself a shake, and his voice regained almost its normal tone. "You'll have to stay out of sight until I get you out of the city." With a careful look back into the common room, he pushed Rand deeper into the hall. "That lot will be back, or else a few spies wearing red for the day, after that little show I put on. I doubt they'll care whether you're here or not, but they'll act as though you are." "That's crazy," Rand protested. The innkeeper's gesture, he lowered his voice. "The White Cloaks don't have any reason to be after me." "Don't know about reasons, lad, but they're after you and Matt for certain, sure." "What have you been up to, Leda and the White Cloaks?" Rand raised his hands in protest, then let them fall. It made no sense, but he had heard the White Cloak. "What about you? The White Cloaks will make trouble for you even when they don't find us." "No worries about that, lad. Queen's Guards still uphold the law, even if they do not let traitors strut around. If they do let traitors strut around showing white. For the night, well, Lamgwin and his friends might not get much sleep, but I could almost pity anybody who tries to put a mark on my door." Gilda appeared beside them, dropping a curtsy to Master Gill. "Sir, there's a lady in the kitchens." She sounded scandalized at this combination. "She's asking for Master Rand, sir, and Master Matt by name." "Is it Moiraine? Is it Moiraine?" Rand exchanged a puzzled look with the innkeeper. "Lad," Master Gill said, "if you've actually managed to bring the Lady Elaine down from the palace to my inn, well, we'll all end up facing the headsman." Gilda squeaked at the mention of the daughter heir and gave Rand a round-eyed snare. "Off with you, girl," the innkeeper said sharply, "and keep quiet about what you've heard. It's nobody's business." Gilda bobbed again and darted down the hallway, flashing glances over her shoulder at Rand as she went. "In 5 minutes," Master Gill sighed. "She will be telling the other women you're a prince in disguise. By nightfall, it will be all over New City." "Master Gill," Rand said, "I never mentioned Matt to Elaine." "It can't be." Suddenly a huge smile lit up his face, and he ran for the kitchens. "Wait!" the innkeeper called behind him. "Wait until you know! Wait, you fool!" Rand threw open the door to the kitchens, and there they were. Moiraine rested her serene eyes on him, unsurprised. Nynaeve and Egwene ran laughing to throw their arms around him, with Perrin crowding in behind them. All three patting his shoulders as if they had to be convinced that he was really there. In the doorway, leading to the stable yard, Rand lounged with one boot up in the doorframe, dividing his attention between the kitchen and the yard outside. Rand tried to hug the two women and shake Perrin's hand all at the same time, and it was a tangle of arms and laughter, complicated by Nynaeve trying to feel his face for fever. That looked somewhat the worst for wear, bruises on Perrin's face, and he had a way of keeping his eyes downcast that he had never had before. But they were alive, and together again. His throat was so tight he could barely talk. "I was afraid I'd never see you again," managed finally. "I was afraid you were all—" "I knew you were alive," Egwene said against his chest. "I always knew it. Always." "I did not," Nynaeve said. Her voice was sharp for just that moment, but it softened in the next, and she smiled at him. "You look well, Rand. Not overfed by means, but, well, thank the light." "Well," Master Gill said behind him, "I guess you know these people after all. Those friends you were looking for?" Rand nodded. "Yes, my friends." Made introductions all around. Still felt odd to be giving Lan and Moiraine their right names. They both eyed him sharply when he did. The innkeeper greeted everyone with an open smile, but he was properly impressed at meeting a warder, and especially at Moiraine. At her, he gaped openly. It was one thing knowing an Aes Sedai had been helping the boys, quite something else having her appear in the kitchen, then bowed deeply. "You are welcome to the Queen's blessing, Aes Sedai, as my guest. Though I suppose you will be staying at the inn with Elena Sedai and at the palace with Elena Sedai and the Aes Sedai who came with the false dragon." Bowing again, he gave Rand a quick, worried look. It was all very well to say he did not speak ill of Aes Sedai, but that was not the same as saying he wanted one sleeping under his roof. True. Rand nodded encouragingly, trying to tell him silently that it was all right. Moiraine was not like Eleda, with a threat behind every glance, under every word. Are you sure? Even now, are you sure? I believe I will stay here, Moiraine said, for the short time I remain in Caemlyn. And you must allow me to pay. Calico Cat sauntered in from the hallway to strop the innkeeper's ankles. No sooner had the calico begun than a fuzzy gray sprang from under the table, arching its back and hissing. Calico crouched with a threatening growl, and the gray streaked past Lan into the stable yard. Master Gil began apologizing for the cats at the same time. He protested that Moiraine would honor him by being his guest, and was she sure she would not prefer the palace, which he would quite understand, but he hoped she would accept his best room as a gift. He made a jumble to which Moiraine seemed to pay no attention at all. Instead, she bent down to scratch the orange and white cat. It promptly left Master Gil's ankles for hers. I've seen 4 other cats here so far, she said. Problem with mice. Rats. Rats, Moiraine Sedai, the innkeeper said. Terrible problem. Not that I don't keep a clean place, you understand. It's all the people. Whole city is full of people and rats. When my cats take care of it, you'll not be troubled, I promise. Rand exchanged a fleeting look with Perrin, put his eyes down again right away. There was something odd about Perrin's eyes, and he was silent. He was so silent. Perrin was almost always slow to speak, but now he was saying nothing at all. Could be all the people, he said. With your permission, Master Gil, Moiraine said, as if she took it for granted. It is a simple matter to keep rats away from this street. With luck, the rats will not even realize they are being kept away. Master Gil frowned at that last, but he bowed, accepting her offer. If you are sure you don't want to stay at the palace, Aes Sedai. Where is Matt? Nynaeve said suddenly. She said he was here too. Upstairs, Rand said. He's not feeling well. Nynaeve's head came up. He's sick? I'll leave the rats to her and I'll attend to him. Take me to him now, Rand. All of you go up, Moiraine said. I will join you in a few minutes. We are crowding Master Gil's kitchen, and it would be best if we could all be somewhere quiet for a time. There was an undercurrent in her voice. Stay out of sight. The hiding is not done yet. Come on, Rand. Come on, Rand said. We'll go up the back way. Fucking ads! I can't win against no ads. I put up a good fight, though. I'll get some hits in, and the next thing you know, I have bleeding all over my palms, and what the fuck? Oh, that's what happens when your nails stab into you when you make a fist. You just slice open your own hands like a fucking retard. Or you punch like this to keep your nails on the inside. And then you have no support, and then you just break your fucking hand. Yeah, punching with nails is basically impossible. That's why women are bad at it, you know, because they got these. Excuse me. All right. Hey, Raymond Dow, how's it going? Raymond, we're reading Eye of the World right now, but we still have an essay for you to read, or from you to read, and we should be pretty close to being done this chapter. So good to see you, Brew. Hope everything's going good with ya. Hell yeah. Come on, Rand said. We'll go up the back way. The Edmonds Field folk crowded after him to the back staircase, leaving the Aes Sedai and the warder in the kitchen with Master Gill. Could not get over being back together. It was nearly as if he were home again. Could not stop grinning. Same relief, almost joyous, seemed to be affecting the others. They chuckled to themselves and kept reaching out to grip his arm. Perrin's voice seemed subdued, and he still kept his head down. But he began to talk as they climbed. I'm like super drunk, a fucking huge tree fell out. Wait, what? No! Oh, that sucks, Raymond. Is your house okay? Fuck, that's not good. That's not good at all, Brew. You got insurance for that? I'm sorry about that, Raymond. That sucks. Nature is fucking shit. It's okay, but like fucked of some places of the roof. Ugh. Roofing is so fucking expensive to get done too. It's so ridiculous. But you guys are in your summer, right? Not winter? It's a municipal tree. They gotta pay for that. Ah! Because it's the city's shit and it fucked with your house. It's their fault. Fucking love it. At least there's a small consolation on that. I got my roof rethatched. But still, I was like, I would just rather not have to deal with it, because that's fucking bullshit, and that sucks. But at least, like, it's not the middle of the winter, and you don't have to worry about, like, you know, other things inside of the house. Make everything worse. You know, it's the ultimate conspiracy way to kill someone in Alberta is to have their house crushed by a tree. Yeah, I would like a tree to not fall on my house, because there's no trees in Alberta that are taller than 1 story or thicker than, like, a foot. They're basically just shrubs. So, yeah. What happened to this house? Oh, it was crushed by a tree. And who was in it? Oh, the person who was running for mayor. And, there was no wind last night? No, apparently there was like a 10-minute storm. I don't know. Went to do some shit. It took 5 minutes. I come back, a fucking tree fell on my house. Damn, bro. You weren't even there when it happened? You just come back to it? Holy shit. You know what Karens in America would say, Raymond? At least you have a house! Be grateful you have a fucking house that a tree can fall on! There's homeless people here that don't have trees! I mean, they don't have houses, so trees can't fall on their houses! You should be so proud to have a tree in your house! Fucker! I walk like 1 block, I come back, it's all fucked up. Oh man, that's crazy. Kid comes up to his dad. My girlfriend broke up with me. Oh no, what happened? I only gave her a compliment. I told her I really liked what she did with her hair and asked how she got it to come out of her nostrils. Like that. Jesus Christ, Sean, that's fucking amazing. This is like fucking downtown a main street. You've been targeted, Raymond. They know that you write essays, and now they've put the warning out on you, so be careful, man. Be careful. The only reason the tree didn't destroy your house is because you weren't inside the house.
Honest answers. Who else laughed? I don't know if Queen would have laughed for that one. Oh, I'm just imagining like a woman with a mustache, but instead of a mustache, it's just like the hair coming out of her nose. Oh god. Yeah, Hitler stash. This is black hair just coming down from her nose. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh, jeez, fuck. That's some crazy shit. That's some crazy shit. Okay. Moiraine said she could find you and Matt, and she did. When we rode into the city, the rest of us couldn't stop staring. Well, all except Lan, of course, all the people, the buildings, everything. His thick curls swung as he shook his head in disbelief. It's all so big and so many people. Some of them kept staring at us too, shouting, "Red or white?" Like it made some kind of sense. Egwene touched Rand's sword, fingering the red wrappings. What does it mean? Nothing, he said. Nothing important. We're leaving for Tar Valon, remember? Egwene gave him a look, but she removed her hand from the sword and took up where Perrin had left off. Moiraine didn't look at anything more than Lan did. She led us back and forth through all those streets so many times, like a dog hunting a scent. And I thought you couldn't be here. Then, all of a sudden, she took off down a street, and the next thing I knew, we were handing the horses to the stableman and marching into the kitchen. She never even asked if you were here. Just told the woman, who was mixing batter, to go tell Rand al'Thor and Matt Cawthon that someone wanted to see them. And there you were, she grinned. Like a ball popping into a Gleeman's hand out of nowhere. Where is the Gleeman? Perrin asked. Is he with you? Rand's stomach lurched. And the good feeling of having friends around him dimmed. Thom's dead. I think he's dead. There was a fade. He could not say more. Nynaeve shook her head, muttering under her breath. Silence thickened around them, stifling the little chuckles, flattening the joy. Until they reached the head of the stairs. Matt's not sick exactly, he said. Then you'll see. He flung open the door to the room he shared with Matt. Look, he's here. Matt. Matt was still curled up in a ball on the bed, just as Rand had left him. Raised his head to stare at them. How do you know they're really who they look like? He said hoarsely. His face was flushed, skin tight and slick with sweat. How do I know you're who you look like? Not sick. Nynaeve gave Rand a disdainful look as she pushed past him, already unslinging her bag from her shoulder. Everybody changes, Matt rasped. How can I be sure? Perrin, is that you? You've changed, haven't you? His laugh sounded more like a cough. Oh, yes, you've changed. To Rand's surprise, Perrin dropped onto the edge of the other bed with his head in his hands, staring at the floor. Matt's hacking laughter seemed to pierce him. Nynaeve knelt beside Matt's bed and put a hand to his face, pushing up his headcloth. She jerked back from her with a scornful look. His eyes were bright and glazed. You're burning, she said. But you should not be sweating with this much fever. Sussy Kitsune! Yo, what's up? Welcome, how's it going? We are reading Eye of the World by Robert Jordan, the first book of the Wheel of Time. She could not keep the worry out of her voice. Rand, you and Perrin fetch some clean cloths, and as much cold water as you can carry. I'll bring your temperature down first, Matt, and the Eye of the World! Yeah, I know, we've only got 150-ish pages to go. That's all we have left. We've already read fucking all of this. Insane. Chapter a day, guys. And I still got the other 2 books on the shelf over there, The Great Hunt and The Dragon Reborn. Because my friend bought me the first 3 books for my birthday like 4 years ago. Now I'm finally reading them. Pretty Nynaeve, Matt spat. A wisdom isn't supposed to think of herself as a woman, is she? Not a pretty woman. But you do, don't you? Now, you can't make yourself forget that you're a pretty woman. Now, and it frightens you. Everybody changes. Nynaeve's face paled as he spoke. Whether with anger or something else, Rand could not tell. That's awesome and sweet from him. Yeah. Because he's like, Sword of Truth is my favorite fantasy series, right? And a lot of things from Sword of Truth were pulled from the Wheel of Time. So he's like, if you like the Sword of Truth, you'll like the Wheel of Time. And I mean, I like it so far, it took so long to get into. Like, the first chapter of Sword of Truth is like Richard staring at a strange cloud talking about his wizard-like grandfather who's a cloud reader. The first, like, 5 chapters of the Wheel of Time are all just building up to the attack on, what the fuck is the name of the town in the Two Rivers that they're from? I can't even remember. It's been so long since then. But it took so long to get into this, whereas it was like, Sword of Truth was just like, boom, you're into it. The world's fucked. You found Kalan and the quads, right? It's like crazy. El Cubano, got you tabbed up while gaming. Hope you have an amazing stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you so much, good sir. Always appreciate it. Rand could not tell. Matt gave a sly laugh, and his feverish eyes slid to Egwin. Pretty, Egwin, he croaked. Pretty as Nynaeve. And you share other things now, don't you? Other dreams. What do you dream about now? Egwin took a step back from the bed. We are safe from the Dark One's eyes for the time being, Moiraine announced. She walked into the room with Lan at her heels. Her eyes fell on Matt as she stepped through the doorway, and she hissed as if she had touched a hot stove. Get away from him! Nynaeve did not move except for turning to stare at the Aes Sedai in surprise. In 2 quick steps, Moiraine seized the wisdom by her shoulders, hauling her across the floor like a sack of grain. Nynaeve struggled and protested, but Moiraine did not release her until she was well away from the bed. The wisdom continued her protests as she got to her feet, angrily straightening her clothes, but Moiraine ignored her completely. The Aes Sedai watched Matt to the exclusion of everything else, eyeing him the way she would a viper. All of you, stay away from him, she said, and be quiet. Matt stared back as intently as she. He bared his teeth in a silent, snarling rictus. Pulled himself into an ever tighter knot, but he never took his eyes from her. Slowly, she put one hand on him, lightly, on a knee drawn up on his chest. A convulsion shook him at her touch, a shudder of revulsion spamming through his entire body, and abruptly pulled one hand out, slashing at her face with the ruby-hilted dagger. 1 minute, Lan was in the doorway. The next, he was at the bedside, as if he had not bothered with the intervening space. His hand caught Matt's wrist, stopping the slash as if it had struck stone. Still, Matt held himself in that tight ball. Only the hand with the dagger tried to move, straining against the warder's implacable grip. Matt's eyes never left Moiraine, and they burned with hate. Moiraine also did not move. She did not flinch from the blade, only inches from her face. As she did not when he first struck. How did he come by this? She asked in a steel voice. I asked if Mordith had given you anything. I asked, and I warned you, and you said he had not. Kid tells his dad that a girl wanted to date her. Wait. Kid tells his dad that a girl wanted to date her, and he said no thanks. Wait, you mean date him? She demanded to know why. Hey, listen, relationships to me are like chunky people. Chunky people? What do you mean? They usually don't work out.
Sean, that's the good shit right there. Fuck yeah, that's what it's all about. He didn't, Rand said. Matt, took it from the treasure room. Moiraine looked at him, her eyes seeming to burn as much as Matt's. He almost stepped back before she turned away again, back to the bed. I didn't know until after we were separated. I didn't know. You did not know, Moiraine studied Matt. He still lay with his knees pulled up to his chest, still snarled soundlessly at her, and his hand yet fought Lan to reach her for the dagger with the dagger. It is a wonder you got this far, carrying this. Felt the evil of it when I laid eyes on him. The touch of Mashadar, but a Fade could sense it for miles. Even though he would not know exactly where, he would know it was near, and Mashadar would draw his spirit while his bones remembered that this same evil swallowed an army. Dreadlords, Fades, Trollocs, and all. Some dark friends could probably feel it too. Those who have truly given away their souls. There could not help but be those who would wonder at suddenly feeling this, as if the very air around them itched. They would be compelled to seek it. It should have drawn to them as a magnet draws iron filings. They were dark friends, Rand said, more than once. But we got away from them, and a Fade, the night before we reached Camelin, but he never saw us. Cleared his throat. There are rumors of strange things in the night outside the city. It could be Trollocs. Oh, it's Trollocs, Sheepherder, Lan said wryly. And where Trollocs are, there are Fades. Tendons stood out on the back of his hand from the effort of holding Matt's wrist, but there was no strain in his voice. They've tried to hide their passage, but I've seen sign for 2 days, and heard farmers and villagers mutter about things in the night. The Miradrol managed to strike into the 2 rivers, unseen somehow, but every day they come closer to those who can send soldiers to hunt them down. Even so, they won't stop now, Sheepherder. But we're in Camelin, Egwene said. They can't get to us as long as... They can't, the warder cut her off. The Fades are building their numbers in the countryside. That's plain enough from the sign. If you know what to look for. Already there are more Trollocs than they need just to watch all the ways out of the city. 12 fists at least. There can only be one reason. When the Fades have enough numbers, they will come into the city after you. The act may send half the armies of the south marching to the borderlands, but the evidence is that they're willing to take that risk. You 3 have escaped them too long. It looks as if you've brought a new Trolloc war to Camelin, Sheepherder. Egwene gave a gasping sob, and Perrin shook his head as though he denied it, to deny it. Rand felt a sickness in his stomach at the thought of Trollocs in the streets of Camelin. All those people at one another's throats, never realizing the real threat waiting to come over the walls. What would they do when they suddenly found Trollocs and Fades in their midst? Killing them. He could see the towers burning, flames breaking through the domes, Trollocs pillaging through the curving streets of the vistas of the inner city, palace itself in flames, Elaine and Gawain and Morghese dead. Not yet, Moiraine said absently. She was still intent on Matt. If we can find a way out of Camelin, the half-men will have no more interest here. If. So many ifs. Better we are all dead, Perrin said suddenly, and Rand jumped at the echo of his own thoughts. Perrin still sat staring at the floor, glaring at it now, and his voice was bitter. Everywhere we go, we bring pain and suffering on our backs. It would be better for everyone if we were dead. Johnny buys a robot that slaps people who lie. He decides to test it at dinner. Well, son, what did you do today? I only did homework. Slap. Okay, I watched a movie. What movie did you watch? I watched Shrek. Slap. Okay. It was an R-rated movie. When I was your age, I didn't know what an R-rated movie was. Slap. He sure is your son. Slap. It took me a second, Sean. It took me a second because I was like, wait, who said he sure is your son? Wait, that was the wife. And the wife's like, she's sure your son. Boom, slap. Uh-oh. Oops. Oh, fuck, that's good. That's good. Oof. That escalated quickly. Oh god. And his voice was bitter. Everywhere we go, we bring pain and suffering on our backs. It would be better for everyone if we were dead. Reneve rounded on him, her face half fury and half worried fear, but Moiraine forestalled her. Like any man wants a robot that slaps liars. And then I get outed for everything that I fucking say. God damn it. How do I get slapped for saying that I would... That doesn't even... That's such paradox. What a fucking joke. Okay, I know it's not a joke. I know it's serious. Fuck. God, this is not going to be a good time. Okay, I'm a masochist. I like it, alright? Jesus, sue me. Fuck. Nynaeve rounded on him, her face full of fury and half worried fear, but Moiraine forestalled her. What do you think to gain, for yourself or anyone else, by dying? The Aes Sedai asked. Her voice was level, yet sharp. If the Lord of the Grave has gained as much freedom to touch the pattern as I fear, he can reach you dead more easily than alive now. Dead, you can help no one, not the people who have helped you, not your friends and family back in the Two Rivers. The shadow is falling over the world, and none of you can stop it dead. Aaron raised his face to look at her. Rand gave a start. The irises of his friend's eyes were more yellow than brown. With his shaggy hair and the intensity of his gaze, there was something about him. Rand could not grasp it enough to make it out. Aaron spoke with the same flatness that gave him his words more weight than he had shouted. We can't stop it alive, either. Now can we? I will have time to argue with you later, Moiraine said, but your friend needs me now. She stepped aside so they could all see Matt clearly, his eyes still on her, with a rage-filled stare. He had not moved or changed his position on the bed. Sweat stood out on his face, and his lips were bloodless, in an unchanging snarl. All of his strength seemed to be poured into the effect of reach Moiraine with the dagger Lan held motionless. Or had you forgotten? Perrin gave an embarrassed shrug and spread his hands. Wordlessly. Jeez. What's wrong with him? Egwene said, and Nynaeve added, "Is it catching? I can still treat him. I don't seem to catch sick, no matter what it is." "Oh, it is catching," Moiraine said, "and your protection would not save you." Pointed to the ruby-tilted dagger. Careful not to let her finger touch it. The blade trembled as Matt strained to reach her with it. This is from Shadar Logoth. There is not a pebble of that city that is not tainted and dangerous to bring outside the walls. And this is far more than a pebble. The evil that killed Shadar Logoth is in it. And in Matt too now. Suspicion and hatred so strong that even those closest are seen as enemies. Rooted so deep in the bone that eventually the only thought left is to kill. But carrying the dagger beyond the walls of Shadar Logoth, he freed it, the seed of it, from what bound it to that place. It will have waxed and waned in him, what he is in heart of him fighting, what the contagion of Mashadar sought to make him, but now the battle inside him is almost done, and he's almost defeated. Soon, if it does not kill him first, he will spread that evil like a plague wherever he goes. Just as one scratch from that blade is enough to infect and destroy, so soon a few minutes with Matt will be just as deadly. Nynaeve's face has gone white. "Can you do anything?" she whispered. "I hope so," Moiraine sighed. "For the sake of the world, I hope I am not too late." Her hand delved into the pouch at her belt and came out with the silk-shrouded Angriel. "Leave me. Stay together and find somewhere you will not be seen, but leave me. I will do what I can for him. Damn! Matt's fucking possessed, guys. Shit. That's not good. Was it good? It was the best. Slap. You lied to me. What am I supposed to say? You're loose as heck. If I didn't love you, it wouldn't be good at all. You're the best I've ever had. Slap. Really now? Okay, fine. Your brother is better. Your shaft is twice as thick as yours. That would destroy so many relationships. Oh, God. I can only imagine. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Alright. We've come to the final stretch, guys. We're here. We're ready to go. We've got Book Fox on the run. We got an ad in a sec here. So between the ad and Book Fox, we'll make it. We'll make it. We'll make it. I believe we will make it. Oh shit, Stargrain 7!
Less than greater than.
Thank you,
Greater
holy
than
shit,
greater
thank you for the
than
subscription,
less than greater
Stargrain!
than less than greater than dancing Kirby.
I really appreciate it, holy shit.
I'll take care of these guys.
Are you sure? There's an awful lot of them.
They hit me with a truck.
Thank you so much, Stargrain. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the content. That's crazy. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't fucking up, because sometimes what I'll do is, there we go, ads! Immediate ads! We've lost to the ads. Oh no, the ads! Fucking ads! Go damn ads! It up and no with be not be when do before ads! Fuck ads! I guess now, Stargrain, you get past damn ads. You get to see the behind the scenes of the ad appraisal. Go watch your ads, kids. Ads teach you what to do. Make sure you get your ads. Your ads are up there. Get it off, get it on, get it over, get it at, get it gone, get it go. That is what you know when it comes to ads. 'Cause all things in life are dictated at the sound and sight of ads, at the money and prosperity of ads and companies. So never fret. Your good neighborhood company is here to take your money, because the more money you have, the poorer you are. Frickin' love Wheel of Time. Matt's my favorite. I won't say why, because spoilers. Hell yeah, Stargrain. I'm so excited. I've heard things from my friends over the years of like talking about them, but I don't remember much, so. But I know Rand's the main character, but I know other characters are like just as important, right? Showing all of the different kinds of magic in the world and stuff like that, so. And my favorite series is Sword of Truth. So my friend was like, yeah, they took a lot of things from the Wheel of Time and the Sword of Truth. So I think you'll like the Sword of Truth too. And yeah, thoroughly like Sword of Truth. It's pretty good. But the goal is over the next like 4 or 5 years to read a chapter a day until we've read all 14 books.
Just because. Why not, right? Why not? Why the fuck not? That's infinite content, right? Alright, so today, unspoken rules of short stories. Alright, let's see if we use these stories. Let's get into it.
It says they're like playgrounds. You can try out some strange new concept you have.
Hold
The
on.
great thing about short stories is they're like playgrounds. You can try out some strange new concept you
Yep.
have, or you can try out some strange POV like second person, and it's not going to take you 6 months to a year to actually write it. You'll just, spend a week writing a short story. So short stories train you in all the storytelling tools,
Yep.
but with low risk.
Yep.
In this video, we're going to cover 8 steps to write your short story, and if you go through all 8, your short story is definitely going to be better because of these steps.
Hell yeah.
Let's start with number 1. Your story should start in the first sentence.
Yep.
When you write a novel, you have a lot of leeway. You
Yep.
can start your story, meaning starting like the conflict or the inciting incident. You can start it at the end of the first paragraph or maybe a couple pages in, or sometimes even at the end of the first chapter. You cannot do that with a short story. You have such little space.
Yep.
You absolutely have to start right away. Right away. And if you don't start quickly enough, you're not going to have enough space in the rest of the story to actually do the storytelling.
Yeah.
Let's look at
And that's my biggest problem.
Richard Ford, his story collection,
That's why it winds up being
Look at this
7,000
very
fucking
first
words.
sentence. Edna and I had started down from Kalispell, heading for Tampa, St. Pete, where I still had some friends from the old glory days who wouldn't turn me into the police. This is a sentence which starts the story because 1, we have movement, they're driving, they're already in action. 2, we have danger. The police are clearly looking for him. And then 3, we have a sense of mystery. What has he done to get the police after him? Look at that, the very first sentence, and the story has already started. Let's look at another first sentence from Dennis Johnson's Jesus' Son. I met the first man as I was going home from a dance at the Veterans of Foreign Wars Hall. So first of all, we have movement, we have action, we know where he was and where he is going. Second, there is a meeting. This is the launch of the story, this meeting with this other person. And the most important word in this whole sentence is first, the first man, which implies that there's going to be a second person that he meets as well. So in your short story, if your first sentence is describing someone with no sense of tension or action, or talks about the weather or the setting, or just introduces someone with zero sense of conflict, that is a problem, and I would strongly recommend that you try to start the story earlier. This next tip to
Okay, let's look at an example of this with very specifically bacon. The bacon story. Human bacon. Beeping of the medical machines brought me out of my stupor. My chest heaved and burned. My nostrils flared with the antiseptic alcoholic smell. Lingering essence of a clean room, at least. Hospital bed creaked and moaned as I shifted my body weight. So, it's not necessarily movement off the bat, but we do have, well, shit, you're in a fucking hospital bed. When you're in a hospital bed, shit fucking went down, right? So I'd say half points for that one. But the idea is there, it's just not fully
Write a
formed.
short story is probably the most important one in this whole video. It is number 2. First equals scene, second equals backstory.
Yeah.
This is such a famous strategy when writing short stories. It is almost a cliche. Everybody uses it. But even though it's really commonly used, I'm still recommending you use it because it works. It's a really good strategy. What this means is in your first scene, you start with a scene. You actually have people doing things. And then in the second section of the story, you go into the backstory of the characters, who they are and what they're doing and why. So it was really easy to find an example of this. I literally walked to the section of my bookcase which holds all my short story collections, and I picked one out at random, and I turned to the very first short story, and guess what? It used this technique. It was Hannah Tinty Animal Crackers, which is a whole short story collection themed around animals. So she starts her story with a scene. 2 people need to wash an elephant, and they're breaking out the hoses to wash this elephant down. And then the second section of the story goes into her backstory. Oh, Sandy runs the monkey house. Back in college, she studied biology and zoology. Oh, and by the way, we went out on a date once. So a lot of beginning writers, when they first start writing short stories, will reverse this order. They will start with the summary and backstory, the more general information about a character, and then bridge into a scene. That's not necessarily wrong. Of course, you can write a story.
So let's look at this and say, is this a scene? The beeping of the medical machines, chest heaved and burned, flared. Hospital bed creaked and moaned. And it's like, it was too soon to be back here. I could feel the heat rising to my cheeks, the emotional pain welling, my eyes watering, my mother's last words, "Don't forget lunch." And so I guess, maybe? I don't know. Because we've got the scene of the character being in the hospital, right? And it's like saying that they've been here before. But it's like, is there anything actually happening? So maybe this should be swapped around, and it should be like the door opened and Dr. Schmore entered. So we take this and we put this as the very beginning. So the door of the room opened and Dr. Schmore entered. He was not. I don't know why I say Dr. Schmore. A doctor entered. He was not Dr. Schmore. I looked at him dubiously. So maybe that's the way to start. And then the beeping of the machines. Or maybe even just like... get a little bit of the setting. But then again, this sets the setting because it's like the hospital, right? So, I mean, again... probably half points for that one. Like we understand the concept. We're not prolific in using it.
That does that.
Right.
I'm just saying that most of the time it'll grab the reader's attention more if you start with a scene and then go back and tell us more about this character. If you want to learn more about scenes, I would recommend signing up for Book Fox Lab, which is my coaching program. I'll put the link in the description. The third step or stage to writing a short story is the quadrangle of story. So David Knight has a great book called Creating Short Fiction, and in it he shows this rectangular shape where you need to have these four things in every single story that you're telling. Character, setting, situation, and emotion. You can start your story with any one of these, although setting is probably the hardest one to start with. And then as the story expands, move into the other categories. So let's look
I generally start with character, because character is what gets you into the world the most.
She starts with character. She introduces the neighbor, she introduces the mom, and she introduces the daughter, Joy. And then she bridges into the setting. Oh, this is in the south of the US. Joy has a wooden leg, she has a PhD, and at 32, she's still living with her mom. Now, the next part of the story is the situation. A Bible salesman comes along, tries to sell them Bibles, but there's something shady about him, and he tries to seduce Joy. The emotion comes at the end of the story, where we're totally surprised to learn that this Bible salesman is a wicked dude. He tricks her, he steals her wooden leg, and abandons her in the loft of a barn.
Damn, that's brutal!
Story. You can start with a situation,
that's
and then
so
move on
good.
to setting, and then move on to character. But the point is, you can mix and match these four in any way to sort of trot out the steps in writing your short story. And I'll also say you don't have to do these independently. A lot of the scenes are going to do 2 or 3 of these at the same time. But I do think you need to make sure that you have all 4 of these components in your story to make it feel fleshed out and to make it feel real. Now,
okay, well let's look at these and let's do. Kid says, "Hey Dad, my girlfriend wants to work this out. What'd you tell her?" I said, "Hey, listen, relationships are like a fart. If you have to force it, it's probably just crap anyway." Hey, Ink and Play, how's it going? And hey, Ebola, how's it going? Welcome. How are you guys? We are doing short story studies, essentially. So let's look at this situation with character, setting, situation, and emotion in our Faraday cage. We have character in the fact that this character has to basically torture his brother. I'm doing fantastic. We've had an excellent day today. I spent like a shit ton of time today working on getting all of the stories ready to go and working on thumbnails. So these were the thumbnails that we came up with for our horror stories. So this is for the Faraday cage story, where basically guys got nanobots in his body and he's being controlled by the network, so they put him inside of a Faraday cage, and slowly the nanobots like deactivate and expel into his blood system, and the person who's like doing experiments on him is actually his brother, and this guy like went missing like 3 or 4 years ago, and so his brother joined the resistance, right? And then one day he was like, okay, well, I do experiments and stuff, and he walked into the room, and his brother was the person in the cage. And that's the very first scene of the story. And it's like him like putting his hand on the screen being like, oh my fucking god, Kevin? And then like he goes into the cage and starts like talking to him and stuff, and it's like, oh my god. But he like Kevin, the guy in the cage, doesn't realize that his brother is the one who's actually performing the experiments on him. So it's like this dynamic where you as the reader know that the older brother is lying to the younger brother to save the younger brother's feelings, because he's the one who has to do it, but he knows if he doesn't do it, he's gonna die. And then he basically has to get his brother out of there, which winds up infecting both of them, which causes them to kind of fuck up the rebellion. And now Lisa knows that they're basically trying to use plants and fungus to control people's brains, like fungi and plants do with certain ants, and trying to overwrite the nanobots inside of their bodies to control them in order to basically shut off the network. Basically, they're doing genetic experiments to try and develop a weapon to stop the network and Lisa. So, yeah. Super emotionally sad story, right? And the setting is, like, inside of this rebellion facility. The characters of the two brothers. The situation is the fact that, you know, this character wants to get his brother out, but he can't because he knows the consequences of it, but still winds up doing it. And, the emotion is their relationship and the back and forth of him, you know, hurting his own kin and the one that he loves the most. So I think just in simply out of that, it just naturally has all of them in it, right? And then we have this one's just a bunch of bio stories about experiments. So the first one is like, the guy basically burns his skin off, gets a skin graft, and turns out it's like it's actually like his dead mother, and that was the human bacon story. And then the next one is what was it? The one we read today. Fuck, what was it called? I can't remember. No, it wasn't that one. Wait, was it? No, I'm retarded. It's here. Nope, it's here. From Within, and then The Last Flight of Aaron. So it starts out as like kind of fucked up body horror, and then it's like the next one is like skinwalking. I think that's what it is, right? Yeah, From Within. So it's like this one's like a skinwalker one, this one's like a skinwalker one, and then this one's like disease skinwalker, like infecting yourself purposefully in order to spread to the rest of the world. So it's kind of like all these experiments that are going off. And these will be the new videos for the stories for this week. And then, yeah. It's kind of, boss says, hey, you're late. Where you been? Well, I went to this restaurant down the street, and I'm never going back. Oh, really? What happened? Well, I got a bowl of soup, and everything was fine until someone bumped into me, and I dropped my spoon. The waiter snagged the dirty spoon off the floor and pulls a clean one out of his shirt pocket. What's with that? Oh, the efficiency manager figured that the spoon is the most commonly dropped utensil, so we all carry them everywhere. I don't want your spoon that's been inside of your pocket, bro. And then for the Attack stories, we have the creepypasta ones. So we made these ones for the creepypasta. From ghosts to gods, because it starts out as like simple ghost stories into like Lovecraftian, like earth-shattering cosmic horror. Because from the audits we've done of our channel, the main thing that's fucking us over is thumbnails. We need to get better at making thumbnails so people actually click on the videos. This one's my favorite though. But that's kind of where we are right now with that. But anyways, back to this. as always, with tangents.
Components in your story.
It's not my stream if it's not a tangent.
Make it feel real. Now, this next point is the one that writers struggle with the most.
Okay, here we go.
Number 4, novelistic pace versus short stories.
Yes, there is such a different idea of pacing when it comes to a short story. It is short and fast. You have to get everything across. The lulls and the like dips in the story have to, like, if this is a graph of, let's say, a normal story, be like short stories, like it's like a lot. There's the ups and downs, like the valleys and mountains of it are way deeper than for a short story. And even like the language and the way that you present the story, right? The things that you cut out, because you don't have time for those, right? You have to have a certain expectation as a reader for a short story too, right?
Pace. Some of you are probably runners. I myself used to be a runner before a series of unfortunate injuries sidelined me, alas. But you runners out there know the difference in the pacing of how you run a marathon versus how you run a 5K. A 5K, you are just unleashing on that pavement and just going all out. A marathon, you got to pace yourself so you don't die at mile 21 or 22. That sort of pacing matches the difference between short story pacing and novel pacing. So what occupies an entire page in a novel might be condensed down to, say, a paragraph in a short story. Or a 5-page scene in a novel might only be a 1-page scene in a story. You have to tighten everything in your short story so it's very, very compressed. And you also have to examine in your short story, is a single scene occupying, say, 30% of the real estate of the pages in your short story? If so, that might be a clue that you need to trim it down and keep the pacing going a little bit faster in that section. So we're gonna have a little pacing competition now. We're gonna set up Amy Bender, a short story writer of Call My Name, against a novelist, John Steinbeck's East of Eden. Let's look at the first couple sentences of Amy Bender first. I'm spending the afternoon auditioning men. They don't know it. This is a secret audition. Come as you are. That is so tight, it's so crystalline, it's so compressed, nothing is wasted, and it starts really quickly. In comparison, let's look at Steinbeck's East of Eden. He talks about the geography of the Salinas Valley. He talks about his memories of all the smells and flowers there. This is a leisurely pace. He's like, I'm gonna get to the story. Be patient. Now, you might be saying, John, this is just a stylistic issue. Some authors are more clipped, some authors are more long-winded. And, you know, that's a valid objection, but I do think in broad, general strokes, short stories tend to be much more compressed and tight and clipped, and novels you can take a lot more time. This next one is super clutch to write a good short story. It is number 5. The most important unit of the short story. So what's the most important unit of a novel? It's the scene, right? It's basically a series of scenes connected together. You make enough scenes, great, you have a whole novel. The most important unit of a short story, however, is a sentence. Now, no one cares if you write a bad sentence in a novel because there are just a lot of
that's
other
why that's the
sentences
biggest
to sort of
problem.
cover up your mistake.
But
however,
in a
if you
short
write
story,
a bad sentence in a short story, it's going to stick out like a sore
extremely
thumb.
noticeable.
Everyone's going to notice it, and it's going to ruin the experience for the readers. Now, there is some hefty competition for the absolute worst sentence in the world, but I think I found it. This is steamy Jane Austen fan fiction. Yes, it is. And it is a sequel to Pride and Prejudice, and it's called The Bar Sinister. Pride and Prejudice continues. So check out this sentence. Propitious fortune allowed her to descry whom the crepuscular light yielded. Do you know what that means? I don't. And I'm not sure I want to try to figure it out. So if you write a single bad sentence, yes, even one that bad, and it's in a novel, you can be forgiven because all the other sentences will cover your sin. But put that in a short story, and it is a significant portion of the story, maybe 0.5% or percent of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Essentially, in a novel, you can make mistakes, and they're forgiven because the other parts are.
And that's what I like about short stories is it's brutal, right? It does not let you have any leeway whatsoever whatsoever.
Sentences, I have
And
a
that's why I
sentence course
can't
which you
figure
should
out
take.
fucking
You
do
can
a
buy the
1,000-word
standalone
story.
course, or you can subscribe to Book Fox Academy and get all 10 of them.
And that could also be
Link
like
is in the
my
description.
ideas,
Now, for
right?
this next
Don't
point, we
allow
wanna
for the
talk
story to
about
be that
scope.
short.
Let's look at number 6, novelistic scope versus
Yeah.
short story scope.
I literally,
Honestly,
that's literally what I'm talking about is scope. Like, how far can you go in a short story versus, I'm not going to be able to tell the story of the sun being consumed by a black hole in a short story the same way that I'm going to be able to do it in a novel. It's like, that's a slow burn kind of
is the
feel
most
thing, right?
difficult thing for people who are coming to short stories to grasp, because they've been trained their entire life on movies and TV series and novels, and all of those are really big stories, expansive stories. So their imagination has been trained, like to tell a story, it looks like this. It's big, it's far-reaching.
Yeah, like for instance, like the bacon story. Really like weird, odd tasting bacon, can never get it. Burns body off, gets a skin graft, finds out that his mom was actually feeding him humans. Four easy story beats, right? The Faraday cage. Finds out his brother, he needs to torture him. He needs to get his brother out. Getting his brother out fucks everyone over. That's 3 story beats.
On one level, that's amazing. I mean, you have a great imagination, you're imagining all these worlds and characters and things happening. That's wonderful. Unfortunately, it doesn't really fit inside a short story.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever raced go-karts and they put a governor on the engine? They do
Ugh.
that so you can't go too fast in it, right? You have to put a governor on your imagination when you are writing short stories to limit yourself to this tiny little space.
Yeah.
Let's contrast a novelistic scope with a short story scope. The novel we'll look at is 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. It is 7 generations of a family. It is, as you can tell from the title, spanning an entire century, and it covers all of this political and cultural intrigue. It's so far-reaching. On the other hand, look at a short story like Hills Like White Elephants by Ernest Hemingway. The whole story takes place in a single setting over 40 minutes as 2 characters talk to each other while waiting for the train. So the most frequent thing that I have to say to beginning short story writers is what you have written is the first chapter of an epic 7-book series. You have not written a short story. First chapters of a novel open up the storyline and let us know, like, oh, there's all these new directions to go in. While short stories, the end of the story sort of closes it off and resolves it in some way. This next question is a question I get a lot about short stories. It is number 7. What is the perfect length for a short story?
Whatever
I've actually done a
length
great
it
blog
needs to
post
be.
about this. I'll put the link to it in the comments. And what I did is I took a lot of famous short story
But generally it's
authors,
between
looked at
3,000
their
and
most famous
7,000.
works, and then averaged out the word count for each story. So for Gabriel Garcia Marquez, most of his short stories are pretty short. I'm talking about like 2,400 words was the average. But you look at someone like Alice Munro and whoa, Nelly. All right, now we're talking more like 10,000 word short stories. Then you have a character like Hemingway who writes both pretty short stories, and then he has a couple ones which are longer. Or you have an author like Poe who generally writes shorter short stories, say about 3,000 words. So what I did is I averaged them all out across all authors, and I came to a number of 5,000 words. Now,
Yeah,
if you
that
took
sounds-
out
that
outliers
sounds
like
about right.
Monroe, you'd end up with something more like 4,000 was the
Yeah.
average. But something between 4,000 and 5,000
Yeah.
words is the sweet spot. But let me say this. It is okay if your first draft is 7,000 to 8,000 words.
And then
Very
just cut
natural,
3,000 words
happens
out.
all the time, very common. I edit a lot of short stories.
That always happens to me.
At that length.
Always
And so
happens
part
to
of the
me.
job that I have with them is trying to figure out, okay, what can we trim away and cut down and condense so that this is more like the 5,000 word count. Do not send out an 8,000 word short story.
You know, Jesus Loves You is a great thing to hear in
10,000
church,
times
but a
harder to
terrible
get
thing to
published
hear
than,
in a
say,
Mexican
3,000
prison.
word short story. And now it's time for the very last point, number 8, writing a short story ending. And I
Yeah,
put that in
that's why I use the
because really
cyclical
a short
thing.
story
The
ending
reason I
is
use
often
the
different.
cyclical ending for short stories in the fact of like the final sentence of the story could technically be before the first sentence of the story, and you would still have the same story. It would just be from like a different perspective because now you basically know the twist at the end or something like that. But most of the time with my ending, the ending has to come all the way back around to what is the beginning of the story, right? Like the brotherly love in the Faraday cage is
what led him to be a part of the rebellion, right, was the love for his brother and wanting to find his brother. That's the same thing that makes him run away from the rebellion. It's like, I'm looking for something to protect. Oh, I found the thing I need to protect. Now I can't protect it, I need to run away.
Than the feeling of a novel ending. Novels tend to end very definitively. They tend to tie up all the loose strands, wrap it all up neatly, and leave the reader like very satisfied and like, okay, everything's known. Short stories, on the other hand, because of their length, tend to allude a little bit more, to hint a little bit more, to not wrap everything up so neatly. I'm going to show you 4 examples of endings that can serve as models for how you might want to end your short story. First of all, the revelation ending. Think about Shirley Jackson's lottery story.
Yeah, at the end of the lottery, when you reveal that like it's actually like the person who wins the lottery gets stoned to death. It's like, okay.
And participating in a lottery, and then it's revealed at the end, surprise, that person is actually put to death. The second strategy for your ending might be called the resonant image ending. Look at Raymond Carver's Cathedral. The story ends with a man closing his eyes and being guided by a blind man as they draw a cathedral together. It's a nice moment where they have a breakthrough and there is this connection and understanding between them. 3, and this one's really popular, the ambiguous ending. In Ernest
Not really the biggest fan of ambiguous endings. They work sometimes, but
the whole short story, but we never learn whether or not they decide to do it by the end of the story. It's left up to the reader's imagination. And the 4th strategy you might use is the middle of the action ending. Joyce Carol Oates wrote a short story called Where Are You Going? Where Have You Been? And it's about this teenage girl who's being sort of stalked by this Arnold friend, this creepy older guy. And the end of the story shows that she's going with him and we don't know what happens to her. So try one of those strategies for your story, see whether it works. If not, you could always try ending on a poignant line of dialogue, a story that ends with a significant physical action that one of your characters takes, or, and here's always a good trick, is try to end the story 3 paragraphs before where you currently have it ended.
Yeah,
that's
the short
a good
ending.
revision technique, because you're like, I could end earlier, and it would actually be better.
Yeah.
Hey, I love short stories. I hope this video helps you write better ones. Make sure to check out the links below for Book Fox Lab, my coaching program,
Hell
Book
yeah.
Fox Academy, my 10 courses, and happy writing.
Thank you, as always, Book Fox. All right, there we go. Go give him some love, give him a view, give him a like, give him all the good stuff, comment and everything. We're running out of Book Fox videos, guys, but I think we're gonna call it here because I'm fucking tired. And there we go. We just get a fucking ad just like that. So let's go for Tokety Toke. And then, we'll come back strong tomorrow. We'll probably do, like, a full reconstruction of... I have to decide which one I want to write. Because I'm like, I want to write both of the stories, but I don't know which one to write first. The Faraday Cage or the Bacon one. Because technically the Bacon one already has a rough draft. So it's already set in stone, so I'm kind of not thinking about it as much, but I'm slowly evolving the Faraday Cage one. So that's what I've been thinking about. So I think that's the one we're going to write tomorrow. And I'll just think about how, like, the progression of, like, explaining the experiments and what they're doing, why they're doing it, how they discover it, the nanobots, and I was like, there's, like, 3 scenes that I want, right? Like, the putting the hand on the screen, and then it's like it's like a Faraday cage inside of a Faraday cage, because you open up the door, it would stop the Faraday cage. So it's like an airlock, right? And the main character is like, oh, we haven't really figured out if it's cured yet, but and he like does like a placebo effect thing where he pushes the guy out to see if like he activates, and it's kind of like they've been talking about placebos, right? And he just like pushes, and the guy's like freaks the fuck out, and he's like, and the brother's just like laughing his ass off. He's like, do you even understand how Faraday cages work? If this door is open and there wasn't another cage outside, it wouldn't stop the nanobots. And it's kind of like this personal moment. And then it's like, when the character realizes that he's infected with nanobots, he kind of goes around and starts like poking and prodding people accidentally, quote unquote, and then gathering their blood and being like, oh fuck, everyone's infected with nanobots. But for some reason they're not active, and that's because
the main source ones that come from Kevin haven't been activated. So as soon as he leaves the Faraday cage, everyone who's infected at the rebellion is instantly turned over to the network. And that's how the story ends, and they all kind of shuffle out of the building and walk off into the night. Because that's how a lot of them end with these characters, right? Like, they're just walking off into the mainframe now that they're part of the network. They're the drones, you know, being placed. Okay, we got 7 more. Well, where do we need them? All right, get them there, 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 and there. All right, we're good to go. And I think I could easily do all of that in 2,000 words, right? Just with those two or three simple scenes that show the connection between the characters without having this huge backstory thing. So, but anyways, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm excited for it. That's what's important, right? I'm excited to write the story. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, toke!
All right, well, thank you for coming out and hanging out, everyone. It was a blast today. We got through everything we needed to do, which was a good thing, as always. So, never stop being you. Always continue to create and imagine, because we are beings of consciousness, and the only true power we have is the power of our mind. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Bull! And I fucked it up. Yep. It happens once in a while. You know, it doesn't happen often, but it happens once in a while. It's hard to do the fuck you when your throat's all gurgled up. All right. Who we rating today? Who's out there? Who's waiting? Who's in the shadows? Preparing for me to be unleashed upon them. Instantly going here. Sold. Sold. All right, get your wheels ready. Here we go.
Back when I was like 16. You know, not good attention. Like, she was jealous of the fact that
Lizard.
Yo, what is up, Ito? What is up? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How was your stream? You have a raid, my guy. What's up? What's up? Here's a shot to you.
Alright, see you guys again tomorrow, as always.